Part 2. Overland. 13. One of the sure signs of a moron is that he or she babbles about the glories of the wilderness. Moonlight, cool crisp air, the wind in the trees, flights of birds overhead. Be assured, these people always do it virtual. That way one drags no mud into the house. Gregory McAllister, Boy Scouts and Other Aberrations. Editor-at-Large. Hours to break up, estimated 240. They melted snow, boiled the water, and drank it down. There had been water in the lander, but there had been no practical way to retrieve it. McAllister predicted they'd all break out in hives by dinner. He added more seriously that they'd better start learning how to hunt. They estimated that they had a 6-day food supply. That means, he added, we'll be traveling on empty stomachs when we get to Tess. Their destination lay south-southwest, but they couldn't immediately proceed in that direction because they had no way to cross the crevice that now divided the landscape as far as they could see. They made snowshoes and put all their gear and food into sample bags and the 2 backpacks Hutch had salvaged from the lander. Hutch provided McAllister with a cutter and showed him how to use it. Then they took a last look at the tower and the capacitors and struck off across the plain. "You'll be out of the snow in a day or 2, Marcel told them. That was good news. Once they had solid earth underfoot, they'd be able to move more quickly. But it was a struggle for the 2 older men right from the beginning. Nightingale developed a blister after they'd gone about 1 kilometer. Hutch treated it with ointment from the medkit. Within another hour, McAllister was limping and grumbling. Their first challenge was to find a way across the chasm. They walked along the northern edge, moving slowly so the 2 could keep up. Hutch wondered whether McAllister had been right, that he and Nightingale should have been left behind to take their chances. At a patch of forest they called a halt and fashioned walking staffs for everyone. "Don't need it," protested Kelly. "Use it anyhow," Hutch insisted. "It's good for you." Nightingale took his gratefully. McAllister manfully swallowed his discomfort and smiled. "We all look good with staffs," he said. "Adds a certain panache." They travelled well into the afternoon before they were able to get around the crevice. Gradually it closed, and the plain was solid again. They turned southwest. Aside from bird sightings, all of which Nightingale treated with barely muted alarm, they encountered their first full-size native beast shortly afterward. It was about the size of a moose, shaggy, with white fur and unsettling blue eyes that gazed steadily at them with, Hutch thought, cool intelligence. For all that, it did not look particularly ferocious. Its snout was shoved into an icy stream, and it did not straighten up as they approached. They drew their weapons nonetheless, switched on the power, and spread out. It looked at each of them in turn, studying Hutch with special attention, as if it recognized that she was directing the small party. Hutch glanced at the worried faces and unsteady hands of her comrades, concluded she was in as much danger from them as from the creature, and moved out of McAllister's line of fire. As the last of them were passing, it startled them by rearing up onto its hind legs. A collar of hard bone rose around its neck. The collar ended in 2 long spikes, one flanking either jaw. The creature had a wide mouth full of shark's teeth, and a permanent grin that reminded Hutch of an alligator. "That thing's all dental work," whispered McAllister. It inspected Nightingale and showed him its teeth. Nightingale froze. Armored ridges protected the animal's underside and its back. Its claws looked like daggers. "Stay cool," said Hutch. The exobiologist stood absolutely still, his eyes wide. She slowly inserted herself between him and the creature. It swung its long jaws her way, looked back at Nightingale, and hesitated. "We're not in its food chain," said Chung. McAllister snorted. "By the time it discovers that, somebody's going to have a decided limp." It looked at them, waiting perhaps for a hostile act. The drawback of the cutter was its limited range. Notched up to full power, it had little effect beyond a few meters. McAllister leveled his weapon, and his thumb hovered over the punch-pad. He was going to shoot. "No!" Hutch kept her eyes on the creature. "Don't do it, McAllister. Everybody back away." "Why don't we just kill it while we can?" the editor insisted. "Slowly," said Hutch. McAllister frowned at her. "It's a mistake." Hutch made her voice cold. "Do what I say." The animal watched, and after a few moments appeared to lose interest. It dropped back onto all fours and recommenced drinking. After they had gotten to what appeared to be a safe distance, Kelly let out her breath. "Shoo," she said quietly. Nightingale thought he'd gotten through the experience pretty well. He felt he'd stood his ground, and believed he was ready to use his weapon if need be. He found it hard, however, to control his trembling afterward. "You all right?" Kelly asked him. He nodded and tried a smile. "I'm fine," he said. They had no compass. Marcel followed their progress from Windy and occasionally issued course corrections. The landscape remained unfailingly bleak, cold, and desolate. By late in the day they were seeing more hills. Occasional flocks of birds appeared overhead. Nightingale was not in anything resembling the kind of physical condition required for this sort of effort. Everything he owned hurt. There was, however, consolation in the knowledge that McAllister was having an even harder time. Hutch, who was certainly aware that she was encumbered by two people who preferred taxis wherever they went, continued to call frequent breaks. The other four talked constantly. Chung and the two women seemed to have accepted McAllister in spite of his abrasiveness. Nightingale was once again hampered by his natural shyness and defensiveness. He tried to make acute observations, throw in occasional witty remarks, but it didn't work. Nobody really seemed to listen to him. He was the outsider, and gradually he withdrew and concentrated his efforts simply on trying to keep up. It should have been different. After all, they were the only 5 human beings on the planet. That fact alone should have bound them together, should have prevented the development of factions, and militated against the exclusion of any single member. It was unfair, especially in light of the fact he'd given them their one chance at survival. By sundown he was limping badly, and was being actively assisted by Kelly. They'd arrived in a glade, and Hutch called a halt. Nightingale eased himself gratefully to the ground, killed his field, pulled off his shoes, and rubbed his soles. By God, it felt good. He applied more of the salve from the med-kit. Warmth spread through his feet, and then a general sense of relief. The others fell quiet. And something moved in the shrubbery. There was a scramble for weapons. The thing looked like a big scorpion the size of a child's wagon. It had a pair of antennas which swept them in a kind of rhythm. Mandibles clicked audibly. The tail was shorter by far, and bisected. It had 8 legs. "Stay still," said Hutch. It didn't matter. At the same moment the creature charged Chung. Chung fell over backward, firing wildly. Hutch and Kelly burned it simultaneously. The thing let go a high, keening sound, changed direction, and went for Hutch. They caught it again, and the scorpion crashed into a rock, rolled over, and lay on its back with its legs moving weakly. "That's the biggest bug I've ever seen," Chung said, getting to his feet. McAllister examined his cutter. "That's a good weapon," he said. "Will it run down? How much energy does it have?" "It'll recharge on its own," said Hutch, "just like your suit. But yes, there are limits. Don't play with it." It wasn't a scorpion, of course. There were major differences, other than size, in the tail, which mounted no stinger. The narrowing between cephalothorax and abdomen wasn't correct. The eyes were wrong. The segmenting was unique. Its chelae were smaller. The head was more heavily armored. Not for the first time Nightingale mourned the lost opportunity to examine this world's biology. There had been some thought of stopping there for the night, but they now agreed unanimously that it would be a good idea to move on. Nightingale had not been able to get used to the shortened days. When they finally made camp an hour later, he was bone-weary and half-starved. They were in light forest, on the crest of a long, gently curving ridge. It had gotten dark. Overhead, the superluminals moved serenely among the constellations. and he would have given much to be aboard one of them. Nevertheless, he was, by God, keeping up. They broke out the ready meals. Nobody was dressed for this kind of weather. The heaviest garment anyone wore was probably McAllister's black sweater. The two women were in jumpsuits. Chang had only a light pullover shirt and a pair of shorts, and Nightingale's slacks and casual shirt were designed for a far more balmy climate. None of this would have mattered much were it not that they had to shut off the e-suits to eat. They collected some wood and built a fire. When it was up and burning steadily, they keyed the ready-meal containers, which cooked the food. Then, at a kind of prearranged signal, they got as close to the fire as they could, shut off the suits, and gobbled chicken, beef, and whatever else showed up in the dinners. Everything tasted good that night. Kelly made coffee. Nightingale swallowed everything down, and as quickly as he could, buttoned up again. He hated having to gulp his food when he was so hungry, but it was just too cold to linger over it. They held a council of war, and agreed it was time to think about testing some of the local food supply, in order to conserve the ready meals. If they discovered the native stuff was inedible, they would have to resort to rationing. There should be some game in the woods, and Kelly suggested, to everyone's horror, that the scorpions might make a food source, if any more showed up. No one wanted to discuss it further. They asked Nightingale, the resident expert. Did he know what they could expect to find? Was the local food edible? No idea, he said. Nobody knows. We terminated the mission too quickly, and what we'd learned was inconclusive. Deepsix biology uses levo sugars and not dextro, so that's okay. They use DNA to make proteins, which is good. You might get some nutrition, but I doubt it. You have at least an equal chance of being poisoned. The fact is, we have a supply of ready meals, and we're only talking about a few days. What I mean is— He paused, then plunged ahead. We don't have to worry about subsisting indefinitely. What we're really interested in is satisfying our appetites. We could ration, go on half meals, but that's not going to help old guys trying to walk long distances. There's no real way we can be sure about toxins or allergens. If there's, say, a poison, our immune system may not even recognize it, or if it did, it might have no defense against it. I think we're reasonably safe, but I can't guarantee it. Hutch nodded, called Embry on Wildside, and asked for advice. Best would be not to go near anything local, she said. That'll give us some very hungry people. Embry wasted no time becoming irritated. Better hungry than dead. There was a long silence. If you really have to do this, she continued, have someone sample the stuff first, a very small sample, very small. Give it some time, a half hour at least. If he doesn't throw up, or get diarrhea— Or fall over, said McAllister. Or fall over, you're in business. Embry took a deep breath. Hutch, she said, I feel guilty about the way things turned out. It's okay, you didn't cause the quake. Still— Well, anyhow, I wanted to wish you luck. Anything I can do, I'm here. I know. They'd covered 11 kilometers that first day. Not bad, considering they'd gotten a late start, had a detour around the crevice, and were walking through snow. They had, of course, no bedding. Nightingale made himself as comfortable as he could, lay back in the firelight, and wondered if his body would ever feel right again. They decided to forget trying to divide the 19-hour days into standard temporal terminology, because nobody was ever quite sure what 9 o'clock actually meant. Instead, they thought in terms of dusk and dawn, noon and midnight. There were roughly 9 hours of darkness, which they divided into 4 watches. Midnight came when Morgan's world rose. Nightingale unstrapped his oxygen converter, and laid it beside him, where it would continue to work, without pressing into his shoulders. He slept for a while, woke, noticed that the fire had burned down, heard someone throw a fresh branch onto it, slept some more, and eventually found himself gazing up at the stars. Morgan had moved over into the west. It was framed within a stellar rectangle. A couple of stars lined up under the rectangle, providing it with a stand or stem. To primitive people, he thought, it would have become a constellation. A flower, perhaps, or a tree, or a cup. Morgan. It was a commonplace name for a world killer. It glittered through the branches, the brightest star in the sky. Clouds were approaching from the west. By the time Chang knelt beside him and told him the watch was his, the only visible light was the fire. He checked his cutter and put on the night goggles. They'd stopped atop a ridge where they could see for kilometers in all directions. Tomorrow they'd cross a narrow basin and begin a long uphill climb into dense forest. A few flakes drifted onto his arm. Nightingale glanced over at the sleepers. McAllister had punched up a mound of snow to serve as a pillow. Kelly seemed to be dreaming, and he judged by her expression that it was not altogether unpleasant. He suspected Hutch was awake, but she lay unmoving, with her face in shadow. Chang was still trying to get comfortable. Ordinarily he would have hated the guard duty assignment. Nightingale liked to keep his mind active. Time not spent in a book or doing research or attempting to solve a problem was time wasted. He had no interest hanging about in a wilderness for 2 hours peering into the dark. But that night he stood atop the ridge watching the snow come down, and he enjoyed the simple fact that he was alive and conscious. Marcel brought Windy back to Deepsix. He felt better if he could stay closer to the people on the ground. They were just completing their first orbit when Beekman came onto the bridge. "Marcel," he said, "we finished the analysis of the material we took from the artifact." "And?" "They're enhanced carbon nanotubes." "Which are what?" "Precisely the sort of material you'd want to have if you were building a Skyhook. They're extremely light and have incredible tensile strength." Beekman lowered himself into a chair and accepted some coffee. "We'll be taking back a whole new technology. Probably revolutionize the construction industry." He looked quizzically at the captain. "What's wrong?" "I don't like the plan to get our people off the ground." "Why?" "There are too many things that can go wrong. Tests may not fly. They may not even get there in time. There may be some incompatibility between the capacitors and the on-board spike. Another quake could bury the damned things beyond recovery." "I don't know what we can do to change any of that." "I'd like a backup option." Beekman smiled patiently. "Of course you would. Wouldn't we all? What do you suggest?" "The ship going to Caraqua, the Boardman. It's big, loaded with construction equipment. Mostly stuff they're going to use to put together the ground stations. I looked at the manifest. It has hundreds of kilometers of cable." Marcel laid emphasis on the last word, expecting Beekman to see immediately where he was headed. "Go on," Beekman said, showing no reaction. "Okay, if we were to get some of the cable off the Boardman and tie together about 400 kilometers of it, we could attach one end to a shuttle." "And crash the shuttle," finished Beekman. "Right. We take it down as far as it'll go, which would be within a couple of kilometers of the surface before we'd lose it. It crashes. But the cable's down. On the ground." "And we use it to haul them out." Marcel thought it seemed too simple. "It won't work?" "No." "Gunther, why not?" "How much does the cable weigh?" "I don't know." "All right. Say it's on the order of 3 kilograms per meter. That's not very heavy." "Okay." "That means 1 kilometer of the cable would weigh in at about 3 metric tons." Marcel sighed. "That's 1 kilometer. And this thing is going to stretch down from orbit? 300 kilometers, you say?" He did the math in his head. The cable would have to be able to support roughly 900 metric tons. "You see the problem, Marcel." "How about if we went for lighter material? Maybe hemp rope? They've got hemp on board." Beekman made a noise in his throat. "I doubt the tensile strength of rope would be very high. How much do you think a piece 1 meter long would weigh?" So they sat, drinking coffee, staring at one another. Once they called down and talked to Nightingale, whom Marcel knew to be the security watch. "Any problems?" What time did you expect to leave in the morning? How's everybody holding up?" The last question was designed to elicit a comment from Nightingale on his own physical condition as well. But he only said they were fine. Marcel noticed that he was beginning to feel disconnected from those on the ground, as if they were somehow already lost. 14. Walking through these woods, filled with the creatures of an alternate biosystem, constitutes an unusual emotional experience. They are all extinct, or shall be within a very few days. The sum total of 6 billion years of evolution is about to be erased, leaving nothing behind, not so much as a tail feather. And good riddance, I say. Gregory McAllister, Deepsix Diary. Hours to break up, estimated 226. All the sunrises on Deepsix were oppressive. The sky was inevitably slate, and a storm was either happening or seemed imminent. Kelly Collier stood atop the ridge, surveying the woods and plains around her. In all that wilderness nothing moved save a pair of wings so high and far as to present no detail to the naked eye. Through binoculars she judged it to be not a bird at all. It had fur and teeth, a duckbill skull, and a long serpentine tail. As she watched, it descended into a patch of trees and emerged moments later with something wriggling in its claws. She turned toward the southwest. The land sloped downhill and rose again gradually, and then almost precipitously toward a long spine. The spine extended from one horizon to the other. It was going to be a difficult climb, with Nightingale and the great man in tow. The wind tugged at her, trying to blow her off the ridge, reminding her that they had ground to cover, and that time was short. Hutch lay quietly near the fire, and Kelly saw that her eyes were open. "How are we doing?" she asked softly. "Time to go," said Kelly. She nodded. "Let's give them a little longer." "I'm not sure we shouldn't push a bit harder." "It won't help us," Hutch said, "if they start breaking down." McAllister snored peacefully with his head pillowed against one of the packs. Nightingale lay near the fire, his shoes off to one side. Kelly sat down beside her. "We've a long way to go," she said. "We'll make it," said Hutch, "as long as no one collapses." She looked into the fire. "I don't want to leave anybody behind." "We could come back later for them." "If they aren't eaten first. You really think either of those guys could stay alive on his own?" "One of us could stay with them." Hutch shook her head. "We're safer keeping our firepower concentrated. If we split up, we are absolutely going to lose somebody else." She took a deep breath and looked at Kelly. "We'll stay together as long as we can, and if we get behind, we'll do what we have to." Kelly liked to think of herself as the last of the fighter pilots. She'd begun her career as a combat aviator for the peacekeepers. When the peacekeepers became effectively obsolete, as they did every half-century or so, when the latest round of civil wars had been fought and the dictators put to bed, she'd learned to fly spacecraft and transferred to the patrol. But the job had been surprisingly routine. The patrol simply didn't go anywhere. They patrolled. When people drank too much or neglected their maintenance or got careless, Kelly and her colleagues had shown up to rescue whoever was left. But she never really traveled. A zone was assigned, and she just went round and round, visiting the same 8 or 9 stations over and over. And during those years she'd watched the Academy's superluminals coming in from places that no one had names for yet, or from conducting surveys of the Omega clouds, or from examining the space-twisting properties of neutron stars and black holes. She'd lasted less than a year before giving it up to interview for a pilot's job with the Academy. The money was about half as much. The ships were more Spartan. The fringe benefits barely existed. But the people with whom she traveled tended to have wider interests than the patrol crews, and she loved the work. That morning, though, she was having second thoughts. As McAllister would have put it, there was something to be said for boredom. Nightingale sat up, looked around, and sighed. "Lovely accommodations," he said. He struggled to his feet. "Back in a minute." She woke Chung. "Duty calls," she said. "Go with him." Chung made a face, took a moment to figure out what he was being asked to do, got up and trailed along behind the older man. Nobody went anywhere alone. The designated commode was halfway down the back side of the hill in a gully. There was just enough ground in the way to provide a modicum of privacy. Kelly filled a pot with snow and put it on the fire. McAllister rolled over and looked up at her. "What time's the tour start?" he asked. "Sooner the better," said Kelly. Hutch rubbed her eyes, closed them again, and looked at the grey sky. "Another glorious morning on Deepsix." She took a deep breath and let it out slowly. Then she fished for her cup and toothbrush. Off to the east, something was moving. Kelly raised her binoculars and looked out across a stretch of grassland downslope. A herd of fur-bearing animals were approaching. They were big, lumbering creatures with trunks and tusks. Their heads were extraordinarily ugly, much in the manner of rhinos. She watched them veer off and disappear into a wall of forest, but she could hear them for a long time after. They disposed of another round of ready meals. Kelly had bacon, eggs, and fried apples. She washed everything down with coffee. "While we're on the trail," said Hutch, "let's see what we can hunt up for lunch." "Right." McAllister raised his coffee. "I suspect we're all anxious to taste the local fare." Kelly wondered if he could ask for the correct time without sounding cynical. They trekked down the south slope, into and out of patches of trees, crossed a stream at the bottom, and started up the far side. Occasional furry creatures, the local equivalent of squirrels, showed themselves, as well as a few larger animals that looked as if they might serve for a meal, if anybody could get close enough to use a cutter. But the creatures kept their distance. "We need a weapon that'll work at long range," said Chung. Hutch asked whether anybody had experience with a bow and arrow. Nobody did. They crossed the valley and started uphill, up the long, increasingly steep slope Kelly had studied from the crest of a ridge the night before. The snow became soft, and the walking grew more difficult. Nightingale's blisters got worse, and McAllister struggled and grumbled. Hutch called a break. The sun was directly overhead, and they were still about an hour below the summit. A few doughnuts remained, which they divided. Mac insisted he was feeling fine, and thought they should get going. Nightingale agreed, although he was obviously in some discomfort. And they set off. They reached the crest and discovered that the land dipped sharply and then started uphill again, but at a more moderate angle. McAllister observed that the entire planet seemed to run uphill. They pressed on for another hour before they stopped, built a fire, and made coffee. "We can feed anyone who's hungry," Hutch said. But a 19-hour day was short, and lunch followed hard on breakfast. Consequently, no one was anxious for an undue delay. "We'll eat an early dinner," she promised. During the afternoon march, Nightingale said that he was cold. Hutch checked his gear and saw that his power pack was failing. She replaced it with one of the units she'd pried out of the lander. A freak thunderstorm broke over them, eliciting an observation by McAllister that lightning wasn't supposed to occur at low temperatures. That brought a response from Marcel. "Some of our people here say it's a result of Morgan's approach. It translates into unusually severe high and low-pressure areas. Consequently, you'll get screwy weather." They walked through a steady downpour, while thunderbolts boomed overhead. The rain hissed into the snow, which turned to slush. The e-suits kept them dry, and they trudged on. Nightingale seemed distracted, self-absorbed, remote. While they walked, his eyes were rarely focused. His gaze was directed inward, and when Kelly spoke to him, he invariably asked her to repeat herself. He remained walled off from the others, resisting everybody's efforts at small talk. He did not snap at anyone, showed no sign of anger. But it was as though he walked alone through those frozen forests. She began to notice that the lamp on his comlink was constantly glowing. She could see he wasn't talking with any of the others. Someone on Wendy, perhaps? It gave rise to a suspicion.
"Randy?"
she said, using a private channel. He looked up at her and came back from someplace far away. "Yes, Kelly, did you say something?"
"Could I ask what you're listening to?"
"Right now? Bergdorf's Agronomy on Caragua." He looked over at her and smiled. "Might as well make the time count." As she'd guessed, he was tied into one of the ship's libraries.
"Yes," she said, "I know what you mean. But it might be a good idea if you shut it down. It's dangerous to do what you're doing."
"Why is that?"
He became defensive. "Because there may be critters in the area who will mistake you for a hamburger. We've got 5 pairs of eyes, and we need them all. You don't want to be thinking about other things while we're moving through tiger country."
"Kelly," he said, "it's not a problem. I can listen and watch."
"Randy, please do what I'm asking you to."
"Well, you'll blow the whistle on me?"
"Or I'll make off with your staff."
He sighed visibly, a man of culture put upon by the barbarians of the world. She stayed with him until he showed her his thumb and pressed it to his comlink. The lamp went out. "Okay," he asked. "Satisfied?" Kelly could see Hutch talking, too. She glanced around at the others. You always knew who was conversing with whom, because people inevitably look at one another during a conversation. But Chong and McAllister were not using their links. That probably meant Hutch was talking to Marcel. She missed Marcel. Kelly had not realized how much she enjoyed the company of the tall Frenchman. She'd thought he had looked at her with a touch of envy when she'd asked to make the descent to the surface. At the moment they'd be having late-night snacks on Wendy. She would have given a great deal to join him at his table, to listen to him talk about the elegance of Dupré and Proust. After a while the rainstorms blew off and the sun broke through. But it was only momentary. More clouds were building in the west. They were buffeted by rain and sleet for most of the rest of the day. Although the e-suits kept them warm and dry, a constant wind made progress difficult, and the rain tended to smear vision. In addition, Hutch knew from long experience there was a psychological factor. When the weather was cold and wet, and your eyes made it clear you were wearing no more than a jumpsuit, that you should be shivering and miserable, it was difficult to be entirely comfortable. It was called the McMurtry effect. They cleared a ridge and finally started downhill, but the descent was steep, and they had literally to lower McAllister from one perch to level ground. They came at last to a river. It looked deep, but the current appeared placid.
"How are we doing for time?"
Kelly asked. Progress reports came regularly from Marcel, but they were directed to Hutch. 13 so far today, she said. Kelly frowned. Not great. But it was enough. "Everybody here can swim?" asked Hutch. Surprisingly, only Chong lacked the skill. The river was wide, and it looked deep in midstream. Thick, twisted foliage hung down along both banks. They surveyed the area, looking for a local alligator equivalent, but saw nothing. "We still don't know what's in the water," said Nightingale. "I suggest we build a raft." "Don't have time," said Hutch. If there was anything in the river, there was a good chance that the e-suits would prevent their being perceived as prey. There would, after all, be no scent. "I don't think you should rely too heavily on that," said Nightingale. Hutch waded in until she was hip-deep. Then they waited. Her heart pounded, but she tried to look calm. She watched the river and the banks for any sudden movement. But nothing came for her, and she felt more confident with each passing minute. When they were at last convinced it was safe, they found a dead limb Chong could cling to and pushed off. McAllister turned out to be an accomplished swimmer. Chong said nothing while they towed him across, but Hutch saw that he felt humiliated. It would have been less difficult for him, she realized, had Kelly not been there. She was pleased to see that Kelly was also aware of the situation and made a point of staying close to him. She caught an amused smile from McAllister, who seemed to miss none of the undercurrents among his companions. They arrived on the far side in good order and resumed their march. Eventually the country turned uphill again. Chong, who had been leading, fell toward the rear. Kelly moved up beside him and took him again to the front. She said something to him on a private channel. He was replying when a snowbank rose, roared, and charged. Hutch saw only talons and green eyes and long, curved teeth while she fumbled for her laser, got it into her hand, lost the grip, then dropped it. Kelly, directly in the thing's path, went down and tried to scramble out of the way. McAllister seemed to have forgotten about his cutter. Instead, he raised his staff and brought it down on the creature's skull. The thing spat and growled, and a cutter beam flashed close to Hutch's face. The growling went high-pitched, then stopped. When Hutch stumbled to her feet, helped by Nightingale, it lay twitching. Its head was half-severed, and a red-brown viscous liquid pumped out onto the snow. Its dead eyes continued to watch her. It was about the size of a bear. Chong was standing off to one side, his cutter held straight out. He saw Hutch, nodded, shut it off, and lowered it. Hutch checked her parts. Everything seemed to be there. "I never saw it," she said, patting McAllister's shoulder. "Hell of a job with a staff." Kelly embraced Chong and kissed his cheek. "What was it?" Chong asked. "Dinner," said Hutch, "if all goes well." They sliced off gobs of meat and wrapped them in plastic bags. Toward the end of the afternoon they topped the last rise, and the land began a long, gentle decline. The storms had cleared off, and they had, for the first time since leaving the tower, a bright, cheerful sky. They kept on until sundown, and Kelly urged that they continue. But the pace was too much for Mac and Nightingale, so Hutch called a halt near a stand of old trees that would provide firewood in privacy. They'd logged 18 kilometers. Pretty good, actually. "Especially," said Nightingale, lowering himself onto a downed tree trunk, "when you consider this is hard country. It'll level out soon, and we should be almost out of the snow." McAllister also looked exhausted. "Chong," Kelly said, "let's get some wood." She picked up a dead branch, and, as if that were a signal, the ground shook. Just once, for a few seconds. They built a fire and roasted the meat. It smelled good, not unlike venison. "Who's going to sample it?" asked Mac. Hutch took a piece, thinking how being a leader wasn't all it was cracked up to be. She would follow Embry's prescription and go very slowly. "Let me cut it for you," said Nightingale. He sliced off a narrow strip, held it so she could see it in the firelight, and surprised her by turning off his suit and taking a bite. They watched him. "Thanks," said Hutch. He shrugged, chewed it methodically, commented that it was good, and swallowed. Then he reactivated the field. Hutch wondered why he'd done it. Nightingale did not strike her as someone who was given to the gallant gesture. She suspected he was responding on some level to McAllister's presence, showing him how wrong he had been. A half-hour passed. The meat looked ready. Chong put on the coffee. Nightingale showed no ill effect, and announced that the rest of them could hang about if they liked, but that he was ready to eat. They looked at one another, killed the fields, and carved up dinner. It was quite good. Conversation during meals was limited because of the low temperatures. Eating was strictly business on Deepsix, and if she lived through this, Hutch knew she would always recall these quick, impersonal meals, nobody talking while they huddled as close to the fire as they could get, bolting food and coffee in the sting of cold air. Happy days on the prairie. They had no salt, no condiments of any kind, but that seemed only a detail. Hutch made an announcement during the meal. "Marcel," she said, "tells me that the media are only a couple of days away. They were coming to shoot the collision, but now it's all about us." "Of course," said Chung. "Anyhow, they're asking whether they'll be able to interview us when they get here." McAllister was clearly enjoying his supper. "That should be intriguing," he said between bites. "We can have an end-of-the-world party right there on Universal News, which reports only the facts, without bias or principle." It was a mild reference to Universal's "without bias or distortion" credo. He looked toward the eastern sky, bright with unfamiliar constellations. It was too early yet for Morgan. "Yes, indeed," he said. "If they play it right, They should be able to get their best numbers of the year. Except maybe for the World Bowl. Hutch, we got the response from the Academy on your early report to the tower. They congratulate you for your work and want you to keep digging. That's the phrase they use. Look for more evidence of the state of their science, it says. They want you to let the other sites go because there isn't time. Good, she said. Tell them we'll comply. They also want you to be careful. They say to avoid any hazardous situations. Augie, wake up. Emma didn't always sleep well, and she sometimes prowled the ship at night. What she did out there he didn't know. It was even possible she ran an occasional liaison with the captain. He didn't really care all that much, as long as she was available when he needed her. But she had hold of his arm at the moment and was dragging him out of a very sound sleep. His first thought was that the Edward J. Zwick had sprung a leak. "What's wrong?" he asked, looking up at her. She was the image of delight. "Augie, we've got a huge break." He tried to imagine what it could be, but utterly failed. In any case, he thought, surely it could wait until morning. "They've had an accident," she said. "Some of them are stranded down there. They're trying to find a rescue vessel and apparently not having much luck." That woke him up. "What kind of accident? Was anybody killed?" "Yep, 2 or 3. And you know who's among the strandees? McAllister." "My God! Is that right?" "Absolutely." "How could that happen?" "Don't know. They're not putting out details yet, but we've got a great story falling into our laps." She pressed her lips against his cheek. "I've already been in touch with them, with Clairvaux, and there's no competition within light years." She clapped her hands and literally trembled with joy. Canyon was still trying to grasp what she was telling him. "They're going to get them off okay, right?" "Well, I don't know, Augie. Right now it's touch and go, but if we're lucky things will stay tense for a while, at least until we get there." "We might have a problem," said Beekman. The ocean and the northern coastline were on screen. The area looked cold and gray, and the tide was very far out. Marcel wasn't sure he wanted to hear what Beekman was about to tell him. "It's like what happens," said Beekman, "when a tsunami is coming." Marcel waited impatiently. It was hard to feel any serious alarm. The coast was a long wall of high mountains. He'd been prepared to hear that there might be disturbances at sea, but the shoreline looked pretty well protected. "Is a tsunami coming?" he asked. "Not exactly." They were seated in armchairs in Beekman's office. The project director wore a short-sleeved shirt printed with frolicking dragons that he'd bought in Hong Kong. "It's just going to be another very high tide. The problem is that as Morgan approaches, it's going to keep getting higher, every day. The water's getting distorted by Morgan's gravitational pull, mounting up. It's the first stage." "What's the final stage?" "The ocean gets ripped out of its bed." "Gunny," Marcel said, "that's not going to happen tomorrow." Beekman nodded. "No." "If it's a problem, why didn't we talk about it before?" "Because it didn't look as if it would become a factor. Because the coastal range has the ocean effectively blocked off until you get so far east it doesn't matter anymore." "What's changed?" "There are sections of the range that might not hold, that might collapse." "Where?" Beekman showed him. "When?" he asked. "Don't know. They could stand up until the water has to come over the top. If that happens, there's nothing to worry about. Or they could give way." "Okay, what's the earliest it could break down?" "We don't know that either. We don't have enough detailed information to be sure." "Make a guess." "Midnight Tuesday, our time." Marcel checked his calendars. "That gives them 8 days. Local days." "Yes." "They've lost a couple of days." "That shouldn't be a major problem for them. They still have adequate time. But keep in mind, Marcel, it's only a guess." Marcel nodded. "I'll alert Hutch." He felt the bulkheads closing in on him. "Do we have any ideas for a backup plan?" he asked. You mean if Tess won't work?
That's right. He shook his head.
Sort of hoping for divine intervention? No. If Tess won't fly, they're dead. It's as simple as that.
15. One never fully appreciates civilization until the lights go out. Gregory McAllister, Patriots in the Woodshed. The incomplete McAllister. Hours to break up, estimated 210. There's got to be a way. Beekman's eyes were bloodshot.
If there is, he said, I'd be grateful to know how.
Okay. Marcel got up and looked down at him. You've been talking about the tensile strength of the stuff we caught off the assembly. How about if we remove the piece of that?
To do what?
To reach them, to give them a way off the surface.
Marcel, it would have to be 300 kilometers long.
Gunny, we've got 4 superluminals up here to work with.
That's fine, you could have 40. So you've also got a very long shaft. What are you going to do with it?
Ram it down through the atmosphere. It wouldn't collapse under its own weight, would it?
No, said Beekman, it wouldn't. But we'd have no control over it. Atmospheric forces would drive it along the ground at supersonic speed.
He smiled sadly.
No, you wouldn't want to try to hitch a ride on something like that.
Marcel was just tired of all the defeatism. Okay, he said. I'll tell you what I want to happen. You've got a brain trust of major proportions scattered around the ship. Get them together. Do it now. Put everything else aside, and find a way.
Marcel, with any luck, Tess will be enough to get them off.
There are too many things that can go wrong, and if we wait until they do, there'll be no time to come up with an alternative. He leaned over and seized Beekman's arm. Consider it an intellectual challenge if you want, but find a way. Chang was still awake when Morgan appeared in the east. Surrounding stars faded in its glow, which seemed to have acquired a bluish tint. It was starkly brighter than it had been the previous evening. He could almost make out a disk. He stood his watch under its baleful light. After Nightingale relieved him, he lay a long time watching it move through the trees. It seemed to him that he'd barely fallen asleep when Kelly roused him. "Time to get rolling, big fella," she said. While they sat wearily around the campfire, breakfasting on the leftover creature meat, Hutch announced that more news had come down from Wendy.
"Not good, I take it,"
said McAllister. "Not good. We've lost a day or two," said Hutch. "The tides are rising along the north coast because of Morgan. There are mountains up there, but there's a possibility the water will break through onto the plain." "A couple of days?" said Kelly. "We've still got plenty of time." "They think if it breaks through, it'll go all the way to the tower?" asked Nightingale. "That's what they're saying."
"We need to hustle up,"
said Chang. The short days were beginning to work on them, and they debated whether they should try to switch back to a 24-hour clock and simply ignore the rising and setting of the sun. Embry advised it would not be a good idea that their metabolisms would try to adjust to local conditions. "Anyway," she added, "I doubt you want to be walking around down there in the dark." They had only about 7 hours of sunlight left when they finally got moving. "You'll come out of the snow line later today," Marcel told them. "Looks like relatively easy going from that point on." "Okay," said Hutch. "Oh, and you've got another river to cross, a wide one this time. You'll get to it toward the end of the day." "Any bridges?" "Ho, ho. Seriously, can you guide us to the easiest crossing point?" "You like wide and slow, or narrow and fast?" "We need a place where we can wade." "Can't tell from up here." "Make it wide and slow." Chang didn't care for McAllister. He treated Kelly and Hutch as if they were lackeys and gophers, persons whose sole purpose was to make the world comfortable for people like himself. He ignored Nightingale altogether. He behaved well enough toward Chang, although there was a degree of condescension that probably was not personal, but rather reflected the editor's attitude toward everyone. Even the gas giant became a target for him. While the others thought of the approaching juggernaut with a degree of awe,
McAllister took to referring to the world by the full name of its discoverer. It became Jerry Morgan at first, and eventually just plain Jerry. "Well, I noticed Jerry was pretty bright last night, and I do believe Jerry's become a crescent." Chung understood that the great man was frightened, maybe more so than the rest of them because he had a reputation to protect, and he was probably not sure how he'd hold up if things got worse instead of better. The snow was thinning out, and they began one by one to discard their snowshoes. They'd broken back out onto a broad plain. It was rolling country, marked by a few scattered trees and occasional patches of thick shrubbery. Toward mid-afternoon, two autumn-colored bipeds that seemed to be constructed exclusively of fangs and claws tried a coordinated attack from opposite sides. They'd been hiding behind hills and charged as the company passed, but the lasers drove them off and caused McAllister to observe that these primitive life forms were no match for somebody with guts and a good weapon. He looked meaningfully at Nightingale, and Hutch had to step between them again. Tough, fibrous grass pushed up through the snow, which by midday disappeared altogether. Purple and yellow shrubbery appeared, with thick stalks and wide, flat-bladed leaves that looked sharp enough to draw blood. They passed through a tree line, and the sunlight faded behind a canopy of branches and leaves. 8-legged creatures scrambled up the trunks, and Nightingale once again regretted that there was no time for inspection. They were small and almost invisible against the woodland background, with backs that resembled walnut shells and triangular heads. They had antennas and beaks and mandibles that twitched constantly. He noted that, when he approached them, the antennas swung in his direction. Some hurried around to the far side of a convenient tree, out of his sight. One simply withdrew into a shell like a turtle, and clung unmoving to thick bark. When Chung approached, it fired a black spray at him, in the direction of his eyes. It splattered against the e-suit. Startled, Chung fell back and went down. "You were lucky," said Nightingale, helping him up. "We don't know these creatures at all. It's a good idea not to be deceived by appearances. If you see something that looks like a chipmunk, don't assume it'll behave like one." "We need to keep moving," said Hutch. "No time for admiring the critters." Some of the trees were hardwoods, very much like oak and maple. Others had soft, fleshy stems and short, prickly branches. Bulbous purple fruit hung from them. Hutch broke off a sample, scooped out a small piece, killed her field, and tried it. She looked pleased. "Not bad," she said. But when Chung asked to share, she shook her head. "Let's give it a while, see what happens." They were pushing through heavy undergrowth when Chung almost walked off the edge of a crag. The ground simply vanished underfoot. At first he thought he was going into a hole, but the bushes opened up, and he was looking down about 6 meters onto a scrabble of hard rock and tough-looking greenery. McAllister grabbed his arm, and after a nervous moment while they struggled for balance, hauled him back. "That's 2 we owe you, Mac," said Kelly. It was the first time anyone had used the shortened form of his name without derision. The land became increasingly rough, scarred by gullies and ravines. The earlier problem of getting McAllister down some of the descents recurred. They tried using cable, but it was thin and smooth, hard to hold on to, and tying it around his waist and using it to lower him down an embankment offended his dignity. Hutch looked around at the vines that snaked up tree trunks and hung out of the branches, and tried to pull one loose. The vine resisted, and it took all of them to drag it out of the tree. When they had sufficient length, she cut it, and McAllister, by then covered with bruises and ready for any kind of solution, consented to use it. It worked fine. He could hang on while they lowered away and even assist the operation. When the ground finally flattened out in mid-afternoon, he threw the vine away, but Hutch retrieved it, coiled it into a loop, and draped it around one shoulder. Chung noticed that McAllister was no longer volunteering to drop back in order to allow the rest of the party to move ahead more quickly. Instead, he silently endured whatever indignities he had to, and worked hard to maintain his pace. They stopped at a pool, hidden among trees and rocks. "What do you say?" suggested Hutch. "We take a break and clean up a bit?" Kelly was already pulling her blouse out away from her body. "I'm for it," she said.
You guys clear out and build a fire, but guard the trail."
"What if you get in trouble?" asked Chang.
She laughed. "My clothes will be able to go for help." The men retreated. Hutch extracted a small piece of leftover meat and threw it into the water to see if anything would happen. When nothing did, she took up the sentry's position. Kelly shut off her field and wrapped her arms around herself for warmth. Then she took a deep breath and removed her jumpsuit.
"What have we got for pneumonia?" she said.
"Same as usual," Hutch smiled. "Coffee." The place looked safe. Consequently, in the interests of saving time, Hutch handed her the soap and a washcloth, laid out 2 towels and another washcloth, put her own weapon on a rock by the water's edge, removed her gear and her clothes, and waded into the water. It was frigid.
"Nothing like a brisk dip,"
Kelly said, through lips that were chattering so badly she could barely get the words out. An icy wind rippled the surface. "Polar Bear Nudie Club," said Hutch.
"Water's warmer than out there, though, once you get used to it."
"I betcha." In fact, it was. The water shocked her system as she waded deeper, feeling the frigid tide rise past thighs and hips to her breasts. But once in its embrace, her body adjusted. She scrunched down to keep out of the cold air. Kelly covered herself with soap and handed it to Hutch, who quickly rubbed some onto her washcloth and began to remove the accumulated dirt and sweat of several days. Kelly cleaned herself as best she could and submerged. She came back up into the cold air, gasping and shivering. Hutch, also half frozen, moved close to her, and they embraced, sharing what body heat they could. When the joint trembling got down to a reasonable level so that she could speak again, Hutch asked whether she was okay.
"Dandy,"
Kelly said. They retreated into shallower water, finished the job, grabbed the towels, and wiped themselves dry. Then, still naked, they put on their links and belts, reactivated the energy fields, and turned up the heat. It was a luxurious moment. Hutch stood in the bright sunlight and clasped her arms to her breasts in an instinctive effort to absorb the warmth.
"That was really a thrill out there," said Kelly. "We have to do it again."
"Bonded forever," said Hutch. They gazed at one another, and Hutch wasn't quite sure what had happened. When feeling returned, they bent to the task of washing their clothes. From time to time, Chang called to ask whether they needed help. Kelly assured him they were doing fine, but Hutch could see the pleasure she was taking in the game. When they'd finished, they handed out their clothes to Chang, and he passed blankets into them. The clothes were hung over the fire. The women took up sentry duty in their blankets, and the men went into the pool. An hour later, they were all dressed and on their way again. Chang was unsure what to do about Kelly. The extreme hazard in which they'd been placed had sharpened his desire for her. He had begun seriously considering making a marriage proposal. That notion would have been absurd a few days ago, on Wendy, but now, somehow, it seemed like a good idea to commit himself to living his life with this extraordinary woman, and to find out whether she'd be receptive. He'd decided he wanted her, and he suspected that the opportunity would never be better. Tonight he would ask. It was getting dark when they filed out onto the riverbank.
"Did Marcel say wide?"
demanded McAllister.
"It's the Mississippi."
It was broad and still and lazy in the fading light. Had it been frozen, Chang estimated they would have needed 10 minutes to walk across. "Marcel," said Hutch, "does this thing by any chance go in our direction?"
"Negative. Sorry, you don't get to travel by boat."
"How do we get across?"
asked McAllister. It had a steady current. "We don't swim," said Hutch. Nightingale nodded. "That's a good decision for several reasons." He pointed, and Chang saw a pair of eyes rise out of the water and look their way.
"Alligator?"
Kelly asked. "Don't know," said Hutch. Nightingale repeated Hutch's test and threw a small piece of meat well out into the stream. A fin broke the surface momentarily, and then there was a brief commotion in the water. Something in the foliage across the river screeched. A loud racket followed, more screeching, flapping of wings. A large vulpine creature with black wings flew off, and the general stillness returned. Chang examined the trees.
"Anybody good at raft building?"
"Just tie some logs together, right?"
said Kelly.
"This," said McAllister, "should be a constructive experience for us all."
The pun provided some mock laughter. "Let's get to it," Hutch said. "We'll cut the trees now, stay here tonight, and put the raft together first thing tomorrow."
"How'd we do today?"
asked McAllister. "Pretty well," said Hutch. 20 kilometers.
20?
Well, 19, but that's not bad. Chong spent the evening working up his courage. After the logs were set aside and the vines collected, Kelly sat quietly eating. When she'd finished and buttoned up her e-suit, he saw his chance. Get on her private channel and do the deed. "Kelly," his voice didn't sound right. She turned toward him, and her features were limned in the firelight. He watched shadows move across her face, and she seemed more beautiful than any woman he had ever known. "Yes, Chong?" she said. He started to move toward her, but caught himself and decided it was best to stay where he was. "I wanted you to know I'm in love with you." A long silence. The shadows moved some more. "I've been looking for an opportunity to tell you." She nodded. "I know," she said. That threw him off balance. "You know?" He had never said anything. "Sure." He got to his feet, driven to some form of action, but he settled for stirring the fire. "May I ask how you feel about me?" He blurted it out, and immediately knew it sounded clumsy, but there was no way to recall it. "I like you," she said quietly. He waited. She seemed lost in thought. He wondered whether she was searching her feelings or looking for a way to let him down gently. "I don't know," she said. "The circumstances we're under. It's hard to see clearly." "I understand," he said. "I'm not sure you do, Chong. Everything's compressed now. I don't trust my feelings, or yours. Everything's very emotional. Let's wait till we're back on Windy, when it's not life and death any more. Then if you want to take another plunge at this, I'll be happy to listen." Nightingale assumed guard duty. He surveyed the campsite, saw right away there were too many places where something could come up on them unseen, and decided to position himself near the riverbank, where the ground was clear. Chong picked up the water container and went to the river's edge. McAllister gathered some branches and started a fire. The women began trying to work out what the raft should look like. Nightingale studied the water. It was shallow inshore, but muddy and dark. He watched Chong make a face at it and venture out a few steps. Nightingale asked what he was doing, and Chong explained he was after clear water. He scooped up some, and it must still not have looked very good, because he got rid of it and went out a bit farther. "That's a mistake," said Nightingale. "Forget it. We'll figure out something else." "It's not a—" Chong's expression changed, and he cried out. Something yanked his feet from under him. He went down and disappeared into the current. Nightingale whipped out the cutter, ignited it, and charged after him. He couldn't see why Chong had fallen, but he caught a glimpse of blue-gray tendrils. Something caught him, whipped around his ankles, and tried to drag him down. Then it had his arm. Nightingale sliced at the water. Mud-colored fluid spurted from somewhere. He almost dropped the laser. McAllister arrived, cutter in hand, at the height of the battle. He lashed around like a wild man. The water hissed and tendrils exploded. Nightingale came loose, and then Chong. By the time the women got there, only seconds after it had begun, it was over. "It's okay, ladies," said McAllister, blowing on his cutter as if it were an old-style 6-gun. "The shooting's over." That night they could see Morgan's disk quite clearly. It resembled a tiny half-moon. They assembled the raft in the morning. They lined up the logs and cut them to specification. Hutch, unsure of her engineering, required crosspieces to hold the craft together. They fashioned paddles and poles, and there was some talk about a sail, but Hutch dismissed it as time-consuming on the ground that they didn't know what they were doing. It appeared that they were at a drinking hole. A few animals wandered close from time to time, looked curiously at the newcomers, kept their distance, dipped their snouts in the current when they could, and retreated into the forest. The sun was overhead by the time the raft was ready. Relieved to be under way again, they climbed aboard and set off across the river. The day was unseasonably warm. In fact, it was almost warm enough to turn off the suits. McAllister sat down in front, made himself comfortable, and prepared to enjoy the ride. They'd scouted out a landing spot earlier. It had a beach and no rocks that they could see, and was half a kilometre downstream. Chong and Hutch used the poles. Kelly and Nightingale paddled, and McAllister allowed us how he would direct. They moved easily out into the current. Nightingale watched the banks pass by. He turned at last to Hutch. "It was criminal of them," he said, "simply to abandon this world." "The Academy claimed limited resources," she said. "That was the official story. The reality is that there was a third-floor power struggle going on. The operations decision became part of a tug-of-war. The wrong side won, so we never came back." He gazed up at the treetops. "It never had anything to do with me, but I took the blame." McAllister shielded his eyes from the sun. "Dreary wilderness," he said. "You didn't know that, did you, McAllister?" said Nightingale.
"Didn't know what?"
"That there were internal politics involved in the decision? That I was a scapegoat?"
McAllister heaved a long sigh.
"Randall," he said, "there are always internal politics. I don't think anyone ever really thought you prevented further exploration. You simply made it easy for those who had other priorities." He looked downriver. "Pity we can't get all the way to the lander on this."
Kelly was watching something behind them. Nightingale turned to look and saw a flock of birds hovering slowly in their rear, keeping pace. Not birds, he corrected himself. More like bats. They were formed up in a V, pointed in their direction. And they weren't bats, either. He'd been misled by the size, but they actually looked more like big dragonflies. Dragonflies? The bodies were segmented, and as long as his forearm. They had the wingspread of pelicans, but what especially alarmed him was that they were equipped with proboscises that looked like daggers. "Heads up," he said. All eyes turned to the rear. McAllister was getting to his feet, getting his cutter out.
"Good," he said. "Welcome to Deepsix, where the gnats knock you down first and then bite."
"They do seem to be interested in us," Hutch said. There might be another problem. They were well toward the middle of the river, and the current was carrying them faster than anyone had anticipated. It was obvious they were going to miss their selected landing place. The river had become too deep for the poles. Chong and McAllister took over the paddles and worked furiously, but they made little headway and could only watch helplessly as they floated past their beach. The dragonflies stayed with them. They were operating in sync, riding the wind, their wings only occasionally giving vent to a flurry of movement. "You think they could be meat-eaters?" Hutch asked Nightingale. "Sure," he said, "but it's more likely they're bloodsuckers."
"Ugly critters," said McAllister.
Hutch agreed. "If they get within range, we're going to take some of them out."
"Maybe it's not such a bad thing," said Chong, "that this world is going down the tube."
McAllister laughed. It was a booming sound, and it echoed off the river.
"That's not a very scientific attitude," he said. "But I'm with you, lad."
"Oh, shut up, Mac," said Nightingale. "It's the efficiency of these creatures that makes them interesting. This is the only really old world we know of, the only one that can show us the results of 6 billion years of evolution. I'd kill to have some serious time here."
"Or be killed."
McAllister shook his head, and his eyes gleamed with good humor.
"You're a basic mad scientist," he added.
Chong drew his paddle out of the water and laid it on the deck.
"They're getting ready."
Nightingale saw it, too. They'd been flying in that loose V, spread out across maybe 40 meters. Now they closed up, almost wingtip to wingtip. McAllister watched Nightingale draw his cutter.
"I'm not sure," he said. "That's the best weapon at the moment."
He put his own back into his pocket and hefted the paddle.
"Yeah."
He tried a practice swing.
"This should do fine."
The dragonflies advanced steadily, approaching to within a few meters. Then they did a remarkable thing. They divided into 3 separate squadrons, like miniature fighter planes. One stayed aft, the others broke left and right and moved toward the beams. Hutch held up her hand. "Wait." They began to close. The boat was completely adrift now, headed downriver. "Wait!" The ones in the rear moved within range. Kelly and Chong were in back, facing them. "Not yet," said Hutch. "If they come at us, be careful where you fire. We don't want to take any of our own people out." Hutch was on the port side. McAllister starboard. Nightingale dropped to one knee beside Hutch. The flanking squadrons moved within range. "On 3, she said. 1. "You know," said Nightingale, "this isn't necessarily aggressive behavior. 2. "As long as they don't actually attack, there's no way to know. They seem to be intelligent. They might be trying to make contact." McAllister shifted his position to face the threat.
"Say hello, Randy,"
he said. 3, she said. "Hit 'em." The ruby beams licked out. Several of the creatures immediately spasmed and spiraled into the water, wings smoking. One landed in what appeared to be a pair of waiting jaws and was snatched beneath the surface. The others swept in to attack. The air was filled with a beat of wings and a cacophony of clicks and squeals. One of the creatures buried its proboscis in the meaty part of Hutch's arm. McAllister threw himself at it, knocked her down and almost into the water, but he grabbed the thing, pulled it out, and rammed it against the side of the boat. Laser beams cut the creatures out of the air. Nightingale took a position at McAllister's back and killed 2 of them in a single swipe. Mac, meantime, stood over the fallen Hutchins like a Praetorian, swinging his paddle and bashing the brains out of any and all attackers. Amid all the blood, shouts, screams, and fury, and the electric hiss of the weapons, Nightingale grudgingly realized that the big dummy was emerging as the hero of the hour. And quite suddenly it was over. The dragonflies drew off. Nightingale could count only 5 survivors. They lined up again, and for a moment he thought there would be a second assault, but they lifted away on the wind, wings barely moving, and turned inshore. He looked around, assured himself that no one had been seriously injured, and listened to Hutch reassure Marcel. She was sitting on the deck of the raft, holding her injured shoulder. "Hurts," she said. Marcel listened to it all, and never said a word. When it was over, he took a seat near one of the wall screens, where he could look down on Maliba 3's surface. He had never felt so utterly helpless. 16. If there is one characteristic that marks all sentient creatures, it is their conviction of their own individual significance. One sees this in their insistence on leaving whatever marks they can of their passing. Thus the only race of star-faring extraterrestrials we know about distributes monuments dedicated to themselves in all sorts of unlikely places. The Nox, with their late 19th-century technology, put their likeness in every park they have. Earth has its pyramids, and we pay schools and churches to name wings, awards, and parking areas after us. Every nitwit who gets promoted to supervisor thinks the rest of creation will eventually happen by and want breathlessly to know everything about him that can possibly be gathered. Gregory McAllister, The Moron in the Saddle, Editor-at-Large. Hours to break up, 180. There was no single space on board Wendy that was large enough to accommodate everyone, so Beekman compromised by inviting a half-dozen of his senior people to the project director's meeting room. Once they were assembled, a technician put them on line to the rest of the ship. Beekman started by thanking them for coming.
"Ladies and gentlemen," he continued, "you're all aware of the situation on the surface. If we're fortunate, there'll be no need for an alternative course of action. But if we don't have one, and we need it, 5 people will die. We were invited to make this flight because somebody thinks we're creative. This is an opportunity to demonstrate the validity of that proposition. I've been telling the captain all along that if the plan to retrieve and install the capacitors doesn't work, there is no alternative to saving the lives of our people. I'd like you to prove me wrong. I don't need to tell you that we're running out of time, and I also don't need to tell you that I personally see no way to do it. That's why we need you. Stretch what's possible. Devise a course of action. Find a solution. I won't waste any more of your time here, but I'll be standing by. Let me know when you have something." They beached the raft, limped ashore, and collapsed. Kelly got the medkit out, and Nightingale set to work repairing the wounded.
No toxin or biological agent could penetrate the field, so the only problem was loss of blood. Despite the optimistic report that had gone up to Windy, Nightingale alone had come away uninjured. Fortunately, the wounds were superficial, but Kelly and McAllister had both lost too much blood to continue. The attackers had gotten Kelly twice in the right leg, Hutch in the shoulder, McAllister in the neck. That one looked painful, but Mac just grimaced and did the kind of thing he usually did, commenting on the ancestry of the dragonflies. Chong had taken bite wounds to the stomach and an arm. They felt entitled to a rest, and once safely away from the river, they took it. Everyone fretted about losing time, but there was simply no help for it. Nightingale felt emotionally exhausted and would have liked to sleep, but as the only member of the group who hadn't been injured, he was assigned the watch. They rested for 4 hours. Then Hutch roused them and got them on the road again. The forest was filled with insects and blossoms and barbed bushes and creeper vines. Insects buzzed flowers, transferring pollen in the time-honored manner they'd found in every other biosphere. It was evidence once again that nature always took the simplest way. The external appearance of many of the creatures was different, but only in detail. Animals that resembled monkeys and wolves put in brief appearances. They were remarkably similar to kindred creatures elsewhere. The monkeys had long ears and hairless faces and looked very much like tiny humans. The wolves were bigger than their distant cousins and were equipped with tusks. There was even an equine creature that came very close to qualifying as a unicorn. The differences weren't limited to appearance. They watched a group of wolves give wide berth to a long-necked pseudo-giraffe, which was munching contentedly on a tree limb and paying them no attention. Was the animal's meat toxic? Did the creature possess a long-range sting? Or perhaps a skunk scent? They didn't know, and there was neither time nor, except for Nightingale, inclination to linger long enough to find out. 2 more potential threats emerged. One was a python-sized serpent, with green and gray coloring. It watched them with its black marble eyes, but it was not hungry, or it sensed that the oversized monkeys would not prove an easy quarry. The other was a duplicate of the feline they'd seen from the tower. This one walked casually out of the shrubbery and strolled up to them as if they were old friends. It must have expected them to run. When they didn't, it hesitated momentarily, then showed them a jaw full of incisors. That was enough, and they cut it down with little trouble or regret. Plants everywhere react to light, and a patient observer can watch them turning their petals toward the sun in its journey across the sky. There were occasional shadings here, structures, odd organs that led Nightingale to suspect that this forest had eyes, that it was possibly aware, in some vegetative manner, of their passage, and that it followed them with a kind of divine equanimity. In another few centuries, give or take, Maliva and its attendant worlds would be out of the cloud, and conditions would return to normal. Or they would if the land was still going to be here. The woods felt timeless. He wondered if the forest, in some indefinable way, knew what was coming, and whether, if it did, it cared. "Hey, Hutch," Chong's voice. "Look at this." Chong and Kelly had gone out to gather firewood. Hutch was seated on a log, rotating her shoulder. She got up and disappeared into the woods. McAllister, who was security, stayed nearby, but his eyes strayed toward Nightingale, and there was a weariness in them, suggesting he had little patience left for anyone's enthusiasm. They could find a brontosaurus out there, and he wasn't going to care. The only thing that mattered to him was getting home. Everything else was irrelevant. "It's a wall," said Kelly. Nightingale could see their lights moving out in the darkness. McAllister looked at the time as if it had any relation to the current progress of days and nights. It was almost 12 o'clock back in orbit, but whether noon or midnight, Nightingale had no idea. Nor, probably, had McAllister. Nightingale was desperately weary. He sat with his eyes closed, letting the voices wash over him. A wall just did not seem all that significant. There was nothing more for several minutes, although he could hear them moving around. Finally, unable to restrain his curiosity, he asked what they'd found. "Just the wall," said Chang. "Shoulder high." "The building?" "A wall." There was a brief commotion in the trees, animals fighting over something. "Lot of heavy growth around it," said Kelly. "It's been here a long time." Nightingale thought about getting to his feet. "Is it stone?" "More like bricks." "Anybody see the end of it?" "Over here. It turns a corner." "There's a gate with an arch." For several minutes they clumped around in the underbrush with no sound other than an occasional grunt. Then Chang spoke again, excited. "I think there's a building back there." They had not seen any kind of structure since leaving the tower. Nightingale gave up and reached for his staff. McAllister saw that he was having difficulty and started over to help. "It's okay, Gregory," he said. "I can manage." McAllister stopped midway. "My friends call me Mac." "I didn't know you had any friends." He collected a lamp and turned it on. Mac looked at him with a half-smile, but there was no sign of anger. "What kind of arch?" Nightingale asked Kelly. "Curved, over a pair of iron gates, small ones, pretty much rusted away, but there are some symbols carved into it, into the arch." Nightingale, leaning on his staff, started for the woods. "Do they look like the ones back of the tower?" "Could be," said Hutch. "Hard to tell." Metal squealed. Somebody had opened the gate. "Why don't we see what's inside?" said Chang. It hurt to walk. McAllister sighed loudly. "You ought just to take it easy. If they find anything important, they'll let us know." "They already found something important, Gregory. Maybe this thing was a country estate of some sort. Who knows what's inside?" "Why do you care? It's not your field." "I'd like very much to know who the original inhabitants were. Wouldn't you?" "You want an honest answer?" "I can guess." "I'm sure you can. I know who the original inhabitants were. They were very likely little hawk-faced guys with blowguns. They murdered one another in wars, and judging from that tower back there, they were right out of our Middle Ages. Hutch would like to know what gods they worshipped and what their alphabet looked like. I say, who gives a damn? They were just another pack of savages." Nightingale arrived at the wall, and it was indeed brickwork. It was low, plain, worn, buried in shrubbery and vines. He wondered what kind of hands had constructed it. He advanced until he had reached the gates. They were made of iron, originally painted black, he thought, although now they were heavily corroded and it was hard to be sure. Nevertheless, one of them still moved on its hinges. They were designed for ornamentation rather than security. Individual bars were molded in the shape of leaves and branches. The artwork seemed mundane, something Nightingale's grandmother might have appreciated. Still, it was decorative, and he supposed that told them something more about the inhabitants. He heard McAllister coming up behind them. He sounded like an elephant in deep grass. The light from his lamp fell across the arch. It was curved brickwork. The symbols that Kelly had mentioned were engraved on a flat piece of stone mounted on the front. Nightingale thought it was probably the name of the estate. "Abandon hope," he said. "Keep out," offered McAllister. The ground was completely overgrown. If there had ever been a trail or pathway, nothing was left of it now. They passed through the gate and saw the others inspecting a small intact building, not much larger, Nightingale thought, than a children's playhouse. It was wheel-shaped, constructed entirely of grey stone, with a roof that angled down from a raised centre. He could see a doorway and a window. Both were thick with vegetation. Chang cut his way through to the entrance. He cleared away some of the shrubbery, and they filed in under the usual low ceiling. First the women, then Chang, and then Nightingale. The interior consisted of a single chamber and an alcove. In both, vegetative emblems, flowers and branches and blossoms, were carved into baked clay panels that covered the walls. A stone table dominated the far end of the chamber. The place smelled of decay. McAllister finally squeezed through the door and squatted so he wouldn't have to stand bent over. "It doesn't look all that old," he said. He put one hand on the floor to steady himself. Chang stood by the table. "What do you think?" he asked, pressing his fingers against it. "Is it an altar?" The other races of whom humans had knowledge had all established religions early in their history. Nightingale recalled reading Barashko's classic treatise, Aspects of Intelligence, in which he'd argued that certain types of iconography were wired into all of the known intelligent species. Sun symbols and stars, for example, inevitably showed up, as did wings and blood symbols. There was often a martyred god, and almost everyone seemed to have developed the altar.
"Yes," Hutch said. "I don't think there's any question that's what it is."
It was rough-hewn, a pair of solid blocks fastened together with bolts. Hutch played her lamp on it, wiped down the surface, and studied it. "What are you looking for?" asked Nightingale.
"Stains. Altars imply sacrifices."
"Oh."
"Like here." Everyone moved forward to look. Nightingale walked into a hole, but Kelly caught him before he fell. There were stains.
"Could be water," he said. Hutch scraped off a sample, bagged it, and put it in her vest. McAllister shifted his weight uncomfortably and looked around. He was bored.
"It's on a dais," said Kelly.
3 very small steps led up to the altar. McAllister stood, more or less, and walked closer.
"The chapel in the woods," he said. "What do you suppose became of the god-in-residence?"
Hutch flashed her light into a corner. "Over here." She got down on her knees, scooped at the debris and dirt, and lifted a fragment of blue stone.
"Looks like part of a statue."
"Here's more," said Chang. A score of pieces were scattered about. They set them on the altar and took pictures from a variety of angles, which would allow Bill to put them together. "The fragments are from several distinct figures," the AI reported back a few minutes later. "We have one that's approximately complete."
"Okay," said Hutch. "Can we take a look?"
Marcel sent the image through Kelly's link, and it blinked on. Nightingale had seen right away that the statuary had not depicted the hawk image they'd seen back at the tower. In fact, the figure that appeared could hardly have been more different. It had no feathers. It did have stalked eyes, a long throat, long, narrow hands ending in claws. 4 digits. Eggshell skull. Ridged forehead. No ears or nostrils. Lipless mouth. Green skin texture, if the coloring had not faded, and a blue robe. It looked somewhat like a cricket. "What happened to the hawks?" asked Nightingale.
"One or the other is probably mythical," said Hutch.
"Which? Which is mythical, and which represents the locals?"
She frowned at the image. "I'd say the hawk is mythical."
"Why?"
asked Chang.
"Because," said McAllister, "the hawk has some grandeur. You wouldn't catch hawks imagining heroes or gods who looked like crickets."
Nightingale exhaled audibly.
"Isn't that a cultural prejudice?" "Doesn't make it any less valid. Prejudices aren't always invalid, Randy."
The robe was cinctured down the middle, open at the breast. Its owner wore sandals, and it carried a rod whose top was broken off. A staff. The right arm was also broken at the elbow. Had it been there, Nightingale was certain, it would have been lifted toward the sky. In prayer. In an effort to invoke divine aid. In a signal to carry on. Among the missing pieces were an antenna, a leg, a chunk of what could only have been a thorax, but the head was intact. And it struck Nightingale that, despite McAllister's comment, the creature did possess a certain dignity.
"What do you think?" asked Hutch. The question was directed at him, but McAllister answered it.
"That's not bad workmanship," he said.
There was much in the image that spoke to Nightingale. The creature had endured loss and was making its appeal, or perhaps was simply resigning itself. To what, he wondered? To the common death, which is the starting point for all religions? To the everlasting cold, which had become part of the natural order?
"They would have been worth knowing," said Hutch.
Nightingale agreed. He was the last to leave. They'd put a couple of the pieces into artifact bags, taken a final look around, and filed out. Hutch paused at the doorway and turned back toward him. "Coming?" she asked. They've probably been dead a few centuries, he said. She gazed at him and seemed worried. He suspected he looked pale and grey. There may be a few survivors left, out in the hills somewhere. Nightingale nodded. But their civilization's gone. Everything of consequence that they ever did is lost. Every piece of knowledge, every act of generosity or courage, every philosophical debate. It's as if none of it ever happened. Does it matter? She asked. He had no answer. He walked slowly out of the chapel and paused in the doorway. I guess not. But I'd prefer to think it's only a pile of rock and water that's going to get swallowed next week by Jerry, and not a history. Hutch nodded. I know. He looked at the artifact bag. The god. Who's here to rescue the god? She gazed at him, and he saw a sad, pensive smile. We are, she said. We're taking him home with us. Where he'll have no believers. Careful, Randy. Keep talking like that, and people will think you're an archaeologist. A few minutes later, as they walked under the arch, a tumbler hit. They stopped and waited for it to pass. Beekman appeared on screen, wearing a triumphant smile. "We were right, Marcel," he said. "It's there." Marcel, wrapped in his own dark thoughts, had been staring down to the planetary surface. "What's where, Gunter?" "The Skyhook base." "You found it?" "Yes, it was right where we thought." "On the west coast?" "Mount Blue. There's a large structure on top, 6-sided, about 200 meters across. It's enormous." "How high is it?" "It's about 6-7 stories. Looks as if it was broken off at the top." "And the rest of it?" "In the ocean. It's all over the sea bottom. Hundreds of square kilometers of wreckage." He brought up pictures. Marcel looked at the outline of the mountain-top structure, and then at vast agglomerations of underwater debris. Some pieces even jutted above the surface. "It's been a while since it happened," said Beekman. "The fragments that stick up out of the water look like rocky islands." That had, in fact, been the assessment during Wendy's original hasty survey. "We really don't have the right people, or the equipment, to do an analysis. But we think that if we reassembled the pieces on the bottom, we'd have a piece of the Skyhook approximately 100 kilometers high." "I wonder where the station itself is," said Marcel. Beekman shrugged. "Who knows? We don't even know how long ago it broke up. But once we get through this, it would be worth the Academy's time to send another mission out here to look for it." Marcel studied the images. "I don't understand," he said, "how these people could build a Skyhook, but not leave anything in the way of a skyscraper or any other kind of technological artifact. Is everything buried under the glaciers?" "Nobody has any idea," said Beekman, "and we have neither time nor equipment to conduct a survey. I suggest we just gather as much evidence as we can, and keep an open mind." "What you're telling me is that we may never get the answers to any of this." Beekman could not have agreed more completely. "That's exactly right," he said. Marcel sighed. "There should be something, structures of some sort. I mean, you can't just have a lot of walled, candlelit cities and at the same time run equipment into orbit." He flipped a pen across his console. "They did check for that, right? The tower had no electrical capability, no real power source." He meant Hutch and her team. "She was asked to look for technology," said Beekman, "but I think they assumed there was none. I think we all assumed it." "Well, there you go, then. Maybe we were just not looking closely enough." "I don't think that could be. I mean, this was a blowgun culture." "Has it occurred to you," Marcel said, "that maybe the tower was a museum? Maybe our artifacts were somebody else's artifacts first?" "That would require a fairly unlikely coincidence." "Gunter, when will we get back a reading on the Skyhook states?" "Shouldn't take long. We scanned the samples and sent the results. The Academy will have them by now. We asked for a quick turnaround, so we should get them in a few days." He crossed his arms. "It's really sad. I know damned well there are people back at the Academy who'd do anything to get a look at the base of the Skyhook." Marcel said nothing. "Maybe, if the lander works okay, Beekman suggested. "We could ask Hutch to take a peek before they come back to orbit." "Not a chance," said Marcel. "If the lander works, we're bringing them home. No side stops." Captain Nicholson had carefully assigned full responsibility for the lander accident to Weatherall, who, he'd reported, had taken the vehicle without permission. Probably, he suggested, the passengers had offered him a substantial sum for the service. He added that they were not likely to be aware that the flight was unauthorized. Because one of the passengers was the renowned editor and essayist Gregory McAllister, he advised Corporate to find a way to overlook the incident. If he survives, Nicholson had argued, McAllister would be a dangerous adversary, should Transgalactic assume he was in some way responsible and try to take legal action against him. If he does not, there would be little advantage to pursuing him beyond the grave. Undoubtedly, Corporate could collect damages from his estate, but the cost in public relations would be enormous. Best call it an unfortunate incident. He'd been eating a listless breakfast, trying to maintain a conversation with the frivolous guests at his table, receiving periodic updates from Clairvaux. The landing party had been attacked by giant flying bugs, and they'd discovered a chapel of some sort in the forest. The important thing was that they were still on schedule to reach Tess. At this point, that was all that mattered. The experience had driven a lesson home. He would never again allow himself to be talked into violating procedure. Not ever. Not for any reason. Periodically, one or another of his guests jerked him back to the table with a question about the gift shop on the Starlight deck, or the collision parties planned for Saturday night. He moved his eggs around on his plate and answered as best he could. One bad decision, allowing McAllister to have his way, threatened to negate the solid performance of a lifetime. And it had not been his idea at all. He had, in fact, been pressured, placed in a no-win situation by a pushy passenger with power and a management that wouldn't have backed him had McAllister become offended. It was an outrage. His link vibrated against his wrist. He raised it casually to his ear. "Captain," said his officer of the deck, "eyes only for you, from Corporate." This would be management's first response to the debacle. "Be there in a minute," he whispered. "Please, Lord, let me survive this one time." He drew the cloth napkin to his lips and rose, apologizing for the interruption, but explaining he had to make a command decision. He smiled charmingly at the ladies, shook hands firmly with their escorts, and heard himself referred to as a good man as he hurried away. He went directly to the bridge, heart pounding. The OOD, who could not have missed the gravity of the situation, greeted him with a polite nod. Nicholson returned the gesture, sat down in his chair, and directed the AI to put the message through. From Director Operations to Captain, Evening Star. DTG 11/28/1625. Confidential. Eyes only. Eric, you understand major liability potential here. Do whatever you can to effect McAllister's rescue. Keep advised. You might want to contact Prescott. Baker. Contact Prescott. Prescott was a law firm that specialized in defending off-world, non-jurisdictional cases. They were telling him he could expect to be held accountable. That signaled the end of his career, at the very least. If they elected to prosecute, God knew what might happen to him. He sat miserably staring at the message, and he envied McAllister. 17. Watching Harcourt die taught me a theological lesson. Life is short. Never fail to do something you really want to do, simply because you're afraid of being caught. Gregory McAllister, The Last Hours of Abby Harcourt. Show me the money. Hours to break up, estimated 153. The news that the mission had found the Skyhook base didn't cheer anybody on the ground. They were far too engaged worrying about their skins. "Pity it's not up and working," said Chung. "We could use a Skyhook." "Actually," said Hutch, "it is nearby." "Really? Where?" "On the western side of the continent. It's on a mountain top on the coast." I wouldn't mind seeing it before we go, said Nightingale.
McAllister shook his head. Do these people never learn?
I think, he said, we should not tempt fate. Let's concentrate on getting our rear ends out of here. There might be a way.
The greyness that had settled about Beekman had lifted slightly. Only slightly, but Marcel caught a glimpse of hope. Marcel had been convinced by the intensity of Beekman's consistent position that no alternate method of rescue was possible. The captain had been standing on the bridge for 2 hours, staring out at the spectacle of the approaching giant, thinking how it had all been bravado. Challenge the best minds they had, come up with something when it was quite clear there was nothing anybody could come up with. Now he was confronted by this same man, gone partly mad, perhaps. Marcel did not believe him. How? He asked.
Actually, it was your idea.
My idea.
Yes, I repeated our conversation to several of them. John thinks you might be onto something.
John Drummond?
Yes.
What am I on to?
Lowering a rope. Cutting off a piece of the assembly. We've been looking at the possibility of constructing a scoop.
Could we actually do something like that? You said it was impossible.
Well, we can't get it down to the ground. They're going to have to make some altitude. But if they can do that, if they can get Tess into the air and get up a bit, then yes, it might be possible.
He sat down and pushed his palms together.
I'm not saying it'll be easy. I'm not even saying it'll be anything but a long shot. But yes, if we set things up and we get lucky, it might be made to work.
How? What do we have to do? Beekman explained the idea they'd worked out. He drew diagrams and answered questions. He brought up computer images and ran schematics across the displays.
The critical thing, he concluded, is time. We may not have enough time for all this.
Then let's get started. What do you want me to do?
First, we need a lot of help. We need people who can go outside and work.
I can do that, so can Mira.
I'm not talking 2 people. I'm talking whole squadrons.
Okay, so we ask for volunteers. Do a little basic training.
This is stuff that's going to take people with some coordination. Our folks are all theorists. They'd kill themselves out there.
So what kind of coordinated types do we need?
To start with, welders.
Welders.
Right. And I have to tell you, I have no idea where we'd be able to get them.
Welding? How hard can it be?
I don't know. I've never done it.
It seems to me we only need one person who knows how to do it. I mean, he can teach the others.
So where do we find the one person?
Nobody here?
I've already looked.
All right, then we go to the Star. There are 1,500 people over there. Somebody ought to know something about it. He was already scratching notes. Suddenly he looked up and frowned. It won't work, he said.
Why not?
You're talking about a lot of E-suits. We have 4 on board, maybe a few more on the other ships.
We already checked it out. Hutch was hauling a shipment of them. They're on board Wildside. Generators, boots, everything we need.
Okay. Marcel felt a fresh surge of hope. What about the welds? Will they actually hold? We're putting a lot of weight on them.
Beekman nodded. We're confident. That's the best I can tell you. We have 4 ships to work with, and that's a lot of lockdown space. The material is super light. So yes, if you ask me, will it hold? I'm sure it will. If we do a good job.
All right. What else do we need?
We're still working on it.
Okay, he said. Put together a complete list. Get it to me as soon as you have it. And Gunther...
Yes?
Assume we're going to have to use it. Nicholson was loitering in the dining room with several of his passengers when his comm link vibrated.
"Command call, sir?"
said the AI's voice. He excused himself and retreated to a private inner lounge.
"Put it through, Laurie."
Marcel Clairvaux materialized.
"Eric," he said, "I need your help." "Of course. What can I do for you?"
"You're aware that we have no assurances the people on the ground will ever be able to reach orbit."
"I understand the situation completely."
To Nicholson, facing ruin and disgrace, whatever he did, it was hard to get emotionally worked up. so he had to make an effort to show that he was dismayed. "There might be another way to go, if we have to. It would be on the desperate side, but it would be prudent for us to be prepared." He paused, looking steadily into Nicholson's eyes. "We'll require your assistance." "You know I'll do what I can." "Good. We need some volunteers, especially anyone with experience working in space, any engineers, anybody who has helped with large-scale construction, and the welder, or several welders. But we have to have at least one." Nicholson shook his head, puzzled.
"May I ask why, Captain?"
"Some of them, the ones who are willing, will be given a couple of days' training. Then, if we need to go ahead with the alternative plan, most of them will go outside."
"My God, Marcel!" Nicholson's pulse began to pound. "Have you lost your mind?"
"We'll be very careful, Eric. We'll do it only as a last resort."
"I don't care how careful you plan to be. I'm not going to permit my passengers to be sent outside. You have any idea how corporate would react if I allowed something like that?"
"Corporate might not be too upset if you succeeded in rescuing McAllister."
"No," he said. "It's out of the question."
Marcel's image gazed at him. "You understand there'll be an investigation when it's over. I'd have no choice but to file a complaint against you."
"File and be damned," he said. "I won't let you risk my passengers."
When darkness fell, Windy reported that they'd covered another 24 kilometers, by far their best day yet. That was attributable largely to the fact that the ground had become easier, and both McAllister and Nightingale seemed to be growing accustomed to the routine. They stopped by a stream, caught some fish, and cooked them. McAllister acted as taster this time. He swallowed a small piece and became almost immediately violently ill. They threw the rest back and used the last of the ready meals. McAllister was still retching at midnight when Jerry rose. They'd all picked up his habit of referring to it by Morgan's first name. It seemed less threatening that way. The disk was quite clear. It was in a half-moon phase. The gas giant was well above the trees before his stomach settled down enough to let him sleep. By dawn he was back to his normal abrasive self. He refused Hutch's offer to give him a couple more hours to rest.
"No time,"
he said, directing their attention toward Morgan.
"Clock's running."
They set off at a good pace. The assorted wounds from the battle on the river were healing. Nightingale had soaked his blisters in warm water and medications, so even he was feeling better. The land was flat and the walking easy. During the late afternoon they broke by the side of a stream, and Marcel told them they were within 75 kilometers of the lander. Plenty of time. "What's the northern coast look like?" Hutch asked. "It's holding." "Is that good or bad?" "It's touch and go," he said. "We think you'll be all right." Despite the good news, they pushed hard. Hutch shortened their brakes, and they literally ate on the march. Twice they were attacked, once by a group of things that looked like tumbleweeds, but which tried to sting and take down Hutch, and later, toward the end of the afternoon, by a flock of redbirds. Nightingale recognized the redbirds as the same creatures that had overwhelmed the original expedition. This time there were fewer of them, and they were beaten off with relative ease. Kelly and Chang were gouged during the incidents, but neither injury was severe. Late that afternoon they came across a field of magnificent purple blossoms. The flowers resembled giant orchids, supported by thick green stalks. They were within 63 kilometers of the lander, with 4 days remaining. They hoped. Nightingale looked exhausted, so Hutch decided to quit for an hour. They were, she thought, in good shape. They'd sampled several different types of fruit by then, and had found a couple they enjoyed. Mostly they were berries of a fairly tough nature, inured to the climate, but edible, and almost tasty, all the same. They located some, passed them around, and were glad to get off their feet. Hutch wasn't hungry, and ate only enough to satisfy her conscience. Then she got up. "Where are you going?" asked Chang. "Washroom," she said. "I'll be back in a minute." "Wait!" Kelly jumped up. "I'll ride shotgun." Hutch waved her away. The orchid patch was isolated, and beyond it they could see for a long distance. Nothing could approach unnoticed. "It's okay. I'll yell if I need help." She walked into the shrubbery. After she'd finished, lured by the exquisite beauty of the giant blossoms, she took a few minutes in seclusion to enjoy the sense of well-being attendant on the forest. The day had grown uncharacteristically warm, and she liked the scent of the woods, mint and musk and pine and maybe orange. Consequently, she left the e-suit off. She approached one of the blossoms and stood before it. She stroked the petal, which was erotically soft. Hutch regretted that these magnificent flowers were about to go extinct, and wondered whether it might be possible to rescue some pollen, take it back, and reproduce them at home. She walked from one to the next, gazing at each. At the fragile gold stamen, and the long green shaft of the pistil surging up from the receptacle. She stopped in front of one. The woods grew utterly still. She glanced around to be sure no one was watching, wondered why she cared, and stroked the pistil with her fingertips, caressed it, and felt it throb gently under her touch. "You okay, Hutch?" She jumped, thinking that Kelly had come up behind her, but the voice was on the link. "I'm fine," she said. "Be back in a minute." A tide of inexpressible well-being rose through her. She took the pistol in her hands, drew it against her cheek, and luxuriated in its warmth. The flower moved. The soft sheaths of the petals brushed her face. She inhaled the sweet green scent, and the burden of the last few days dropped away. She rubbed her shoulders and cheek against the blossom, closed her eyes, wished that she could stop time, felt a tide of ecstasy sweep through her. She came thoroughly alive, rode some sort of wave, understood she was living through a moment she would remember forever. She rocked slowly in the flower's embrace, fondled the pistil, felt the last of her inhibitions melt. The blossom moved with her, entwined her, caressed her. She got out of her blouse. The outside world faded, and she gave herself to it. She was drowning when the voices pulled her back, but they were on the link and far away, of no concern. She let them go. Everything seemed far away. She drank the sensations of the moment and laughed because there was something perverted about all this, but she couldn't quite pin it down and didn't really care. She just hoped nobody walked out of the woods and saw what she was doing. And then she didn't care about that either. She wasn't sure precisely when the light grew harsh, when the erotics switched off and the sheer joy vanished, and she was simply looking out of a cave, as if she were buried somewhere back in her brain, unable to feel, unable to control her body. She thought she was in danger, but she couldn't rouse herself to care. Then something was tugging at her, and the voices became urgent. There was a great deal of pulling and shoving. The petals gave way to the hard earth, and she was on the ground. They were all kneeling around her, and Kelly was applying ointment, telling her to keep still, assuring her she'd be okay. "Trying to punch out a tree?" asked McAllister, using the coetal expression of the moment. "I don't think I've ever seen that before." The blossom lay blackened and torn. Its fragile petals were scattered, and the pistil was broken. She was sorry for that. "Come on, Hutch, talk to me." The other flowers swayed in sync. Or was it a breeze causing the effect? Her neck, arms, and face burned. "That's quite a ride," she said, and giggled. Kelly looked at her disapprovingly. "At your age, you should know better." "It must put out an allergen," said Nightingale. "Apparently pretty strong stuff." "I guess." Hutch still felt detached, as if she were curled up inside her brain, and she was resentful. "I think you're a little too big for it," Nightingale explained, "but it was doing its damnedest when we got here." "Why do I hurt?" she asked. "It tried to digest you, Hutch." Kelly was finished with the medication, so they activated her suit. That had the effect of getting her a supply of air, with the peculiarities added by the environment, filtered out. The sense that everything was funny and that they should have let her alone began to fade. She held out her arms and looked at dark patches of skin.
enzymes were already working when we took you out," said Kelly.
"Psychotic flower," she said. Chong laughed. "And oversexed earth babes." Her clothing was in tatters, and Nightingale produced one of the star jumpsuits they'd recovered from the lander. "It looks big, but it's the smallest we have." She was shivering now, and embarrassed. My God, what had she been doing when they found her? "I can't believe that happened," she said. "Do you remember your first rule?" asked Nightingale. "Yeah. Nobody goes off alone." She couldn't walk. "Some pretty good burns there," said Kelly. "We'd better stop here for the night, see how you are tomorrow." She didn't object when they carried her back. They laid her down and built a fire. She closed her eyes and recalled an incident when she'd been about 13, the first time she'd allowed a boy to get inside her blouse. It had been in a utility shed out back of the house, and her mother had walked in on them. The boy had tried to brazen it out, to pretend nothing had happened, but Hutch had been humiliated, had gone to her room and thought the world was about to end, even though she'd extracted a promise that her father would not be told. This in return for guarantee that it would not happen again. It hadn't. At least not during that summer. She felt a similar level of humiliation. Lying with her eyes closed, hearing no conversation because everyone was off channel so as not to disturb her, she listened to the fire and to the occasional sound of footsteps, and wished she could disappear somewhere. Her reputation was demolished, and with McAllister here, of all people. He'd eventually write an account of all this, and Hutch and the Blossom could expect to show up on Universal News. Was there anybody else, she wondered, in the whole history of the species, who had tried to make it with a plant? It was dark when she woke. The fire had died down, and she could see Kelly seated on a log nearby. The flickering light threw moving shadows across her features. The giant Blossom had shown up in her dreams, part terrifying, part exhilarating. For a while she lay quietly, thinking about it, hoping to assign the entire experience to fantasy. But it had happened. She decided that she would sue the Academy when she got home. "You awake?" Kelly asked, reluctantly. She smiled and kept her voice low. "Don't worry about it." And after a moment, "Was it really that good?" "How do you mean?" "You looked as if you were having a great time." "Yeah, I guess I was." She pulled herself up. "How late is it?" Morgan was directly overhead, getting bigger all the time. Half the giant world was in shadow. "You're changing the subject." "What can I tell you, Kelly? I've just lost control of everything." Kelly stirred the fire. Sparks rose into the night. "A big pitcher plant. It's a strange place." "Yeah, it is." "It could have happened to either of us, but everyone understands." She looked at Hutch's right arm. "You should be all right in the morning." Apparently during the encounter Hutch had succeeded in getting altogether out of her clothes. She had burns on both legs, her right arm, her pelvic area, waist, breasts, throat, and face. "You were a mess when we brought you back here," Kelly added with a smile. Hutch wanted to change the subject. "We lost a little time today." "Not really. We did all right. Randy was done for the day anyhow." Hutch stared off into the darkness. She could see the outlines of the giant blossoms against the sky. "Randy thinks they have eyes," Kelly said. She shuddered. Hutch had been assigning the experience to a simple, programmed force of nature. But eyes? That made it personal. "Maybe not exactly eyes," she continued, "but light receptors that are pretty sophisticated. He says he thinks the local plant life is far beyond anything we've seen elsewhere." Hutch didn't like being so close to them. She felt violated. "He thinks they may even have a kind of nervous system. He's looked at a couple of the smaller ones. They don't like being uprooted or dissected." "How do you mean they don't like it?" "The parts move." "They sure do," she said. The Edward J. Zwick arrived in the Maliva area without fanfare. Canyon looked at Morgan's World through the scopes and at Deepsix and felt sorry for the people trapped on the ground. Zwick was named for a journalist who had been killed while covering one of the numerous border wars in South America at the end of the century. Its captain was a 38-year-old former peacekeeper named Miles Chastain. Miles was tall, lean, quiet. Something in his manner made Kenyon uncomfortable. The man always seemed so serious. He was, Kenyon thought, the sort of person to have on your side if war broke out, but not someone you'd routinely invite for dinner. He had never been able to get close to the captain on the long voyage from Earth. Emma had complained that Wilfred, the AI, was better company. Certainly he was friendlier. Her attitude suggested the absurdity of his earlier suspicion that an affair of the heart was being conducted in the midnight corridors of the Zwick. The captain spent most of his time in the cockpit or in his private quarters. He never initiated conversation unless business called for it. And once they arrived in orbit around Deepsix, there was really little for him to do except await the collision. His comm link vibrated. It was Emma. "August," she said, "I just overheard an odd conversation between Kelly Collier and Clairvaux." "Really? What about?" "Clairvaux was wondering why they were late getting started. Kelly Collier told him that Hutchins was resting, that she'd been attacked by a plant." "By a plant?" "That's what she said." 18. Put men and women in the same room, and everyone's IQ drops 36 points. Psychologists have recorded it. Tests have shown it. Studies leave no doubt. Passion doth make fools of us all. Gregory McAllister, Love and Chocolate, Targets of Opportunity. Hours to break up, estimated 140. Laurie's matronly image appeared on Nicholson's command screen. The AI was wearing a formal black suit with a white scarf. That was designed to impress him that the business she wished to transact was quite serious. Of course, he knew what it was. "I think it's a mistake to refuse to help," she said. "My first duty is the safety of my passengers, Laurie." "The regulations are a bit murky in this situation. In any case, one of your passengers is in extremis. In addition, you have instructions from corporate to cooperate with any rescue effort." "That transmission won't be worth a damn if somebody volunteers and gets killed." "I quite agree, Captain. But I have to point out that if the current situation does not change, and Mr. McAllister loses his life, you will be in severe difficulty for having withheld assistance." "I know." "The only course that might get you through undamaged is to help where you can and hope no one is injured. If that happens—" Nicholson ran his fingers through his hair. He could not see which course was safer. "It is not my decision, Captain," she said, "but it is my responsibility to offer counsel. Do you wish me to contact Captain Clairvaux?" Marcel had instructed Beekman to continue working on the extraction plan. He intended to have another try at persuading Nicholson to help. But he needed to give him time to think about the decision he'd made, time to fret. The auxiliary screen began to blink. "Captain Nicholson wants to speak with you." It was quicker than he'd expected. "We also need somebody who can rig a remote pump." "A remote pump?" "Listen, Eric, I know how all this sounds, but I don't have time to go over everything at the moment. We started late, and we've got a lot of ground to cover. Please just trust me for now." "All right, Marcel. I'll make an announcement at dinner this evening." "No, not this evening. That'll be too late. Round up whatever volunteers you can get now. I'll want to talk to them, too. The ones who will help, and that we can use, will come over forthwith." "My God, Marcel, that's pressing it a bit, isn't it? Are we talking this minute?" "Yes, we are." "At least tell me what you're planning to do." "We are going to make a skyhook, Eric." "Bill." "Yes, Marcel. Tomorrow morning we'll take all 4 ships out to the assembly. Coordinate with the other AIs." Nicholson got on the Star's public address system, informed his passengers and crew that he knew everyone was aware of the difficulties that had been encountered extracting the landing party from Maliva 3, but went on to describe them anyway. "We are still endeavoring," he said, "to mount a rescue." He gazed steadily into the lens, imagining himself as an old warrior rallying the troops to victory. "To provide insurance that we succeed," he continued, "we need your help. Let me now introduce Captain Clairvaux of the Windy J, who'll explain what we hope to be able to do.
I urge you to listen carefully, and if you feel you can assist, please volunteer. Captain Clairvaux?"
Marcel explained the general plan and made an emotional plea for passengers and crew to come forward, even those who possessed no special skills.
"We're going to have to train people, and we have only a couple of days to get it done. Most of the volunteers may be asked to go outside. That will depend on what happens on the ground. I'd like to underscore the fact that while going outside entails a degree of risk, it is not innately dangerous. The suits are safe, but I wanted you to know that up front, and I'd like to thank you in advance for listening."
Within 10 minutes after he signed off, Nicholson found himself awash with volunteers.
"There's one more thing, Eric. My God, what else could the man want? We both know this operation is going to require extremely close coordination among the 4 vessels. There is simply no margin for error." "I understand that. What do you need?"
Marcel looked down from the overhead screen. It struck Nicholson that the man was aging before his eyes.
"During the operation, I'll want you to turn control of the Star over to us. We'll run everything from here."
"I can't do that, Marcel. Even if I wanted to, I couldn't. It's against the regs."
Marcel took a moment before responding.
"If we don't do it this way, we can't possibly succeed."
Nicholson shook his head.
"There's no way I can comply. That's too much. No matter how the operation turned out, they'd hang me."
Marcel stared at him a few moments. "Tell you what," he said. "How about if we come over there and run the operation from the Star?" An hour seldom passed that Embry didn't thank her good sense for passing on Hutch's offer to go on the mission. She had mourned Tony's death, and she wished she could do something for the others. But if she learned anything from this experience, it was that you didn't undertake potentially lethal assignments on the fly. These things required adequate preparation and planning. The sober truth was that a few people at the Academy hadn't done their jobs. They'd tried to compensate by rushing Hutchins in, and now poor Hutch was stuck with paying the price. During the first couple of days, before things went wrong, both she and Tom had simply been annoyed at the delay. She'd sent messages off to people at home, complaining about having to spend an extra month or so floating around in the middle of nowhere. She'd even told several of her friends that she was considering legal action against Hutchins and the Academy. Tom had been more tolerant. He was apparently accustomed to Academy mismanagement, and didn't seem to expect them to be organized. He was not at all surprised that the original survey had missed the presence of ruins on Deepsix.
"The planet's a big place,"
he'd told her. If the civilization had been in an early stage of development when the Ice Age hit, as was apparently the case, there would have been few cities to find. It was no wonder, he argued, that they hadn't realized what they had. He'd have been impressed, he said, if they had detected it. The turmoil on the ground was reflected in the apprehension on board Wildside. Embry had experienced pangs of guilt when she realized the implication of the lost landers. She could not see how she was in any way responsible for any of this, and yet she was trying to take it on her own shoulders. Ridiculous. She and Tom had from the beginning been sitting by the monitors, listening to the conversations between the landing party and the command people on Wendy. When Clairvaux had contacted them to let them know that a rescue vessel was on the way, she'd demanded to know how such a thing could be allowed to happen in the first place. He'd apologized, but explained that they simply could not provide for all contingencies. How could anyone have foreseen that both landers would be destroyed? She might have replied that the second lander, the vehicle from the Evening Star, should not even have been there. It hadn't been part of what passed for Academy planning. There'd been only one lander really available, so the risk had been considerable right from the start. Circumstances. It all came down to circumstances. After her conversation with the captain of the Windy J, Tom had argued that it just wasn't always possible to eliminate the element of danger. It didn't matter, he said, what someone had done or not done 20 years earlier. The only thing that mattered was the present situation. Hutchins had been given a directive. She'd decided the payoff was worth whatever risk might be involved, and she'd consequently chosen to accept the assignment. You couldn't fault her for that. But people had died, and more people might follow. It was hard for Embry to accept the position that nobody was responsible. When things went wrong, in her view, someone was always responsible. But something positive was coming out of the wreckage. She and Scolari, left alone and forgotten on Wildside, save when somebody needed medical advice, had taken comfort in each other's arms. They listened to Canyon's periodic reports on the news-link, she with contempt, Tom with his usual tolerance. "He probably feels it just as much as we do," he told her. "It's just that for public consumption he has to let his feelings show. That's what's distasteful." She didn't believe it. Canyon was exploiting the disaster, profiting by it, and was probably thanking his lucky stars he'd been sent out here. She was sitting with Tom, talking about future plans, how they would handle things when they got home. They lived on opposite sides of the North American continent and would be forced to conduct a virtual relationship for a while. Neither was quite ready yet to make a permanent commitment. But that was not necessarily a major detriment. In an age of sophisticated technology, there was little even of an intimate nature that could not be carried out at long range. Tom was describing how they should get together during their vacations when the monitor buzzed. "Incoming." "Put it up, Bill," he told the AI. Clairvaux's image blinked on. He looked tired, she thought, worn out. "Tom," he said, "I understand you have some lasers on board, portables?" "Yes, they have some back there somewhere." "Good. I need you to break them out. I'll send a shuttle for them." "What are you going to do?" asked Embry. "Why do you need lasers?" "To rescue your captain." "Really?" asked Tom. "How?" "Later. I'm on the run at the moment." "Do you need help?" "By all means," said Clairvaux. "We need all the help we can get." When he'd signed off, she could feel the tension in the compartment. "Tom," she said finally, "you don't know anything about welding." "I know," he said. "But how hard can it be?" "Ladies and gentlemen, this is Captain Nicholson. As you're aware, the original schedule called for us to leave our present position in 2 days, on Monday, and to withdraw approximately 70 million kilometers in order to be well out of the way when the collision occurs Saturday evening. We have, however, offered to assist in the rescue effort. That means we'll be staying in the immediate area somewhat longer. I want to stress that the Evening Star will at no time be at hazard. Let me repeat that. There will be absolutely no danger to this ship. We'll be away long before anyone need be concerned. You may wonder what part the Evening Star will play in rescuing the stranded scientists. We're making a detailed explanation available on the ship's net. Simply go to the rescue site. A specially produced and embossed copy of the plan, which you may wish to keep as a souvenir of the occasion, will be distributed later today. We also intend to present everyone on board with a Skyhook pin as a special memento. Ship's meals this evening will be served compliments of intergalactic lines. Happy hour will begin as usual at 5. If you have any questions, my officers will be available throughout the ship. Thank you very much for your patience during a difficult period. Be assured we will keep you informed as matters develop." Within minutes after the captain's address, Marcel arrived with several people in tow. They were the team of mathematicians and physicists who were planning the backup mission. They were escorted to the temporary command center Nicholson had set up. Nicholson sat quietly while they talked of releasing the asteroid, detaching a shaft and the net from the rest of the assembly, rotating it almost 360 degrees, and putting it on a trajectory for Deepsix. They traced the anticipated changes in stress on the shaft when the rest of the assembly was removed. They calculated how they could use 4 superluminals to rotate the shaft without breaking it. The ideal length for the shaft, they determined, would be 420 kilometers. The shaft would be removed from the asteroid end, said a tall, athletic-looking man, introduced as John something or other, smiling at his feeble attempt to make a joke. When they'd finished, there were several questions. Nicholson himself asked one. Are we sure that a weld between the shaft, which must be made of a substance none of us has ever heard of, and the hull of a starship will take?" "It'll work," said a small, waspish young man. "We've already tried it." The conversation became sufficiently technical that Nicholson couldn't follow it any longer, and after a while he slipped out. They all seemed to know what they were doing. Maybe there'd be a reasonably happy ending at that. Maybe he could even emerge as a hero. They sent a shuttle for Tom, and he hadn't been gone 20 minutes before Embry discovered she did not like being alone on Wildside. The ship was full of echoes and voices, of systems clicking on and shutting off, of the sound of warm air flowing through blowers and ducts, of the onboard electronic systems talking incessantly to themselves. Bill, the AI, inquired whether she was okay, and she had to say yes, or he'd want to diagnose her problem. She couldn't even ignore him because he would simply repeat the query, and he had endless patience. It had endless patience. Best to keep the details straight. She was not among those people who could entertain herself carrying on a conversation with an AI. Bill was, after all, only a simulation, not a real person. A lot of people tended to lose sight of that fact, and she'd had to refer several of them to the shrinks. She was up front on the flight deck, seated in the pilot's chair. Deepsix lay below her, a mass of oceans and glaciers, save for the narrow green-brown belt along the equator. A huge snowstorm blanketed the continent they called Northern Tempest. None of the other 3 ships was in the sky. She felt utterly alone. They'd invited her to move over to Windy, but she'd declined. Packing was inconvenient, and anyhow she'd have to come back here if the rescue was successful. After all, it would only be a matter of a few days. If things went badly, on the other hand, God knew when she could expect to get home. She didn't want to seem indifferent or cold-hearted, but she also didn't want to spend the winter out here. If Hutch and the others were lost, another long delay would be likely, lasting probably several more weeks, while a new pilot came to Maliva to recover Wildside. Her link vibrated. She was grateful for the interruption. "Yes," she said. Embry, Marcel's image, popped up on one of the auxiliary screens. "How are you making out?" "Okay. I need a favor." "What can I do for you?" "If we have to go to the backup operation, we'll need all 4 ships. And we have to get set up so we'll be ready to launch if needed. What I'm trying to tell you is that Wildside is going to be doing some maneuvering." "There's no pilot over here, Marcel." "I know. We're going to have Laurie operate her." "Who's Laurie?" "The Stars AI." "The Stars AI? What's wrong with Bill?" "It's a long story. I'll be happy to tell you about it when we get time." "Is it safe?" "Sure. Now, can I get you to punch a code into the command console? It's right in front of the pilot seat." "The black panel with the blinking lamps?" "That's it." He gave her a string of numbers, and she dutifully entered them. "That allows me to talk directly with the AI," he said. His eyes narrowed somewhat. "Now, you're sure you're doing okay?" "I'm fine, Captain." "Good. So you know, tomorrow we're going to take Wildside out of orbit. You'll be going out to the Skyhook assembly with the rest of us. There'll be a lot of activity when we get there, and we'll be putting some people aboard your ship. You don't have to do anything, just sit tight. There's no danger." "You mean to me? What about Hutch? What are her chances?" "The truth?"
"Of course."
"I'd say the chances are decent." He blinked off, and she sat staring at the blank screen. Then she opened a channel to the Evening Star. A young, female, red-headed simulation in the ship's uniform appeared. "Good morning," it said. "How may I help you?" "When is the Star returning to Earth?" "We are scheduled to depart Sunday the 10th, ma'am." "The day after the collision." "Would it be possible to book passage?" The simulation appeared to glance at a monitor, although Embry knew that was not necessary. "Yes, it would," she said. "We have several excellent staterooms on our festival deck. Can I reserve one for you?" With luck, she'd be able to bully the Academy into picking up the tab. "How much?" she asked. "110. "Steep."
"I'll get back to you if I decide to do it," she said.
No need to commit now. If everything went well and the rescue worked, she wouldn't need it. And it would be a little embarrassing to be sitting over on the Star when Hutch and the others came back on board. 19. There's not much to differentiate one savage from another, whether you find him in a jungle or on the streets of a modern city. They are best left to themselves, and are worth serious study only by those interested in manufacturing a better blowgun. Gregory McAllister, The Modern World, and Good Luck. Hours to break up, estimated 129.
Evening Star, how may we be of service?
This is John Drummond, on the Windy J. I wonder if you could provide thrust information for the Star?
That would be no problem. Ship specifications are available. Please submit a transmission code.
The electronics wizard they were looking for turned out to be little more than an adolescent. His name was Philip Zosimov. He was a product of the University of Moscow, who served as a consultant to the British firm Technical Applications Limited. He had thick brown hair, a quiet demeanor, and an expression that implied he could do anything. Beekman explained how they planned to manage the rescue. "But," he said, "we need to find a way to hold the mouth of the net open." Zosimov asked to see pictures of the asteroid. "How are you arranging to get rid of it?" he asked. "The asteroid." "After we cut through the net," Beekman said, "it will drift off on its own. We can make adjustments if it would help you in your task." "No," he said. "Go ahead as you intend. But you'll need a ring-shaped collar. I don't suppose you happen to have one?" "No, that's why we needed you." "Yes, very good. All right. We'll have to make one." He looked around at the working staff, obviously unimpressed. "It's a two-part problem," he said. "We install the collar at the front of the net to hold it open, and then once the lander is inside, we have to close it to make sure it stays inside." "That's correct." "All right. I'll want to see the specs." "For?" "The ships, all of them." "Okay," said Beekman. "I'll arrange it." He directed Bill to make them available. Then he turned back to Zosimov. "Philip," he said, "can you do it?" "Oh, yes, I can do it. We'll need some parts, of course." "Cannibalize anything. Katie here will work with you. She's a physicist with a specialty in quantum gravity. You don't care about that. What's important is that she knows Wendy. Do what you have to, but make it work." "There's a possibility," he said. "We may have to shut down one of the ships." "You can't do that. We need all four for the maneuvers." "I see. What about life support?" "We can evacuate one if need be."
Hutch was still showing the after-effects of her bout with the Blossom. They'd given her an extra hour and a half to sleep. "We don't have that kind of time," she complained when they finally woke her. "Randy needed the time, too," Kelly said, "and this looked like a good way to provide it without laying more guilt on him for holding us up." They fed her a quick breakfast and got on the road. While they walked, Hutch talked to Marcel, who seemed unduly irritable. He denied that he was feeling out of sorts, but she recognized that he was worried because they were falling behind schedule. She did what she could to allay his concerns. "We're close now," she told him. "There don't seem to be any problems we can't handle. Try not to worry." He asked about the orchid. Hutch looked accusingly at Kelly. "I provided no details," Kelly said privately. "Just a minor skirmish with a man-eating plant," Hutch told him. "A plant? You mean an oversized Venus flytrap, something like that?" "Yeah," she said. "That's close enough." When she'd signed off a few minutes later, Kelly grinned at her. "More like a woman-eating plant." They'd gone only a few more steps when McAllister got a call. Incoming visual.
"Somebody wants to talk,"
he told the others. The image took shape, projected by McAllister's link. They were looking at a young man, brushed back, attractive, lean, angular jaw, good smile, dark brown hair neatly cut. He wore a white pullover shirt and grey slacks, and his expression suggested he understood he was intruding, but hoped no one would mind.
"August Kenyon," said McAllister.
The visitor looked pleased.
"Good morning, Mr. McAllister. It's a pleasure to meet you, sir."
He was seated on a fabric chair, which floated a metre or so above the ground as they walked.
"I know this is a difficult time for you, but I'm sure you're aware that the entire world is following this. I wonder if you'd care to comment for the interglobal audience?"
"About Deepsix?"
"Yes."
"Sure. This place is a pit, and I'll admit to being scared half out of my mind."
"Well, I'm sure you are," he smiled pleasantly. "But help is on the way, of course."
"No. As I understand it, no help is available."
McAllister was falling behind the others, so he picked up his pace a bit. Kenyon, of course, stayed right with him.
"Tell me you don't happen to have a lander on board, I don't suppose?"
"I'm afraid not. Wish we did. We thought we were just coming out here to record an astronomical event. Never occurred to anybody there might be a story on the ground, too."
"Yes."
McAllister looked over at Hutch. Hutch had also felt for a moment that they might have gotten lucky. But Marcel would have had the media vessel in his database and would have known. Still, there was always human oversight. Common enough, and one hoped.
"Are we on now?" McAllister asked. "Is this being broadcast somewhere?"
"No," Kenyon said. "We're recording, but we wouldn't broadcast, not without your permission. But the public knows what's happening here, and they're concerned. Did you know that churches all over the world have been praying you'd come through this? There was a prayer meeting on the new White House lawn the other day."
"They're praying for me?"
McAllister looked shocked.
"Most of them have damned me for an atheist."
Kenyon squirmed.
"Everyone wants you to come out of this, Mr. McAllister. All of you, that is."
"Well, August, I have to tell you that I think that's all goose feathers, if you follow my meaning."
Kenyon smiled.
"I don't think you realize how much interest there is. Did you know that Parabolas already started making a sim?"
"Really? How does it come out?"
Kenyon put an aw shucks expression on his well-scrubbed features.
"I guess they're waiting to see."
Kelly made a noise deep in her throat.
"August," McAllister said, "if you want to find out how we're doing, you're talking to the wrong person. Priscilla Hutchins over there is in charge. She knows more about the situation than I do."
The image turned her way, and Hutch stepped into range of the scan so he could see her. Kenyon kept her in view, but suddenly began speaking to his audience in a hushed, urgent tone.
"This is Priscilla Hutchins, who was attacked last night by a killer plant. Priscilla, I wonder if you'd care to tell us precisely what happened."
"It grabbed me from behind," she said.
"What kind of plant was it?"
"Big." Hutch glanced over at Kelly. "August, I don't want to seem uncooperative, but time's pressing."
"I understand, Priscilla, and if you like, I'll get out of your way until we can find a more auspicious moment. We'd like very much to set up a live interview, though, at your convenience, if we could just sit and talk for a while about your feelings, what it's like being on the ground under these circumstances."
He put on an expression that was intended to be sympathetic.
"Whether you're confident you'll be able to get clear before,
He showed a lot of teeth, suggesting he understood that he was being insensitive to their situation, but that his job required it. "He's a jerk," Kelly said on a private channel. "Don't give him anything."
"Do what he asks," said Nightingale, also privately. "There's a lot in this for all of us. If we play our cards right, why not cooperate with him?"
That had been Hutch's thought. She could end up talking to management groups for $8,000 to throw. Maybe hire a ghostwriter to do her memoirs. That wasn't bad. Her old friend Janet Allegri had recently published her account of the Omega mission, The Engines of God, and had made very good money. And what the hell, Kenyon had to make a living. Why should she make problems for him? Moreover, it would give them all something else to think about for a while. "Okay, August," she said. "We'll do it. Tonight, after dinner." 20.
That anyone could believe the human animal was designed to be a divine being defies all logic. The average human is little more than an ambitious monkey. He is moronic,
self-centered, cowardly, bullied by his fellows, terrified that others will see him for what he is. One can only assume his creator was in something of a hurry, or was perhaps a member of an Olympian bureaucracy. The more pious among us should pray that next time he does the job right. But we might in justice concede that there is one virtue to be found in the beast. He is persistent. Gregory McAllister, Bridge with the Polynesians. Hours to break up, estimated 123.
Can we really do it? John Drummond nodded. He was actually on Wendy, virtually, in the star planning room.
Marcel, it depends on the altitude they can reach with the lander.
How high does it have to go?
At least 10,000 meters. Below that, we can't hope to control events.
Beekman indicated his agreement.
The higher they can take the lander, the better our chances, he said.
Well, you have to know in advance, continued Drummond, how high they can go so we can plan the insertion.
We have no way to determine.
Marcel, it would be a considerable help.
I don't really care how much help it would be.
There's no way to find out. Assume they can make 10,000, and proceed accordingly.
Drummond looked pained.
You're sure? We can't have them do a test run when they get to the lander. If we knew what we were dealing with,
we can't do a test run because to make the test valid, she'd have to exhaust the spike. That would mean a very hard bounce going down.
How about a computer simulation?
The data stream from the lander is very likely going to be unreliable. Let's just make the assumption at 10,000 and get it done. Okay? He was trying to keep the irritation out of his voice, but not having much luck. Drummond sighed.
This is becoming a speculative exercise, Marcel.
Of course it is, John. We can do only what we can do. What about getting the shaft away from the assembly and aimed in the right direction? Can we do that?
Yes, he said. We have to turn it around. I can't see that it'll be a problem, but it will be a delicate maneuver.
You have only 4 vessels. One of them can pour it on.
The Evening Star.
The Evening Star, said Beekman. But it's still only 4 ships trying to wrestle a 400-kilometer-long shaft onto a vector, without breaking anything. That's the real risk. Put any strain at all on the shaft, and it's going to snap, and that'll be the end of the project. But we can do it.
All right, then. Marcel felt better than he had since the quake. Let's make it happen. John, I want you to help set up the timetable. We've got a couple of systems designers coming over with the people from the Star. Use them as you need them. Get Bill to coordinate with the AIs in the other ships. He looked over at Beekman. How about our welder?
We've got one. Name's Janet Hazelhurst. She spent a few years doing orbital construction until she got married. Says she knows what it's about, but it's been a while, and she'll step aside if we have anybody better. She claims, though, that she can do whatever has to be done.
Do we have anybody better?
No, Captain, we do not.
All right. Let's hope she's a good teacher. Assign 40 volunteers to her and have her show them the fine points of welding. Get them started right away.
Who's going to do the instruction on the E-suits?
Miles Chastain is on Zwick. He's a good man, and I'm sure he'll help. We'll get him over here right away. Marcel checked his notes. Gunther, we're going to need some clips to hold the net together. Do we have a metal worker? They had 2. One was a retiree from Hamburg, the other a Chinese entrepreneur. Marcel brought them in and explained what was needed. Could it be done? How much time did they have? 3 days, tops. Yes, it should be sufficient. But they would need help. Marcel assigned them a couple of world-class physicists as gophers. And they would need metal. Lots of metal. That could be a problem. Starships did not carry much expendable metal. Bill broke in. Captain, the people from the Evening Star have been assembled in the Bryant Auditorium and await your pleasure. Marcel acknowledged. Let's go say hello to our volunteers. Within the hour, teams were going through Wendy, compartment by compartment, dismantling side panels from beds, wall sections, and anything else that was metallic. In the meantime, the retiree and the entrepreneur began to jury-rig their equipment. It was a challenge, but they would, by God, make it happen. At about the time Beekman's bed was being taken apart, all 4 superluminals left orbit. Kenyon's comlink vibrated. It was Chastain. He brought the image up. The captain was seated in the cockpit.
"August," he said, "in case you're wondering, we're headed out to the assembly. You might be able to get some good visuals."
"Yes," said Kenyon. "I've done a few interviews on it. I'll tell you, Miles, I wish it had turned out to be an alien ship. It's a long piece of metal, but it's still just a piece of metal." "I know. I've also received a request from Captain Clairvaux and Wendy. They're still working on ways to bail out their people, and they want our help. So I'm putting Zwick at their disposal."
"Good," said Kenyon, thinking how well that would play. He went in to the rescue.
"But why do they need us? What do they want us to do?"
"I don't have the details." He glanced at the time. "There's a briefing in 4 minutes. I'll pipe it in. You might want to inform Emma?" Kenyon nodded. However the scenario went, it couldn't help but translate into a huge boost in the ratings. Who out there would be so jaded as not to watch? Janet Hazelhurst took control of her volunteers in the Bryant Auditorium. They were required to sign a document holding transgalactic harmless in the event of misadventure. When that had been accomplished, Captain Clairvaux of the Windy J talked to them about the dangers of the situation.
"We hope that you won't have to go outside," he said. "I want to emphasize that your training is precautionary only."
Janet noted that some of the volunteers looked disappointed to hear it. That, she thought, was an encouraging start.
"If you do have to go out," Clairvaux continued, "we'll do everything possible to minimize the risk. But to be honest, it'll be in your hands. The real danger arises because of your lack of experience in what we'll be asking you to do. You'll be functioning in a zero-G environment, and you'll be using lasers. The e-suit that you'll be wearing will be comfortable. It'll keep you warm, and it is almost foolproof. But it will not withstand a laser, so we'll expect you to be careful. We're going to show you how to use the lasers, how to weld, and how to do it in zero-G, and how to do it safely. You'll have an opportunity to practice in the zero-G conditions inside the ship. You'll do nothing for the next 3 days, except practice."
Clairvaux was tall, good-looking, confident. Janet was inclined to trust him.
"As you know," he continued, "Morgan's world is getting close. That means there'll be some debris floating around out there. Rocks, dust, ice, who knows? We'll have sensors on the lookout constantly, but there's no way to be absolutely safe. Consequently, if any of you want to rethink doing this, we'll understand."
A few did. "I have people at home who depend on me. I'm sorry. I wanted to help, but I didn't think it would be like this.
I have kids.
Sometimes I have a problem with heights." Most stayed. Janet was newly widowed. Not that she minded. Her ex had always been something of a bore. He'd had no imagination, had spent a lifetime watching himself portray Robin Hood and George Washington and Leonidas at Thermopylae, except that in his version the Spartans won. And his idea of a romantic evening out consisted of having dinner at the lodge with his buddies. She'd considered not renewing every time extension came up, but she'd never taken that fatal step because her husband had loved her. He'd remained faithful, God help her, and had always remembered birthdays and anniversaries. They'd had 2 good children, and he had been an exemplar of a father. She could not have failed to renew without devastating him, and there was no way she could have brought herself to do that. So she'd stayed with him, bored and yearning for excitement, through all those long years. Everyone thought they were an ideal couple. "I wish my George were more like your Will." Will had even retained his good looks, although the smile had lost some of the old electricity. When an undetected aneurysm killed him, she'd mourned for an appropriate period, and then boarded the Evening Star, as she told her friends, to try to get past her loss. Her fellow passengers knew nothing of all this. Janet had discovered that she loved her newfound freedom, and she'd been having a pretty good time. Now she had an opportunity to call on an old skill and do something heroic. She was charged with the responsibility to train the volunteers in welding and cutting techniques. Marcel had sat with her, and they'd planned how they would handle the operation. She started by asking who knew what a weld was. She demonstrated by joining two pieces of metal. "Simple," she said. She let one of the volunteers do it. The trick to achieving a proper weld, she informed her students, was to get intimate contact between the two surfaces. Expose clean metal, then the atoms can be joined properly. Intimately. It was her favorite term. When we're finished, the atoms in the two pieces will be as close to each other as the atoms in either piece are to each other. That was the goal. She explained proper technique, demonstrated, let them try it, and kept them at it until they could do it without thinking. They practiced cutting up shelving that was no longer in use, taking apart storage bins and slicing cabinets. Then they put everything back together. "It's easy to do in here," she warned them. "When you get outside, you'll find you have a lot to think about. But the job is the same, and the technique is the same. Just do not allow yourself to be distracted." She had some pieces of what they all called impossibilium, the material from which the assembly was made. They practiced cutting it and welding it back together. She emphasized safety, and booted 3 who were too casual in their approach. "Mistakes will cost," she told them. "Careless will get you killed, or will kill someone else." And later, "It's really not hard, but you have to keep your mind on what you're doing." She sent them off to dinner and brought them back for another round. This time, when she gave them a chance to leave, everyone stayed. They worked until almost 11 p.m. Then she thanked them for their attention, dismissed them, and told them they would start next day at 6. "We'll be working in our E-suits tomorrow," she said. "I want you to get used to them." Someone wanted to know whether that meant they were going outside after all. "No," she said, "not yet." And she was pleased to hear them grumble. The Evening Star offered a handful of compartments to Marcel's team. Unfortunately, no VIP accommodation remained available for the captain himself. Nicholson offered, in the time-honored tradition, to donate his own quarters to his visitor. Marcel, as was expected, replied that would never do, and that he would be pleased to take whatever could be had. A cot by the forward mixer, he said, would serve the purpose. He received a unit on the port side amidships that was far more comfortable, and more spacious by half, than his quarters on Wendy. It was late morning when he left the welders, and he'd been up all night. He climbed out of his uniform and lay down, planning to nap for a half-hour before returning to Nicholson's Bridge. He'd barely closed his eyes when his link chimed. "Marcel?" It was Abel Kinder's voice. Abel was the senior climatologist on Wendy. He was heading a team monitoring conditions around Deepsix for signs of planetary disintegration. "Hello, Abel," he said. "What do you have?" "Some serious storms, looks like, and an intensification of seismic activity." "Any of it in the tower area?" "They're going to have some movement, but the worst of it should be northeast of them, at sea." "What about the storms?" "Big ones are developing. What's happening is that the atmosphere responds to Morgan's gravitational pull just the way the oceans do. So you have big slugs of air and water moving around the planet. Everything heats up from the tidal activity. The normal scheme of things is becoming unhinged. Cold water shows up in warm latitudes. The high-pressure areas over the poles get disrupted. Bottom line, Abel?" "Hard to say. The weather machine is being turned to soup. Anything can happen. You'll want to warn your people to be on the lookout for hurricanes, tornadoes, God knows what. We don't have enough sensors on the ground to be able to monitor everything, so we can't even promise an advance warning." "Okay." "They're just going to have to stay loose." "Thanks, Abel. One more thing. These storms will be big. Unlike anything anybody's ever seen at home. Category 17 stuff." 21. Memorials are polite fictions, erected in the general pretense that we are selfless and generous, compassionate to those in need, brave in a just cause, faithful unto death. To establish the absurdity of these conceits, one need only glance at the conditions which inevitably erupt whenever police protection, however briefly, fails.
Gregory McAllister, gone to glory. Hours to break up, estimated 107. They recorded 18 kilometers before quitting for the day. When Canyon reappeared to conduct his interview, he told them to relax, that he'd do all the work, and that when they got home, they'd discover they were all celebrities. It was, in fact, simple enough. He tossed them softballs. Were they scared? What had they seen that most impressed them? Were there things on Deepsix worth saving? Who was this astronomer in the tower he'd heard about? What was the biggest surprise they'd seen on this world? Hutch knew what hers had been, but she talked instead about the giant dragonflies. He asked about their injuries. None major, said McAllister, just a few cuts and scratches, but he admitted to having learned a bitter lesson about keeping in decent physical condition. "You just never know," he said, "when you're going to be dumped into a forest on a strange world and made to walk 200 kilometers. I recommend jogging for everyone." Later, when Jerry Morgan rose, it was almost the size of Earth's moon. It was, of course, still at half phase, where it would remain. The upper and lower cloud belts, somber and autumn-colored, were flecked with gold. A broad, dark band lay at the equator. Hutch could pick out the altitude in the northern hemisphere, where Maliva 3, Transitoria, and the Tower would make their fatal plunge. Under other circumstances, it would have been a strikingly lovely object. Newsline with August Kenyon. Earlier today, I spent some time with the 5 brave people who are stranded on Maliva 3, while the giant planet named for Jeremy Morgan bears down on them. 4 are scientists. The 5th is the celebrated writer and editor, Gregory McAllister. They're trekking overland in a desperate effort to find a spacecraft left here 20 years ago. It's their only hope for getting off the surface before this world ends, which it will do in 6 days. Will they succeed? Nobody knows, of course, but we'll be talking to them in a special broadcast this evening. And after you've met them, I think you'll feel as I do, that if it can be done at all, these 5 people will bring it off. Marcel and Beekman increasingly gave way on the radio to surrogates who kept them on course. Left to themselves, traveling through unfamiliar country, without identifiable landmarks, or indeed landmarks of any kind, they'd have become hopelessly lost. There were jokes about Hutch's ability to guide them by the position of the sun, which was nil. Even at night, with clear skies and rivers of stars, she'd have been helpless. If there was a marker star, either north or south, she couldn't find it. She doubted that such a star would even be visible from the equator. But it didn't matter. Somebody was always on the circuit. Guide right. Angle left. No, not around the hill. Go over it. Then, without warning, Marcel had a mission for them. "There's something up ahead. It's not at all out of your way, and we'd like you to take a quick look." "What is it?" "We don't know. A structure." Hutch begrudged every minute spent off-trail. She glanced at the others, soliciting opinions. They were willing to indulge a minute, but only a minute. Nightingale thought it was a good idea, so long as it was indeed nearby. "Okay," she said. "We'll take a peek, let you know what it is, but then we're moving on." It was on the shore of a lake, tangled deep in old-growth trees and shrubbery. They could see only a few glints of metal, and were unsure it was a structure at all, so completely had the forest embraced it. They cut down some bushes, and Hutch's first impression was that they'd found a storage dome, until they uncovered a line of windows. Most were still intact. Kelly walked around to the rear. "It's got a tail," she reported. "A tail?" "Twin tails, in fact. It's an aircraft." It had a flared bottom. Symbols were stenciled on one side, so faint as to be barely noticeable. There was a windscreen up front. The vehicle was about the size of a commuter Airbus. But it had no wings. Ground transportation, decided Hutch, despite the tail. Unless they had anti-gravity. Judging by the trees that had engulfed it, it had been there for centuries. Hutch paced it off, and they relayed visuals back to Windy. 38 meters along its length, probably 6 in diameter. Crumpled severely to starboard, somewhat less on the port side. Chung climbed a tree, produced a lamp, and tried to look inside.
"Nothing," he said. "Get me a wet cloth." Kelly broke off a few flat-bladed leaves, soaked them cautiously at the edge of the lake, and handed them up. Chong wiped the glass. "You know," said Kelly, "wings or not, this thing does have an aerodynamic design. Look at it." She was right. It had flowing lines and was tapered front and rear. "What's happening?" asked Kenyon. They knew he habitually listened in on the all-com and on conversations between the ground party and the orbiting ships. Hutch brought him up to date. "I'll give you the rest when you know what it is," she said, "if it's anything." Chong had his lamp pressed against the glass. "There are rows of seats inside. Little ones. They look a bit thrown about."
"Little seats?" asked McAllister. "Same gauge as back of the tower?"
"Yes, looks like."
"Now that's really odd."
"Why?" asked Hutch.
"Look at the door."
It was hard to see behind the tangle of growth, but it was there. Hutch saw what was odd. The door was about the right size for her. It was almost at ground level, and it even had a handle, but when McAllister tried to open it, the handle broke off, so they cut a hole through it. The interior was dark. Hutch turned on a lamp and looked at roughly 30 rows of the small seats divided by a center aisle, 5 on either side. Some had been torn up and lay scattered around the cabin. She saw no sign of organic remains. The floor creaked. It was covered by a black fabric that was still reasonably intact. The bulkheads were slightly curved. They were water-stained and, toward the front, broken open. There were scorch marks. The cockpit supported 2 seats, but unlike those in the body of the craft, they were full-size, large enough to accommodate her. One was broken, twisted off its mount. There was also some damage to the frame that supported the windscreen. She looked down at what had once been an instrument panel. "Crashed and abandoned," said Kelly behind her. "I think so."
"What's with the big seats?" asked McAllister. "Who sat in them?"
Nightingale swept his light from front to rear.
"It's pretty clear we have 2 separate species here," he said.
"Hawks and crickets?" suggested Hutch. "They're both real?"
"Is that possible? On the same world?"
"We have more than one intelligent species on our world. What I wouldn't expect to see is 2 technological species. But who knows?" They examined a lower compartment that must have been used for cargo, but it was empty. And the power plant. It had employed liquid fuel to power a jet thrust. Air intakes. Plastic skirts around the base. Hutch got Beekman back on the circuit. "Are we sure," she asked, "the locals never went high-tech?"
"That's what the Academy says."
"Okay, when you talk to the Academy again, you can tell them there's a hovercraft down here."
"Let's go," said McAllister. "No more time to dawdle."
Hutch stripped off a piece of his seat and put it into a sample bag. They removed a few gauges from the instrument panel and bagged those as well. None had legible symbols, but it should be possible eventually to enhance them. Chong took Hutch aside. "There's something else for you to look at over here." In the woods. He'd found a black stone wall. It was about 6 meters long, and engraved. It had several rows of symbols and a likeness of the hovercraft. Hutch could assume that the rock had once been polished, that its edges had been sharp, that the inscription had been crisp and clear, but the weather had worn it down, and the inscription ran into the ground. She checked the time. "It'll only take a minute," said Chong. She nodded, and they dug it out while McAllister urged them to move on. 2 deeply etched parallel lines of symbols were engraved across the top over the likeness of the wrecked vehicle. But this one was lean and powerful, undamaged, and she knew that the sculptor intended that it be perceived as hurtling through the sunlight. Below the image of the hovercraft, 2 groups of characters, side by side, had been carved using block-bold symbols, and beneath those 2 another series, much more numerous, smaller, 10 lines deep. 4 across, except the last line, which had only 3. These might, in fact, have been using a different alphabet altogether. It was impossible to know, because they were not block letters. Rather, they had a delicate, complex character. "What do you think?" Hutch asked. "What's it say?"
"Ajax hovercraft," said McAllister, who was fidgeting off to one side. "The two groups near the top constitute regional distribution centers, and these, the smaller groups, are local offices."
"Anybody else want to try?"
asked Kelly.
"We really should get moving," said McAllister.
Nightingale joined them. "Its proximity to the wreck," he said, "suggests it's a memorial." He stared thoughtfully at it. "These," the lines at the top, "are the names of the pilots, and the others are those of the passengers." "What about the top line?" asked Kelly.
"If it's a memorial," said McAllister, "then it's a salutary phrase. 'Stranger, tell the Spartans.' Something on that order."
"So what was going on here?" asked Chung. "Pretty obviously a traffic accident," said Nightingale. "A wreck." "Of course, but where were they going?"
"Maybe," said McAllister, "they were migrant workers of some sort, farmhands, indentured labor."
"Slaves?" suggested Chung. Nightingale nodded. "Maybe." "Do you put the names of slaves on a memorial?" Hutch shook her head. "That doesn't sound right."
"In human history," said McAllister, "people sometimes had great affection for their slaves." He shrugged. "Who knows what an alien culture might be up to?"
They pressed forward late into the evening. When at last they had made camp for the night, they did more interviews with Canyon. Chung enjoyed the opportunity to perform on an international stage, to look heroic, to say the things that were expected of him. "We'll get home," smile into the scanner. "There are a lot of people rooting for us." But every time he glanced over at Kelly, he thought he detected a trace of mockery in her smile. When he'd finished, he was embarrassed. The others were just as shameless. Nightingale's voice got deeper. McAllister tried to suck his belly in. Kelly talked as if they didn't have a care in the world. And even Hutchins, their forthright captain, couldn't resist preening. They were, for the moment, famous, and it was affecting them. Canyon talked to them individually. As he finished with them, they drew around the fire and tried to pretend that nothing unusual had just happened. He was still on the circuit, with Kelly, getting what he liked to call context. Chung disliked the forest at night. There was no way to maintain security. It would have required 3 guards to keep the possibility of a surprise attack to a minimum. This was their 8th night out. He thought the count was right, but everything was beginning to run together, and he was no longer sure. To date, no predator had tried a night assault. The probability, therefore, was that, if it were going to happen, it would have already occurred. Nevertheless, Chung worried and fretted, as was his nature. He could see Canyon's image seated on a log facing Kelly. He was asking his questions, and she listened attentively, sometimes nodding, sometimes growing thoughtful. "Oh, yes," she might be saying. "We're confident we can get the lander working once we get there." Or, "No, we really haven't discussed that possibility. We don't expect it to happen that way." Although there was no logical basis for jealousy, Chung was irritated anyhow. There was something in Canyon's manner that seemed like a clumsy attempt at seduction. In addition, Canyon couldn't hide the fact that he really had no idea what the people on the ground were feeling, and he also revealed that his primary concern in all this was to ring up high numbers back home, to please his bosses, to move up the food chain. Taking pictures of a collision between 2 worlds had been precisely the right assignment for him. He could have delivered himself of a few generalities. "It looks as if it's going to be an incredible smash-up." Call in, say, a couple of the astrophysicists on Windy for color commentary, and it would all have worked fine. But he just wasn't the person to talk to people in trouble. This was Chung's last thought. He'd been standing at the edge of the firelight, surveying the surrounding darkness, occasionally flashing his lamp into the night. And suddenly the world vanished, as if someone had folded it up and put it away. McAllister was also bored with Canyon. The previous night's interviews had been transmitted a few hours later to Earth. It was a long ride, even at hypercom, and they would not appear on anybody's screen for another day and a half. By then, probably, they would have found Tess, and the issue of survival would have been resolved. In their favor, he hoped. He imagined them spotting the abandoned spacecraft, hurrying toward it, climbing inside, pumping power into it, and flying back in the luxurious comfort of its passenger cabin to the tower.
He could see them setting down and recovering the capacitors. Hutch and Kelly would install them with a minimum of fuss. Then they'd cheer as Tess lifted off and soared into orbit. The trees sighed in the wind and the fire crackled. He watched Kelly talking with Canyon, saw her pause, saw Canyon ask another question. He knew precisely what it would be. "What are your thoughts when Morgan's World rises every night and you see that it keeps getting bigger?" Tonight it would, he suspected, look like a Chinese balloon. "Is there anything you'd like to say to the folks back home?" Yes, thought McAllister. In spades there is. Life is sweet. The image of the newsman appeared solid and even a trifle backwoodsy by firelight. He leaned toward Kelly, apparently listening intently, although McAllister knew he was formulating his next question. And in the middle of this pacific, sleepy scene, there came a sudden shriek. Something sailed past McAllister's head. A few days earlier he'd have sat dumbfounded, wondering what was happening, but his reflexes had improved considerably. He shouted a warning and threw himself on the ground. Rocks whipped past them. One hit his shoulder, and another struck his skull. There were more screams, high-pitched, rather like those of angry children. He was fumbling for his cutter. Somebody's laser blazed out, and bushes erupted in fire. A tree, ripped through by a cutter beam, crashed to the ground. A dart thunked into one of the fire logs. McAllister saw movement in the trees. Then crickets in furs charged into the camp. They were impossibly ugly savages, not at all like the robed figure who'd occupied the country chapel. He got his weapon up just in time. Two of them were after him, with javelins. He cut them in half, the crickets and the javelins. He took out another who was about to stab Kelly from behind. Hutch directed them to back into a tight circle, but McAllister was too busy defending himself to try to get into a formation. Everything was utter confusion. The crickets never stopped shrieking. Somebody cut one in two, from skull to sternum. Nightingale stepped into the middle of a charge and swung his cutter left and right. Limbs flew and the attack disintegrated. As suddenly as they'd come, the crickets broke and melted back into the forest. Several bushes were ablaze. Something fell out of a tree and crashed beside him. It was carrying a javelin. It tried to get up and run, but McAllister, enraged, slashed it anyhow, and the creature screamed and lay still. Hutch and Kelly pursued the fight to the edge of the trees. Nightingale stood among those he'd killed, legs spread, cutter raised, like a modern Hector. The heroic stance was a bit much, but McAllister was none the less impressed by his behavior. "I'll put a man's life on the line," he thought, "and most of us can perform at a fairly high level." The attack had disintegrated, and the sounds of battle seemed to be receding. Through it all, unfazed, Canyon remained seated in his armchair. He couldn't see beyond the narrow range of the link, which had been set up on a stump. He simply kept demanding over and over to be told what was happening. Universal News Network on the spot, thought McAllister. Nightingale finally explained that they were being attacked. Canyon kept talking, asking for details. Attacked by whom? Had anyone been hurt? McAllister shut off the sound feed from the newsman and rubbed his head. It hurt, but he couldn't tell through the field whether he was bleeding. Otherwise, he thought he was okay. Couple bumps, nothing more. Marcel was back on the circuit, asking the same questions. "Crickets," Kelly responded, although he couldn't see her. "Talk in a minute." McAllister was swept up in a curious combination of horror and exhilaration. By God, that had felt good. We're all savages at heart, he thought. Hutch came back into the camp, looked at him, and glanced around. "Everybody okay?" she asked. Nightingale signaled he was fine. He was shining his lamp into the trees, assuring himself they were gone. "I guess we just met the locals." "How about you, Mac?" "Alive and well," said McAllister. "I don't think those little sons of bitches will be back soon." "Where's Chong?" she asked. McAllister stared down at one of the bodies. It had sickly pale skin with a greenish tint, and a hairy, ridged skull. Its eyes were open, but it seemed dead. It would have stood not quite as high as his hip. When he poked it, the creature stirred and made a sad, mewling sound. Kelly's voice broke in, subdued. "Over here," she said. "I found him." Chong lay still. Blood poured down inside his E-suit, leaking out of half a dozen wounds. "Kill the suit," said McAllister. "No!" Kelly had thrown herself on the ground beside him.
Her voice was low and strange. "It's all that's holding him together." Hutch knelt and picked up his wrist. "Mac," she said, "get the medkit." McAllister turned and hurried over to Hutch's backpack. "No pulse," Hutch said. "He's not breathing." Kelly's voice was thick. Reluctantly, they punched off the suit, and Hutch tried direct administration of his air supply. Somebody must have spoken Embry's code, because her voice came on the circuit. "Don't move him," she said. "And Marcel?" "Put out the guards. They may come back." "I got it," said Nightingale. Kelly said, "Burn anything that moves." "Do you have the kit yet?" Embry again. "Mac's getting it." "Mac, hurry up. What's the bleeding look like? Let me see it." McAllister returned with a med-kit. Hutch took it and signaled for him to help Nightingale. Kelly pulled out a couple of pressure bandages and began applying them. Mac stood for a moment, staring down at Chang. Then he turned away. Nightingale was checking another dead attacker. McAllister hoped Chang's assailant was among the corpses. They stayed together and circled the campsite. The exobiologist looked drained. McAllister wondered for the first time whether he might have been unfair years before to Nightingale. "You've been here before, haven't you, Randy?" he said. "Yeah." Nightingale made a face like someone who'd just bitten into bad fruit. "There's a little bit of déjà vu about this." He paused and took a deep breath. "I really hate this place." McAllister nodded. "I'm sorry." He wasn't sure what he meant by the phrase. "Yeah, me too." Nightingale's features hardened. He looked as if he were going to say more, but he only shrugged and looked away. McAllister listened to the conversation on the Alcon. "Give him the RO. Doing it now." "Kelly, you need to stop the blood. Clamp down tighter." "It's not working, Embry." "Stay with it. Any pulse yet?" "Trace." "Don't give up. Kelly, get a blanket or something on him." McAllister looked toward the east, toward Deneb, while Chang slipped away. They buried him where he fell, during a ceremony at dawn. McAllister, whose reputation ordinarily denied him the luxury of sentiment, found a stone, cut Chang's name and dates into it, and added the comment, "Died defending his friends." They dug the grave deep and lowered him in. Kelly wanted to conduct the ceremony, but she kept choking up, and finally she asked Hutch to finish. He did not belong to an organized church, Kelly said, although he had a strong faith. Hutch nodded, didn't try to sort it out, and simply consigned him to the ground. She could no longer bring herself to say earth, observed that he had died too soon, and asked whatever God might be to take charge of him and to remember him. Kelly stood paralyzed, resisting all offers of support, as they filled in the grave. Nightingale announced that the attackers were vertebrates, but that their bones were hollow. "Birds?" asked McAllister. "At one time," he said, "I think so." He described filaments between arms and ribs that seemed to indicate that the species had only recently lost its flight capabilities. They went through the creature's garments. There were pockets, which contained fruits and nuts and a few smooth rocks. Ammunition. "Let's get moving," said Hutch. "What about these things?" asked Nightingale. "Shouldn't we bury them too?" Kelly's face hardened. "Let their own take care of them." Newsline with August Canyon. "Tonight we have bad news. An hour ago the landing party was attacked." Beekman was looking out from a virtual cliff-top over a turbulent ocean when Marcel arrived. Snow whipped across the crest and fell into the night, but it was a ground blizzard stirred up by fierce winds and had nothing to do with the skies, which were clear. Morgan was high overhead. The tides on Maliva 3 were, as a matter of course, gentle. There was no moon, so the only visible effects were generated by the distant sun. But tonight, with the gas giant approaching, the sea was monstrous. Huge waves pounded the cliffs on Transitoria's north coast. "Tomorrow night," he said, without turning toward Marcel. Marcel sank against a bulkhead. "My God, Gunny, that's still another day they've lost." "They're
There are weaknesses in the range, fault lines. Harry tells me, worse than we thought. They're going to give way tomorrow night.
You're sure?
Yeah, we're sure.
He turned sad eyes toward Marcel.
There was no way we could know.
It's okay, not anybody's fault. A cold hand gripped his spine. They're still 30 clicks away. Beekman nodded.
I'd say they better get moving.
22.
Tides are like politics. They come and go with a great deal of fuss and noise, but inevitably they leave the beach just as they found it. On those few occasions when major change does occur, it is rarely good news.
Attributed to Gregory McAllister by Henry Kilburn. Gregory McAllister, Life and Times. Hours to break up, estimated 78. In fact, Canyon had belatedly realized there was still another big story developing, the reaction of the people on board the other ships to the plight of the ground team. He'd become uncomfortable interviewing Hutchins and her other trapped rabbits. It was too much like talking to dead people. So he'd switched over and done human interest stories on the other superluminals. He'd found a young woman who'd been the traveling companion of the reporter who died in the Evening Star lander. She'd wept and struggled to hold back a case of galloping hysteria, and on the whole it had just made for a marvelous show. There were several people who'd been personally skewered or whose fondest beliefs had been shredded by McAllister. How did they feel now that McAllister was in danger of his life? For the record, they delivered pieties, expressing their fondest hope that he could be brought safely out. Even when the interview had formally ended, most said they wished him well, that nobody deserved what was happening to him, but something in their voices belied the sentiments. Only one, a retired politician who'd run a campaign on the need for moral reform, damned him outright.
"Nothing against the man personally," he'd said, "but I think it's a judgment. We'll be better off without him."
Everyone on the Windy J had been hit by Chang's death. There was, he reflected, nothing like losing one of your own to bring home reality. Now they were worried about Kelly, and several of the younger males seemed stricken at the possibility of losing her too. Her boss, Marcel Clairvaux, regretted that he'd allowed her to go down to the surface. Occasionally, when he spoke of her, his voice trembled. That also made good copy. He'd interviewed the physician left on Wildside about Nightingale. She expressed sorrow, of course, but it was a perfunctory response. He was quiet, she said, very reserved. Never got to know him. Canyon had done his homework and knew Nightingale's background. There was a dark irony, he thought, that every time Nightingale touched down on this world, people died. Canyon hadn't said anything like that, at least not for public consumption, but the observation would show up in his broadcast after the situation had sorted itself out. He was putting a great deal of time into writing the spontaneous observations that he would make in the wake of the event. Canyon knew the right questions to ask, and he was able to work most of his subjects up to a state of near hysteria. If Hutchins and her friends came out of this, he thought, they'd be heroes of the first order. His own career prospects looked brighter than ever. What had begun as routine coverage of a planetary collision that was of interest primarily because the event was so rare and people liked fireworks, was instead turning into one of the human interest stories of the decade. And it was all his.
"Marcel, you need to get some rest."
Worry lined Beekman's eyes. "I'm all right," Marcel said. Too many things were happening just then.
"There's no point exhausting yourself. Do that, and you won't be there when we need you."
Marcel had slept only intermittently during the past few days, and it had always been a jumpy kind of rest.
"There's nothing more for you to do at the moment. Why don't you get off the bridge for a while? Go lie down."
Marcel thought about it. The various elements of the extraction were going forward, and maybe he'd become little more than a kibitzer anyhow. "Yeah," he said, "I think I will." He propped his chin on his hands. "Gunny, what have we overlooked?"
"We're in good shape. For the moment, there's nothing more to be done."
He folded his arms and stood waiting for Marcel to retire.
Embry was sitting up front in the pilot's seat, listening to the occasional crackle of conversation between the ground, Marcel, and Augie Kenyon, who was interviewing Randy Nightingale. They sounded, she thought, in surprisingly good spirits, and she wondered how that could be. Wildside had completed its movement, with the other 3 vessels, to a rendezvous near the Assembly. Sitting in an empty ship while it fired thrusters and changed course had underscored her solitude. AIs were AIs, and God knew she worked with them on a regular basis, as any practicing physician did, but somehow the voices that diagnosed a spinal problem or suggested a rejuvenation procedure were fundamentally different from an intelligent superluminal that made all its own decisions and on which she was the only passenger. The message light blinked, and an unfamiliar female face appeared on one of her screens. "Embry?" She was wearing an Academy arm patch. "Yes, what can I do for you?" "Embry, my name's Katie Robinson." Her diction was precise, and Embry wondered if she'd had theatrical experience. "We're about to leave Wendy. We're coming over, and we'll be there in a few minutes. I'd like you to pack a bag, get all your belongings. We're going to bring you back with us." "May I ask why?" said Embry. "Because we're going to remove your life support." They arrived within 30 minutes and went directly to work. There were 8 of them. They went down into the storage bay and stripped most of the metal from the bins, containers, cabinets, storage units, and dividers. Then they came topside and went through the compartments and the common room, doing much the same sort of thing. Katie helped her clear out her own quarters. When she was finished, they repeated the process, taking most of the metal, the bed panels, the lamps, a fold-out table, a built-in cabinet. They thanked her, apologized for the inconvenience, loaded everything into their shuttle, including her, and left. The trank hadn't worked. Kelly listened to the sound of distant tides. They had finally camped near Bad News Bay, and watched Jerry Morgan, a vast, swollen moon, sink toward the hills. The eastern sky had already begun to lighten. Hutch was their sentry, and her slim form leaned against a tree just beyond the fire's glow. She gave up finally, pulled herself into a sitting position, and wrapped her arms around her knees.
"Did you love him, Kelly?"
The voice startled her. It was McAllister. He was lying with his back to her, but he rolled over now. His face was in shadow, and she couldn't make out his expression. "No," she said, and after a moment, "I don't think so."
"I'm sorry."
He sat up and reached for the coffee pot. "I know," she said. "We're all sorry." He poured a cup and offered her some, but she declined. She didn't really want to put anything in her stomach.
"Sometimes," he said, "I think life is just one long series of blown opportunities."
She nodded. "You know what I really hate?" she said. "Leaving him here, in this God-forsaken place."
"It's no worse than any other, Kelly. He'll never know the difference."
She felt empty. "He was a good guy," she said, biting down a wave of anger and tears. Suddenly the grief rose in her, and she couldn't contain it. She clamped her teeth together and tried to hold on. McAllister took her in his arms. "Let it come," he said. Hutch was talking to someone. Kelly had collected herself, tamped down the storm, and was feeling drained. She poured herself some water. Hutch stiffened, lifted her arms in frustration. Kelly knew the gesture, and it raised the hair on her scalp. The conversation ended, and Hutch strode swiftly into the ring of the campfire. "Let's move, folks. We're down to our last day." She knelt beside Nightingale and gently shook him.
"That can't be right," said McAllister. "They told us we had until tomorrow night."
"They've changed their minds. Come on, we have to get rolling." Mac needed no further prompting. He was searching for his toothbrush.
"How far do we still have to go?" he asked.
30 clicks, she said, give or take.
"In one day? We'll never make it."
"Yeah, we will."
"Hutch," Mac said privately, "it's not as if we're going to get there and you can turn the key and start the damned thing. How long's it going to take to get it up and running, assuming we can do it at all?"
"A few hours," she admitted. He looked at the approaching sunrise and rubbed his feet.
"Then we have to get back to the tower and recover the capacitors. By what time?"
"Late tonight. Around midnight." He held out his hands helplessly.
"We need to go to Plan B."
Nightingale was watching while he tried to pull himself together. "What's going on?" he asked. She explained. "I'll be with you in a minute." He limped down to the creek to wash his face in icy water and brush his teeth. Mac went with him. "You okay?" she asked Kelly.
Kelly was fine. Kelly would never be better.
"You and I are going to have to do a sprint," she said.
"I know," said Hutch.
"We'll have to leave them."
Mac's already been suggesting that. The tides were loud in Bad News Bay. They came out onto a promontory and looked out over the water. It was a vast inland sea, the far shore lost in the distance. "Ground gets rough to the south," Marcel told them. "Angle off your present course and head southwest for about 1 kilometer. There's a small lake. Circle the lake and keep going, same direction. It looks like easier country."
"Okay."
Far below, the bay was peaceful. Gulls skimmed along the surface, and Hutch saw something that looked like a large turtle basking in the rising sun. They turned and faced each other. "We'll wait for you here," said Nightingale. Hutch nodded. Kelly was looking from one of them to the other.
"We'll be back as soon as we can."
They had checked with Marcel. They were on high ground and should be safe from the tides. The four of them walked together along the rim until they found an open area that would be wide enough to set the spacecraft down. "Since time's pressing," Hutch said, "we're going to go to the tower first. Then we'll be back for you." Kelly looked down the face of the cliff.
"Don't wander around in the dark," she added.
"We won't." Mac shook himself and rubbed his spine against a tree, not unlike an elephant, Hutch thought. "I have to tell you," he said, "I love this plan. Anything that gets me off my feet." He extended his hand, and his voice softened, became personal. "Good luck, ladies." Kelly pushed past the hand, embraced him, and planted a large, wet kiss on his lips.
"You're a jerk, McAllister," she said, "but you're worth saving."
Hutch looked at Nightingale, hesitated, told herself, "What the hell?" and repeated the ceremony. Kelly, amused, shook her head.
"Love fest," she said. "Who'd have thought?"
Kelly and Hutch followed the shoreline for a time, angled away from it when Marcel told them to, and struck off again to the southwest. The land was heavily forested, marked with ravines and ridges, with rocky bluffs and narrow waterways, and with occasional mountains. A herd of grey creatures with faces like camels and long floppy ears rumbled past in great ground-eating leaps and disappeared behind a line of hills. Marcel sent them around a mountain and across a trail. Animal or something else. Of course, in a world in which flying creatures attacked in synchronized squadrons and hunting cats walked erect, the line between sentience and pure animal behavior had grown a bit murky. They kept moving. At about noon, in the middle of a forest, they came upon a balustrade. Above it, Hutch saw a coved dome. 2 domes. Twins.
"By God," said Kelly, "look at that thing."
The domes were connected by a cornice. "It's a temple." Hutch stopped in her tracks and stared. It had 6 columns. They were fluted and supported a triangular pediment on which a frieze had been carved. The frieze depicted 2 crickets, one seated in a shell of some sort, the other standing. The one in the shell was handing something, a cylinder, to the other. No, on closer inspection, Hutch saw it was a scroll.
"Lovely," said Kelly.
Hutch was glad for the excuse to stop moving for a minute. "It's Baroque," she said, "very close to 18th century Parisian. Who would have thought?" She could see an entrance hidden among the columns and marble steps leading up to it. Kelly started toward them. "No time," said Hutch.
"There's more over here."
A cylindrical structure was set at right angles to the temple. Pedestals projected every few meters, and a sculpted frieze circled as much of the building as she could see. It had a polyhedral roof supported by braces, and was adorned by roll moulding and a small dome. The figures in the frieze seemed to show crickets in various poses. Talking, reading, picking fruit from trees, playing with their young. Some were on their knees before a sun symbol. There might have been an entire city hidden within the trees. She caught the outlines of majestic buildings, resplendent with arches and rounded windows and parabolic roofs, with galleries and buttresses and spires, and overgrown courts and abandoned fountains. It was not a city that had ever known artificial lighting, or probably a printing press, but it was lovely beyond any comparable complex Hutch had seen before. The detritus of centuries had blown across it, burying it, encasing it within a tangle of branches and bushes and leaves, but it nevertheless made her blood run to stand before the silent structures. It might have been that the unearthly beauty of the place was enhanced by the encroaching forest, or by the sense of timelessness, or by its diminutive scale. They stood entranced, relaying the visuals to Windy. This time only silence came back. No one was asking them to take a moment to explore. They spent less than 2 minutes at the site. Then they hurried on. A rainstorm washed over them. Black clouds rolled in, and lightning bolts rippled down the sky. They lost contact with Marcel for almost 2 hours. The rain continued steadily, then changed to sleet. Tremors periodically shook the ground, severely enough to throw both women off their feet. "Lovely day for a stroll," Kelly commented. A line of trees appeared ahead. They plunged in. Something in the shrubbery went into a series of frenzied clicks. Hutch, in no mood for problems and not wanting to give anything a clear shot at them at short range, cleared out the section with her laser. There were screeches, crashing around, animals charging off into the bush. They never got a good look at anything. Marcel came back. "Bad weather?" "Electrical storms." "We see them, but you're doing fine. You should be there by early evening." "I hope so." "Hutch, I have another message for you from the Academy." "What's it say?" He hesitated. "It says they want you to take all precautions to avoid any further loss of life." "Good. Tell them I'd never have thought of it myself." "Hutch, tell them whatever you like. I don't really care, Marcel." The sun broke through, the sky cleared, and they hurried on. Something they couldn't quite make out tracked them for a while from the tops of a series of ridges. It ambled in the manner of an ape, but it apparently thought better of attempting an attack, and eventually dropped out of sight. "Scares me a little," said Kelly. "Why's that?" "At home, a cougar or a tiger or a gator, if it was hungry, would go for you. Most of these critters keep their distance." "You're suggesting—" "They're bright enough to know we're more dangerous than we look." By late afternoon, when the light began to change, they were out in open country again. "Almost there," Marcel said. 5 clicks." The ground was uneven and covered with thick grass. Hutch was spent. Kelly, with her longer legs, was managing a bit better, but she too looked weary. Periodically they talked to Mac and Nightingale. They were, they said, enjoying the view. There had been a high tide at about midday, and the water had come well up the cliff face, but they believed they had a substantial safety margin. McAllister commented that he was more comfortable than he'd been since leaving the Star, and didn't know whether he'd ever get up on his feet again. The sky turned purple and threatening. 3 clicks. It was impossible to miss the worry in Marcel's voice. "If you can move a little quicker, it would be a good idea." The splotch of light that represented the sun sank toward a line of hills. Rain began to fall. The lander, cold and silent, stood on the banks of a river so narrow it scarcely deserved the name. It was, in fact, an idyllic scene. A line of trees, a few rocks, the river, and the dying light. The trees marked the edge of the forest into which Tess's crew had disappeared on that long-ago morning. It seemed almost to be waiting for them. Hutch was pleased to see the old logo, the scroll within the orbiting star, still defiantly crisp on the hatch. The lander was green and white, the colors all the Academy's vehicles had worn in the early days, and the legend, Academy of Science and Technology, shone proudly on its hull. They jogged across the remaining ground, not all out because they couldn't see the holes and furrows, but Hutch remembered the voracious redbirds and glanced uneasily at the woods. "We've got Tess," she told Marcel. Marcel acknowledged, and she heard applause in the background. Fortunately, the hatch was closed. The ladder was still in place. Hutch climbed it, opened the manual control panel inside the airlock, pulled out the handle, and twisted it. The hatch clicked, and she pulled it open. So far, so good. They wasted no time getting through the inner door into the cabin. A layer of film and dirt covered the ports and windscreen, darkening the interior. Hutch sat down in the pilot's seat and scanned the console. Everything appeared to have been properly shut down. In back, Kelly opened the engine panel in the deck and exposed the reactor. "Do we know what we're doing?" she asked. "Find the boron. I'll be right there."
"Where are you going?" She held up the collapsible container she'd taken from the Starlander.
"Down to the river to get some water. You look for the boron."
Hutch wished that the pilot 20 years ago had had the foresight to land at the water's edge. The river was 50 meters away. She hurried down to it, filled the container, and dragged it back. When she got to the lander, Kelly showed her a canister. "White powder?" she asked.
"That's it."
"So what now?"
"We start the reactor."
A metal cylinder about the size of her arm was attached to the side of the device. The cylinder was equipped with a small crank. "How do we do that? Is there a switch?"
"We'll have to jump-start it," Hutch said. She shut down her E-suit and removed the Flickinger generator. "I'll need yours, too." Kelly complied, turned off the power, and handed it over. Hutch dug into her pack. "I have a connector cable here somewhere." Kelly disappeared in back for a moment and returned with one. She held it up for inspection.
"Two inputs?"
she asked. "Perfect." Hutch tied it to both generators and attached the other end to a post on the reactor. Then she detached the cylinder and poured a half-cup of water into it. She turned the crank several times and reconnected the cylinder to the reactor. Then she added a spoonful of boron. "Okay," she said at last. "I think we're ready to go."
"Glad to hear it."
"The system has a built-in Legon roaster. All we have to do is start it." She pressed her thumbs against the ignition switches for the Flickinger generators and pushed.
A yellow lamp on the reactor began to glow.
Hutch's spirits went up a notch.
"Now what?"
asked Kelly. "Be patient. It's going to roast off a few impurities and give us enough hydrogen to run the reactor." She closed her eyes and added, to the god within, "I hope." Kelly poked her.
"I hate to wake you, Hutch, but we've got a green light."
The reactor was running on its own. Hutch squeezed Kelly's arm, went back into the washroom, poured some river water into her hands, and washed her face. "It has to charge," she said. "That's going to take a while, and there's nothing we can do to speed things up. But so far we're doing pretty well." She went outside, and Kelly boosted her up onto the hull. Hutch knelt beside the ComPod. The laser cut was clean, but she was able to replace damaged parts with the pieces she'd recovered from the Starlander. She rewired everything, and when she was satisfied it would work, climbed back down and returned to the pilot seat. She waited a few more minutes. Kelly paced the cabin nervously.
"We don't have a lot of time, Hutch,"
she said. It was getting dark. "I know." Hutch propped her chin on her palm and scanned her instruments. "All right, Cartier, if you're feeling lucky, let's see if we've got some power." She put the vehicle into a test mode. Indicators and gauges jumped. "That's my baby. Internal systems look good. What's next?" "Fuel." The rain had stopped, but the sky was still thick with clouds. Hutch emptied the rest of the water into the fuel tank. They found a pump and hose for the tank, but the hose was only 20 meters long.
"A bit short to reach the river," said Kelly.
Hutch handed her the collapsible container. "File a complaint when we get home." She removed the lander's drinking water tank, which was not collapsible, and cradled it in her arms. "We need a lot," she said.
"What's the reactor actually do to the water?"
Kelly asked as they hurried toward the river. "It electrolyzes it, separates the hydrogen and oxygen, and gets rid of the oxygen. And, of course, the lander would then run on the hydrogen." They hauled water through the dock for the better part of 3 hours. They emptied each container into the fuel tank, hurried back to the river, refilled, and unloaded again. When they had enough power to get some lift out of the spike, Hutch eased into her seat, murmured a prayer, and pressed a stud. Her control panel came to life, and she raised a joyous fist. "On our way, baby," she said. She opened the command menu and pressed the green field marked Tess. Nothing happened except that the charge level dipped. "Tess," Hutch said, "are you there?" A status line appeared on the AI monitor. It was flat.
"Looks as if Tess has gone to a happier world," said Kelly.
"I'd say."
"Try again?"
"No point. It just eats up power." She extracted the control yoke from its bin and locked it into position. Now she took a deep breath and started the turbines. They sputtered, coughed, tried again, and finally staggered into life. She talked to them and coaxed them along until the power flow became smooth. "I do believe we're in business," she said.
"Do we have any lift?"
"Let's find out." Hutch directed power into the spike. The gauges quivered and moved up a few notches. They were getting about 20%. Actually not bad, considering the age and probable condition of the capacitors. Not enough to get them into orbit, of course. Not nearly enough. But enough to get them off the ground. Hutch opened the manual startup compartment and activated the flight systems. Several lamps blinked on, gauges that would indicate airspeed, altitude, fuel mixture, engine temperature. She couldn't taxi across the field and take off like 21st-century aircraft because she had no wheels. But the spike would get her up a couple of meters, and she could take it from there. She drew her harness down and locked it in place. The spike activator was an illuminated gold panel. She pushed on it. Lamps changed color, and the word "engaged" appeared on her screen. Hutch felt her weight diminish somewhat. She put the thrusters into the lift mode and fired them. The vehicle rose. It didn't go high. She could have jumped out without fear. But it was sufficient unto the day. Kelly planted her lips on her cheek. She maneuvered the spacecraft toward the river and brought it down on the bank. Then she shut everything off, and they hustled outside. Marcel chose that moment of absolute joy to break in. "Bad news. The water's breaking through." "What are prospects?" "It's not major yet, but it's going to get worse in a hurry." They attached the hose to the reactor tank, dropped the other end into the river, and started the pump. 20 minutes later, they had full tanks. They retrieved the pump and hose, waited patiently for another half-hour while the reactor did its work. Then they lifted into the air and turned toward the northeast. Hutch raised her flaps and gunned it. 23. Despite all these years, we have not yet found anyone smarter than Homo sapiens. The Nox remain caught up in their endless wars. Everyone else is dead, missing, or gone back to the woods. We are winning by default. Gregory McAllister. Is anyone listening? Hours to break up, estimated 75. After Hutch and Kelly disappeared into the forest, Nightingale and McAllister built a fire. Whatever adrenaline had been keeping McAllister going now deserted him, and he sat almost motionless, eyes closed, propped against a tree. Nightingale had also reached the limits of his endurance, but he was frightened at the prospect of falling asleep, leaving nobody on watch. He made coffee, drank it down, and felt marginally better. Thank God the ordeal was almost over. This time tomorrow, if everything went well, he'd be out of it, back on Wildside, enjoying a hot shower, sleeping in a real bunk, ordering up whatever meals might cross his mind. McAllister mumbled something. His breathing fell to a regular pattern, and Nightingale listened to the wind in the trees and the hum of insects. He looked out over the bay. Far below, large sea-colored birds flew in wide, lazy circles, occasionally diving toward the water. He refilled his mug, sipped from it, put it down, dozed off, and snapped awake again, when something touched his leg. It was a big bug with 10 or 12 pairs of segmented legs and a vicious-looking set of claws, about the size of a lobster. He screamed, rolled away, and watched it scuttle back into the shrubbery. Big bug. Hell of a reaction from a professional. McAllister never stirred. But the incident had the effect of bringing him thoroughly awake. He talked to Hutch and Kelly, left the circuit on so he could listen in on their conversation, and occasionally traded comments with the windy mathematician who was their current contact. Then he began to sink again. "Trouble staying awake," he eventually told the mathematician. "Okay." She had a burgundy voice. "Take off your link, set it for wide-angle visual, and let's aim it back into the woods. I'll try to keep watch for you." They wouldn't be able to see everything, she explained, but it would be better than nothing. He killed his field, removed the link, and set it on a rock. Then he buttoned up again. "If we see anything," she told him, "I'll give a yell." Nightingale lay back, listening to the sullen roar of the tide. Then he closed his eyes. He was vaguely aware of rain. Later he heard thunder. Another quake woke him briefly, and eventually he noticed that it had grown dark. McAllister had apparently wakened long enough to throw a couple more logs on the fire. But he was fast asleep at the moment. The tide was coming in. McAllister sat gazing bleakly out over the bay. "How are we doing?" Nightingale asked. "Did they find the lander?"
"Oh,"
McAllister poured himself a fresh cup of coffee.
"you're awake."
He reached out and patted him on the shoulder, the way one might a pet collie.
"Yes," he said. "I'm happy to report they got there okay."
He made a second cup for Nightingale.
"Far as I can tell, they're doing fine."
"Did they get it started?"
"Yes, they did. A couple of hours ago, in fact."
Broad smile.
"They're loading up on fuel now. Randy, I do believe we're going to get away from this place with our skins after all."
"I hope so." It was too cold to leave the suit off long, so Nightingale drank the coffee down and reactivated the field. That was something else he was looking forward to, being able to do basic physical maintenance without getting half frozen. A scuttering sound drifted up over the lip of the precipice. They looked at each other and drew their cutters from their vests. Nightingale walked to the edge and looked down. The entire face of the cliff was moving. Coming this way. "Heads up," he told McAllister. Two pairs of jointed limbs appeared over the edge, scrabbled for a hold, and then a hard-shell black creature, with somewhat the appearance of an ant, about the size of a guard dog, climbed up onto the flat ground. It weaved momentarily, righted itself, and clacked off past them into the dark. But not before Nightingale had assessed it. The thing had claws like a garden shears, 8 thin segmented legs, and several sets of stalks. A second one cleared the crest and lurched past them. Several more were scratching wildly for a grip on the bare rock. Chittering and clacking, they hoisted themselves up, crossed through the firelight, and kept going. "Mac?" McAllister had backed against a tree.
"Yes," he said in a small voice. "I'm here."
"I think we're going to get lots of these things." More were scrambling onto the summit. Mac's cutter flashed on. Nightingale was looking frantically for a refuge. "They're trying to get away from the rising tide."
"What are they?"
"Big and clumsy, and dangerous. The numbers coming over the lip of the cliff seemed endless."
"What do we do, Randy? Get behind the fire?"
"No, that's not safe. If there's a stampede, they'll run right over it. Over us. Find yourself a tree."
"I'm not sure."
He was gazing uncertainly at a tall hardwood.
"They're too big to climb."
"Get back of one." Hordes of the creatures wobbled past them. They ran in a pseudo-mechanical fashion, legs synchronized, mandibles pointed front as if they were expecting resistance. Those that moved too slowly or got in the way of bigger animals had their legs or antennas sheared off. One crashed into Nightingale, went down, and before it could get to its feet was trampled. Another blundered into the fire, whistled pitifully, and ran on, trailing smoke. When the panic was over, the dead and dying hardshells were heaped on all sides. A straggler appeared. It was having a hard time getting onto level ground. After an interminable struggle, it succeeded, and they saw why. 2 of its legs and several antennas were gone.
"What happens when they come back?" asked McAllister.
"It won't be the same," said Nightingale. "It won't be a stampede."
"That doesn't mean they won't be dangerous."
"That's true. Also, they could be looking for a snack by then. It might be prudent to clear out of the area." Mac was looking both ways along the rim.
"I agree. Which direction? Back the way we came?"
"That doesn't sound like Gregory McAllister." Mac laughed and shouldered his pack.
"All right, then," he said. "Onward it is."
Both were refreshed by their long rest at the summit, and they set out at a steady pace. The arc of the gas giant was rising behind them, and the forest grew so bright they didn't need their lamps. Not much longer. A fresh voice broke into his thoughts. Canyon. "I hear things are happening, Dr. Nightingale," he said. "I wonder if you'd care to describe them for us?" "This is not a good time, August," Nightingale said, and severed the connection.
"Exactly the right way to deal with the media," said McAllister.
"Hell, Mac, I thought you were the media."
"I am indeed," he said.
They stayed close to the rim of the escarpment. The bay spread out below them, a vast arm of the sea, smooth and hazy in Morgan's light. Along the shore, large tracts of woodland were in the water. "Tide's come pretty far in," said Nightingale. It was rising visibly as they watched.
"You figure we're really high enough, Randy?"
Nightingale laughed. They were a long way up. "I have to think that's the celebrated McAllister Wit."
Yes, it is that."
The forest literally went over the edge of the summit in some areas, and they were often so close to the precipice that a misstep could have ended in disaster. But occasionally the foliage opened out as much as a half-kilometre. The glare of the giant planet had become so bright they were able to switch off their lamps. McAllister touched Nightingale's shoulder and pointed out over the water. A light was burning.
"It just came on,"
he said, and while they watched, it went off. They peered into the semi-dark, but could make out nothing. The light came back on.
"What do you think it is?"
asked McAllister.
"Marine life."
It went off. Nightingale lifted his lamp, pointed it out to sea, and blinked it. The light in the water blinked back.
Mac frowned. "I do believe somebody's saying hello."
That hardly seemed possible.
"It's a luminous squid or something," he said. "We're looking at a mating call."
"It wants to mate with us?"
"It wants to mate with the lamp." Nightingale blinked again. A complicated series of longs, shorts, and mediums flashed back. Mac got dangerously close to the edge.
"It looks like a code."
"Did you know," asked Nightingale, "that some of the fireflies back home are really imitating other species of fireflies? Mimicking a desire to mate? When the recipient shows up for a big time, he gets eaten." He narrowed his eyes, trying to pierce the darkness. It appeared to be simply a light on the surface. He imagined a hand raising a lantern from the depths.
"Can you make it out, Randy?"
"Just water." McAllister blinked his light and looked expectantly seaward. There was, Nightingale thought, an element of play in his manner. He was enjoying this. A reply came back, another complicated series. "I can't tell what's doing it," Nightingale said. "It looks as if the light's in the water." He stared at it. "We should record it." McAllister nodded.
"It almost seems like a fishing boat out there trying to talk to us."
The ground shook. Somewhere below, a piece of rock broke off and fell down the face of the cliff into the bay. Nightingale caught his breath, moved well back from the precipice, and waited for more shocks. When none came, he directed his scanner to record. At his signal, McAllister blinked a couple of times, and again the lights flashed. 1, followed by 2, followed by 3. Nightingale felt a chill run down his back.
"Your squid can count," said Mac. "Do you think that intelligent life might have developed at sea?"
Well, it had back home, but it had taken a long time to recognize because it was non-technological. Dolphins and whales were clever, and squids, but they didn't take to mathematics without prodding. "It's had a long time to evolve," Nightingale said. Mac flashed once. The answer came back. 2. Nightingale pushed Mac's lantern down and raised his own. He sent 3. It answered 4. He looked through the glasses again. "My God," he said, "we're going to come back with this story and no answers, and people are going to scream." The ground trembled again, more intensely this time.
"Randy," said Mac, "this is not a good place to be right now."
"I know." McAllister took his shoulder. "Come on, before we both go into the pond." Nightingale nodded, pointed his lamp at the light source, and blinked again. Once. Goodbye. The offshore light blinked back. Twice. "They're still counting," said Nightingale. "How are you guys doing?" Kelly's voice, sounding cheerful and relieved. "Okay," said Nightingale, who could not take his eyes off the bay. "Good. I thought you'd want to know. We'll be in the air in a few minutes." "Thank God."
"They're good babes,"
McAllister told him on the private channel. 24.
Good fortune is less a product of talent or energy than it is a matter of timing, being at the right place when the watermelon truck flips. This is how promotions happen and how fortunes are made. Arrive at the intersection a minute behind when the police are on the scene, and everything is undone.
Gregory McAllister, Lost in Babylon. Hours to break up, estimated 63. Kelly looked down at Bad News Bay and sucked in her breath. The entire lower coastline had gone under water, and the cliff top along which they'd walked was now not much more than a promontory. "What do you think?" asked Hutch. She was referring to the diagnostic and not the state of the bay. "I don't know why the AI is disabled. Probably general degradation." "Okay, what else?" "We've got problems with temp controls. On-board communications are okay. Capacitors are at max, but we've only got 21%. That's all they'll take, apparently. Sensors are out. Forward dampers are down. We're getting a warning on the electrical system." Hutch made a face. "Not imminent shutdown, I hope." "Negative." "Okay. When we get time, I'll take a look at it. We've got plenty of spare parts on board." Normally, the pilot would run the diagnostic herself, but normally the AI would be operating the spacecraft. Hutch was busy. Kelly ticked off a series of other problems, mostly minor, others potential rather than actual. "We wouldn't want to do a lot of flying in this buggy, but it should get us to the tower." Hutch leveled off at 2,000 meters, informed Marcel's surrogate they had no sensors, and with her help set course. The surrogate asked whether there was any chance they could ride this lander back to Wendy. "As it was at the moment?" "Negative," Hutch said. "We can lift off and set down. We can even hover for a bit. But take it to orbit, that's not going to happen." Kelly took a minute to call Nightingale. "How you guys doing?" she asked. "Okay." "Good. We're overhead." Then to the surrogate, "Allie, do we have time to pick up the rest of our crew?" She nodded and throttled up. "Negative. The plane is flooding as we speak. Lots of water." In the illumination cast by Jerry Morgan, the countryside was ghastly. Kelly saw the area where Chong had died and thought she could pick out the spot where the hovercraft was located. They soared over the Dragonfly River. Marcel came on the circuit. "Hutch," he said, "there's a lot of water cascading into the valley. A lot. The tide keeps getting higher, and a long section of ridge has simply collapsed." It would continue to do so as Morgan moved across the sky. To the south they saw roiling smoke. "Volcano," Marcel said. "They're erupting all over the globe tonight." "What's the situation at the tower?" "The water hasn't gotten there yet in any quantity, but it won't be long. Run your afterburners." "Afterburners," said Hutch. "Aye." A joke, of course. She was already at maximum thrust. Marcel continued. "The tower's in a wide plain. There's a funnel of sorts that empties into it from the north. The water's coming through the funnel. When it hits the plain, it spreads out a bit. That's kept us out of the soup, but it won't contain things forever." "Any guesses on time?" "How long's it going to take you to get there?" 20 minutes. "Yeah, it might be enough," he said. "You'll want to hit the ground running."
"Mac?"
"Yes, Priscilla."
"Mac, be careful. We'll be back as quickly as we can."
"We'll be waiting."
"You and Randy'll be okay?"
"We won't be if you don't get those batteries."
"Capacitors, Mac."
"Bear with me. I was never much of a technician, but by all means go get them. We'll leave a light on for you here."
Marcel came up again. "Hutch," and she read everything in his voice, all the futility and despair and exasperation that had been building for days. "You might as well break it off. Go back and—" "What do you mean, break it off?" "Just what I said. You don't have time to do this." Kelly cut in. "God damn it, Marcel, we can't just break it off. We've got nowhere else to go here." "We're working on a backup plan. Forget the capacitors." "What's the backup plan?" "It's complicated." "That's what I thought," said Kelly. "Give it to me in a couple of words." "We're going to try to take you right out of the sky." "You what?" "Pick you up in flight. I can't explain now." "I'm not surprised." "We're building a device that might work." "Marcel," said Hutch, "what's your level of confidence in this scheme?" He apparently had to think about it. "Look, nobody's ever tried anything like this before. I can't promise success, but it's a chance." "Right." Kelly stared at Hutch. "Go for the tower." Hutch agreed. "I think we'd better get the capacitors." She leaned forward in her chair, as if she could urge the spacecraft to more acceleration. "Hutch!" He sounded desperate. Kelly shook her head. "Get there, or nothing else matters." They were already at full throttle, had been since leaving the river. "How much time do we have," asked Kelly, "before the water reaches the tower?" The tower's getting its feet wet now.
How deep? How bad is it?
It's deep enough. You simply don't have time for this.
We're out over the plain, said Hutch, and we don't see any water yet.
Take my word for it.
We're going to look, Marcel. We'll let you know.
Kelly went private.
We're not over the plain, Hutch, she said. They were, in fact, passing over forest and ridges. We're only a couple of minutes away.
Hutch went back to Marcel.
If it looks at all possible, we're going to try it.
I wish you wouldn't.
I wish we didn't have to. Now tell me about the water. What are we going to see? Waves? A gradual rise? What?
There's a wave on its way. Actually, a series of waves running close together.
How far are they from the tower? How high?
High enough to submerge the capacitors. They're at ground level, right?
Yes, on a table.
They're probably already in the water.
Any chance we can beat the waves? Any chance at all?
You've got about 15 minutes.
They were 10 minutes away, give or take. Okay, Marcel, all or nothing.
Speaking of which, you're off course. Come 12 points to port.
Hutch moved the yoke to the left and watched the guidance indicators. Okay, she asked.
Yeah, he said despondently. Looks fine.
Kelly listened to the steady roar of the jets and watched snow-covered ridges sweep past. We did a minimum charge, Hutch told her. That means there's a possibility we may have to install the new capacitors before we can get off the ground. That could get interesting. You might take a look in back, make sure we have everything close to hand in case we have to do the connections. We're going to do this in the back seat? If things get tight, yes. We won't take time to remove the onboard capacitors, just pull the connectors. We'll load the new ones in back as best we can, tie them in, and get the hell away. So we'll need electrical cable and wrenches ready to go.
Kelly went back and began laying everything out.
The lander passed over the last line of hills and came out over the plain. They picked up the snow cover, and the ground became ethereal, a spectral countryside of glistening trees and silver-etched shadows. Then the tones changed, and they were over water. It looked shallow, shin-high, knee-high. They could still see ground shrubbery. Kelly reported everything ready in the back seat. Hutch watched the time and looked for the tower. Can't be far now. And to Marcel. What happens if they get wet, the capacitors?
They aren't designed to be waterproof, Hutch. If they get wet, they will have to be dried out. Maybe they'd still be usable. I really can't say for certain, and we can't find the information in the database. But it's a circumstance we should have tried harder to avoid.
Hutch understood what he was saying. They should have walked faster. She cut fuel and dropped close to the ground. The lander slowed. Kelly, keep an eye open. Trees and hills were creating wakes. A few animals fled before the current, and a pack of the wolf-like creatures they'd seen early in their trek were moving southwest toward higher country, only their heads visible above water. They weren't going to make it.
Hutch, Marcel again. You're coming up on the tower. 3 points to port, directly ahead, about 2,000 meters.
She killed the jet. The lander coasted to the silver light. It may be shallow enough that we can still do this, said Kelly.
I see it.
Hutch bent over the controls. I'm going to try to set down with as little help from the spike as we can manage. We want to save enough to get us out of here. She had no choice, however, but to use the system to stay aloft. Power levels were therefore falling. The reactor automatically shut down while they were in flight, so available power consisted of whatever had been stored in batteries or capacitors. And to save time, they'd stored an absolute minimum. Marcel's voice.
You've got about 6 minutes before the ocean gets there.
How big's the first wave?
It's spreading out, diminishing, but at the moment it's maybe 10 meters.
Almost as high as the tower.
There's our baby,
Kelly pointed. There was no sign of a chasm. The tower rose out of the floodwaters, bleak and cold and desolate, but still standing. It seemed to Hutch almost biblical, last trace of a vanished civilization, a final defiant rocky digit raised against the unforgiving skies. Going down, she lowered the treads.
We might be okay, said Kelly.
The lander's lights reflected off running water. Hutch went to reverse thrust, brought the vehicle almost to a standstill, and lowered it gently toward the ground. To the north she could make out a moving gray wall. "Here comes the wave," she said, activating her E-suit. Hutch pushed the yoke forward and felt a mild jar as they touched down. Kelly opened the airlock and splashed out into the surge. The current tried to drag her off her feet. Hutch started out behind her, but she stopped in the airlock and watched the mountainous wave bearing down on them. Abruptly, to Kelly's dismay, she called her back. "Forget it," Hutch said. "There isn't time." Marcel broke in. "Let it pass," he said. "Then try it." "No!" Kelly fought to stay on her feet. The current was moving north in the direction of the oncoming wave. Hutch sounded cold and calm in her receiver. "It won't do any good if we lose the lander." "We won't be able to find them afterward," Kelly said. "Dead now or dead later, what's the difference?" She was only steps away from the entrance, and she kept going. "Won't improve things if we can't find you, either," Hutch said. The wave was enormous, rising high and rising higher. A huge crest folded over and crashed down. Kelly stumbled into the tower. The capacitors lay on the work table where they'd left them, covered by the top. The water swirled around her ankles. The roar of the onrushing sea was deafening. "Come on," Hutch let her hear a cold, flat tone. "Kelly, I have to pull out." She actually touched one of the capacitors through the cloth. She couldn't leave without them, couldn't possibly leave without them. Just pick the thing up and hustle back with it. But she needed Hutch. Couldn't get both of them alone. Get the lander clear. Kelly and the wave, it had a nice ring. God! She couldn't hope to carry it, though, not in time. She broke away finally and stumbled back through the muck. It was hard going, and she fell at the entrance, rolled, and came up running. Hutch stood in Tess's hatch, looking back past her shoulder. Looking up! Kelly splashed across the few meters as Hutch ducked inside. She heard the engines turn over, felt the shadow of the wave. The lander began to lift. The hatch was still open, but she had to jump for the ladder. She caught the bottom rung, hung on, dangled while Tess went up, watched the wall of water engulf the tower. It crashed over it, submerged it. They were rising too slowly, and then the vertically positioned jets cut in and they soared. She clung desperately, suddenly as heavy as a load of iron. She screamed, and the wave thundered beneath her. The jets died, and Hutch let the lander sink a few meters. Kelly scrambled for a better grip, dragged herself up a couple more rungs, and got a foot on the ladder. The tower was gone. She could smell seawater. She fell in through the hatch and looked for something to throw at Hutchins, seated at the controls, not even looking back. "You were going to leave me," she said. "You were actually going to leave me down there." "I'm responsible for 2 more people." Hutch's voice simmered with anger. "If you want to kill yourself, that's one thing, but I wasn't going to let you kill all of us." "We could have done it, God damn you!" She closed the hatch. Hutch finally turned and looked at her. "You had your hands full getting back as it was. What makes you think you could have done it carrying one of the capacitors?" "We were too slow getting out of the lander. If we'd gone in as soon as we got here, no hesitation, just done it, we'd both be dead." Hutch circled around, and they flew over a sea of rampaging water. There was no sign of the tower, and the second wave was becoming visible. They watched it in silence. It rolled in and swept past, higher than the first. "We should have tried," said Kelly. She saw the tower rising out of the flood, water pouring from its windows. Incredibly, it was still intact, other than a couple of pieces missing from its roof. "Next one's 3 minutes away," said Hutch. The third wave was the giant. It kept building, and Hutch took them higher. A few trees had managed to keep their uppermost branches out of the water, but this one rolled over them and over the tower. They waited, watching for the stone roof to reappear. Marcel asked what had happened. "Don't know yet," said Hutch. McAllister and Nightingale also called in. "We may have gotten here too late," Hutch told them. Hutch thought there was still a chance. She engaged the jets, moved into a wide arc around the place where the tower had been, and shut down the spike, conserving energy. "It's over," said Kelly. Her voice shook. "No, when the water subsides, we'll go down and look." But the site was now located at the bottom of a turbulent lake. The water level rose and sank as they watched. More waves thundered in. Sometimes the newly formed sea exposed large swatches of ground. But Hutch was no longer sure where the tower had even been. "Hutch," Marcel's voice, "it should start to recede in an hour or so." "We've got an ocean at the moment," she said. "You say recede. Is the water going to go back out?" "Well, not really. Some of it will, but a lot of it's going to stay right where it is, at least for the next few days." "Good," said Kelly. "We don't have anything better to do. We'll just—" "That's enough," said Hutch. She continued to circle. McAllister called again.
"Listen, you did your best. Don't worry about it."
All these people depending on her. Kelly gave Hutch a withering look, and Hutch was getting tired of that, too. Over the next 45 minutes, more waves, large and small, swept through the area. Morgan moved silently across the sky into the west, enormous and bright and lovely. At last the water began to ebb, running back the other way. A wake appeared off their starboard side. It was the tower, broken and shattered. Cautiously, Hutch set the lander down in the retreating current and began recharging the reactor. They sat in strained silence almost an hour, until the force of the runoff had subsided. Then they climbed out into the current. The water came to their waists. The top of the tower and the upper chambers had been ripped off. The work table was gone, as were the capacitors. They looked carefully at the ground floor. They even took lamps and swam down the staircase to the level below. But there was nothing. They searched the surrounding area, marking off sections and walking and swimming through them as thoroughly as they could. Cherry set, and the sun rose. 25. Luck does not come out of a vacuum. It is manufactured by organization. Gregory McAllister, The Art of Giulio Agostino, Editor-at-Large. Hours to break up, estimated 60. Newsline with August Canyon. A small landing party marooned on Maliva 3 lost a race with the sea hours ago when the giant tides, being stirred up by the approach of Morgan's World, flooded extensive northern tracts of the continent everyone here calls Transitoria, and washed away 2 capacitors that would have lifted the stranded explorers into orbit. Nevertheless, authorities on board the Evening Star insist they have not given up. It's the middle of the day here, Tuesday, December 5th. Inside sources expect that conditions on Maliva 3 will deteriorate tomorrow and grow much worse Thursday. They are predicting that the planet will begin to break up Thursday night. A last-ditch effort is being mounted to construct a kind of sky scoop. Universal personnel will be closely involved in the attempt, and I'll be back with details on a special broadcast later today. This is August Canyon, in orbit around Deepsix. Janet's volunteers were near the end of their 3rd day of training when word came. They would be going outside. Tonight. The reaction was mixed. The news was accompanied by a sober moment while they digested the fact that the stakes for them had just gone up. Janet detected a trace of apprehension, now that a serious commitment had been made. But they went back to work with a will. As to herself, she was delighted she'd come. Chastain stopped by the Bryant Auditorium to talk to the volunteers about the Flickinger field. They were now calling themselves the Outsiders. Only one of the 30-odd volunteers had ever worn an E-suit before entering the training program. He reviewed how the systems worked, took questions, played a sim, and inspected harnesses. They talked about the Flickinger field, what it could do, what it could not do. He laid down some basic safety procedures, like not losing physical contact with the ship, or with the alien assembly on which they'd be working. After dinner, the Outsiders were called back for an evening session, during which Janet introduced Mercedes Delamonica, Nicholson's executive officer. She was a cool, unemotional native of Mexico City. She, Marcel, and Janet accompanied the trainees outside in groups of 15, each taking 5. They walked around on the hull, got used to conditions, got used to the systems, acquired enough skill with the communications package to get by, and received once again all the appropriate warnings, including a demonstration by Mercedes, who deliberately lost contact with the surface, floated off, and had to be rescued. They did some zero-G welding. Afterward, they were required to give a final demonstration of their skills. When they'd finished, 2 more were excused. A few tennis nets had been strung together outside, courtesy of Captain Nicholson, and those who were scheduled to work on the asteroid net got some practice climbing around on them. At the end of the session, around 11, they were herded into a dining room adjoining the captain's own. An assortment of snacks was served, compliments of the Star. Their instructors were present, and when everyone was assembled, Captains Nicholson and Clairvaux filed in. Nicholson made a short speech, thanking them for their effort, and expressing his confidence that they would succeed.
Afterward they were called forward individually and awarded certificates emblazoned with an image of a woman dressed apparently for an afternoon on the links, carrying a welding torch and sitting confidently atop two of the assembly shafts. Behind the two captains, stretched across the bulkhead, was a banner carrying the same image. Below the woman, dark green script spelled out Evening Star. Above was the legend, The Outsiders. Pindar Kolieshchu was delighted with himself. He'd gone outside with the rest and handled the E-suit with aplomb, had shown a decent adroitness wielding the laser. He felt he understood enough to cut and weld with the best of them. Not bad, after only 3 days' practice. But then, he'd always been a quick study. He was the founder of Harbinger Management Systems, which specialized in teaching people how to supervise subordinates and oversee resources. It was mundane stuff, but it was sorely needed in the commercial world of the early 23rd century. Harbinger had made him wealthy and allowed him to indulge his principal hobby, cruising into the unknown with beautiful women. His partner on this tour was Antonia Luciana, an exquisite and insatiable young woman who had kept him in quite a good mood since the start of the voyage. Antonia had tried to discourage him from joining the rescue effort, had struggled to hold back tears when he insisted, had then suggested she would have liked to go along too, but doubted her ability to learn the requisite skills within the time frame. She had also admitted that the prospect of going outside terrified her. In the manner of the excellent manager he was, he understood, and left her to applaud his pending heroics. Pindar was enjoying himself thoroughly. He'd gotten caught up in the emotional swirl surrounding the rescue effort. He had come to feel a kinship with the 4 people on the surface, and he understood that no display of courage and skill on his part, however memorable it might be, would be satisfying unless the rescue succeeded. The ceremony was short. "You'll all want to get a good night's sleep," Captain Clairvaux told them at its conclusion. "We've set up special quarters for you. I'm told you already know about that, and you know where they are. We'll escort you there anyhow when we've finished here." He grinned. "Consider yourselves in the military for the duration. Your morning will start early. I'd like to remind you that after you leave this room, everything becomes real." They gave Janet the last word. She thanked her fellow outsiders, assured them she'd be with them throughout the operation, and gave them their final instructions. Pity. Antonia would have been thoroughly aroused by his pending exploit. Pindar consoled himself that he was making a magnanimous sacrifice, and trooped off with the others. Before bedding down for the night, he called her. Her lovely image took shape and shimmered in front of him. She'd adapted her signal to present herself with precisely the degree of insubstantiality that enhanced her natural beauty. "It's going fine," he assured her. "They're breaking us into groups of 2 and 3. I've been assigned as a team leader. Can you imagine that? Me, a Skyhook?" "You will be careful," said Antonia. "I want you to come back to me." She tried to purr, but it didn't work, because she was really worried for him, and that knowledge stirred him, demonstrated it was not just his position and power that had won her over. It forced him to recognize once again that he must be an extraordinary person to command such affection from one so lovely. "Have no fear, Amante," he said. "You just relax and enjoy the rescue." "Pindar?" She peered at him closely, as though to see into him. "You're really not afraid?" "No," he said. "Everything will be fine." "Will I be able to see you?" She meant on the view-screens. "I'm sure you will." She tilted her head and smiled. "I'll be glad when it's over." In the morning they were awakened early, at about 5, and marched back to the same dining-room, where they received a light breakfast. Afterward he met his partner, an attractive brunette whose name was Shira de Beck. He and Shira boarded a shuttle headed for Windy. They talked over their tasks en route and arrived on the science ship in good spirits. There they met the shuttle pilot, who'd be working with them during the balance of the morning, received their schedules, and set up their gear. Marcel could see the dismay in Ali Hamir's eyes. Ali was Wendy's lead technician. He'd thought there was a decent chance to reconfigure the scanners and conduct a successful search for the capacitors. but resolution below the surface of objects smaller than a human being had not proved possible. The wave action had picked up and redeposited millions of rocks and other pieces of debris. There was no way to determine which two, if any, might be the missing units. Marcel blamed himself for the failure at the tower. There had been time to get to Tess and recover the capacitors, had he not relied on the wave projections. He should have hustled them along. He should have insisted they do what they had finally done, split up and make best time for the lander. He and Hutch had discussed it, but she'd believed the danger too great to leave anyone behind. Marcel had gone along with her reluctantly. Now he saw the magnitude of his error. Several of Ali's people were seated in front of the operational screens, forlornly watching hundreds of markers blinking, rubble in the muck beneath the newly created inland sea. "Hopeless," said Beekman. Moose Trotter, a mathematician from the University of Toronto, and at 106 the senior member of the mission, had always seemed unfailingly optimistic. But Moose now looked like a man in pain, wandering from station to station, neglecting the work that had brought him there. Marcel had been asked whether, if the Skyscoop initiative didn't work out, communication with the ground party should be cut off as conditions worsened. Benny Juarez, a close friend of Kelly's, thought anything less than granting the victims their privacy during their last hours, if it came to that, would be indecent. Nicholson was getting an update from his engineer when Mercedes Delamanica called him. "What have you got, Nietzsche?" he asked. "A delegation," she said. "Maybe a dozen people at the moment, but it looks like more coming. They're unhappy about the rescue effort." The locator put her on the bridge. "On my way," he said. He called the kitchen and ordered several cartloads of refreshments sent up, and then left the operation center and took the elevator topside. He rehearsed his comments on the way, but he was taken aback by the sheer number of angry passengers. More were trying to push into the area from outside. The exec was standing behind a table, trying to talk into a microphone. He strode through, got to Mercedes, and turned to face the crowd. They got louder. Nicholson knew many of them. He was almost an ideal cruise ship captain. One of his strengths was that he never forgot a name. Laramie Payton, a building contractor from the American Northwest, asked the question Nicholson knew would be at the top of the agenda. "What's this about our being welded to that alien thing?" "Laramie," he said smoothly, "I've explained all that already. There's no danger. You can rest assured I wouldn't do anything that would put the Evening Star at risk. We will be welded, but keep in mind this is a very big ship. If we need to, at any time we'll be able to break away from the assembly as easily as you could break an egg. So you just don't have to worry about that at all." Hopkin McCullough, a British communications tycoon, demanded to know how he could be so sure. "They're talking about pushing that thing down into the atmosphere. How do we know we won't go down with it?" Nicholson raised his hands. "We have engines, Hop. The fact that we're helping push isn't going to affect our ability to maneuver if we have to. It's just not a problem. Anybody else?" He gave a few more reassurances. The donuts and coffee arrived. The disorder subsided, and the captain strolled out among his patrons, clapping some on the back and chatting idly with others. "I can understand why you'd be worried, Mrs. Belmont," he'd say, "but there's really no cause for concern. We're going to rescue those people tomorrow, and then we'll be on our way." Part 3. Skyhook 26. There is little that is actually impossible, if one is in a position to apply energy and intelligence. It is our willingness to conclude this or that cannot be done that usually defeats us. Consider, for example, how long the outhouse was with us. Gregory McAllister, Notes from Babylon. Hours to break up, estimated 54. Newsline with August Canyon. This is August Canyon reporting from Deepsix, where, as you can see, Morgan's World has become by far the dominant feature in the sky. You're looking at the gas giant as it will appear tonight over the largest continent on the planet, a place aptly named Transitoria, where the Gregory McAllister group remains stranded. A last-ditch rescue effort continues today, in which Universal News will play an integral part. At this moment, the science research vessel Wendy J. is lying alongside the Skyhook counterweight, which scientists found here several days ago. To fill us in on the details of the mission, Miles Chastain, captain of the UNN starship Edward Jayswick, is with us, although he's actually speaking from the Windy J, where he's advising the rescue team. Captain Chastain, how precisely is this going to work?
Miles had just completed mounting lasers in the auxiliary housings on the hulls of 4 of the shuttles, and was now reviewing the allocation of the shuttle fleet to the needs of the operation. They had a total of 7 vehicles. 3 from Windy, 2 from the Star, and 1 each from the other 2 ships. He was consequently feeling a bit crowded when he got on the circuit with Canyon. He delivered a few responses that might charitably have been described as curt, and excused himself. But Canyon made it work, emphasizing the point that things were accelerating, that the operation was on the move, and that there was simply no time for small talk. It was all very dramatic. Miles had expected, as he sat down to go over mission requirements, that Canyon would be miffed. Instead, the newsman called to express his appreciation for what he called Miles's performance.
"It was superb," he said. "Couldn't have scripted it better." He grinned. "I believe, Miles, if you ever get tired of piloting, you could have a career as a journalist."
They landed near a lake, refueled, and then hurried on to pick up McAllister and Nightingale. It was a gloomy reunion. Hutch got a lot of commiseration.
"Nice try, and you did what you could, and maybe this sky scoop will work."
Kelly remained uncharacteristically quiet. The reactor switched on as soon as the engines were off and commenced recharging the various systems. Mac slipped into a seat and commented how good it was to be indoors again. The ground shook constantly.
"After a while," said Nightingale, "you don't notice it."
Morgan's wide arc was just dropping out of sight, behind the trees. The eastern sky was brightening, and the clouds had cleared off. It looked as if finally a sunlit day was coming.
"So what about the sky scoop?" asked Nightingale. "What is it? Will it work? When does it happen?"
Hutch and Kelly had received more details from Beekman, but the planetologist, to use Kelly's phrase, had never learned to speak English. The description had been too technical even for Hutch. She understood in general terms what they proposed to do, but she simply couldn't cut it impossibilium with the capabilities they claimed for it. On the other hand, what else had they? "They're telling us day after tomorrow, local time."
"Day after tomorrow?" Mac was horrified. "Aren't conditions supposed to be a little rough by then?"
"It's the best they can do. Pickup will be out over the misty sea during late morning."
"Where in hell is that?" demanded Mac.
"The misty sea, off the west coast. The rendezvous won't be far from here, really."
"Bottom line," pressed McAllister, "will it work?"
Surely Beekman's physicists knew what they were talking about. "Yes," Hutch said. "I'd guess it'll be tricky, but I think we'll get clear."
"Tricky?"
"The timing."
"When you say you think," said McAllister, "it doesn't give me confidence."
"It's a long shot," said Kelly. McAllister was working hard to control his voice.
"Okay," he said. "Now we're talking about being here a couple more days. What about this deterioration we keep hearing about? I mean, it's already a little weathery out there. How bad's it going to get? What's actually going to happen?"
"You really want the details?" asked Hutch.
"Of course."
And then Mac's voice softened.
"Please."
Everyone turned to look at her. "There've already been major quakes. Apparently none in this area yet. But there will be. And they'll get worse. Off the scale. We can look for chunks of land to be shoved as much as 15 or 20 kilometers into the sky. There are going to be more volcanoes, bigger and better, and giant storms." She paused momentarily and let them listen to the wind. "Higher tides than last night. Much higher. We'll have to find high ground somewhere. In 3 days, more or less, the atmosphere will get ripped away. We should be well away by then."
"That seems like a good idea."
"The oceans will go a few hours later. The outer crust will melt. That's tidal effects and volcanic activity, as I understand it. At that point, the planet will seriously begin to come apart.
They're figuring midnight Thursday, or maybe a little later ship time, which is coincidentally about the same time here. Approximately 40 hours later, the pieces will fall into Jerry and go splash.
My God, said McAllister. There must be some way we can get off this goddamn place. If the scoop doesn't work, maybe we could get aloft, get swept off when the atmosphere goes, and then get picked up.
Not possible, said Hutch.
There's a chance.
His eyes flashed angrily.
You sit here and keep telling us what won't work. What will?
It's not a chance, said Kelly. Even if we did get tossed free without getting boiled, which wouldn't be very likely, there won't be anybody to pick us up. McAllister's breathing was becoming labored.
Why not?
Because the collision's going to put out a lot of energy. The neighborhood's going to explode like a small sun when things begin to happen. They're going to have to get the ships well clear before then.
Speaking of which, added Hutch, we ought to head for safer ground. She didn't like the way the area constantly bobbed and weaved. McAllister sighed. The endless supply of glib comments seemed finally exhausted.
You said Wendy's still looking for the capacitors. That means there's still a chance to find them, right?
There's a chance, Hutch said.
Maybe we should go back and look ourselves, said Mac. It's not as if we have any other pressing business.
He sounded betrayed.
We don't have working sensors, said Hutch.
Which means, observed Nightingale, that all we could do would be to spend our last hours mucking around hip-deep in the water. You really want to do that?
He gazed at McAllister for a long moment, and then turned back to Hutch.
How the hell did we get into this anyhow?
They were casting about for someone to blame. Kelly hadn't revealed the details of their abortive attempt to retrieve the capacitors, Hutch was sure, but they felt resentful and frustrated, and they were scared. They'd certainly been listening during the salvage effort. They could not have missed Kelly's pleas. Hutch knew what they must have sounded like. Cowardly pilot blinks at the critical moment. And she herself could not avoid thinking how easily things could have turned out differently. It had been only a matter of minutes. How many minutes had they squandered during the 9 days of the march? If they'd left a little earlier one morning, walked a bit later one night, not stopped to poke into the chapel, if they'd left Nightingale and Max sooner rather than later. McAllister turned a beaten gaze out the window. A wide stream gurgled past. Tall green trees, like nothing ever seen on earth, sparkled in the early morning light, and a bright golden bird with red-streaked wings was walking around on the fuselage. The scene was idyllic.
Are we sure we can't ride this thing out of here? It doesn't seem as if it would hurt to try.
We're sure. Essentially, what we've got is a rocket-assisted jet aircraft. The rockets are for maneuvering in 0G, but they don't pack nearly enough punch to get us into orbit. We can use the spike to negate our weight, but only for a little while, a few minutes or so.
So if we tried it,
we'd probably get up to 13,000 meters, maybe a little higher. We'd have a couple of minutes to wave, and then we'd fall back. And, incidentally, if we exhausted our lift capability in the effort, we'd have no way to land.
I don't suppose, Mac persisted, that one of the ships could come down to 12,000 meters and pick us up?
No, said Kelly. The superluminals can't navigate in the atmosphere.
Nor the shuttles?
Nor the shuttles.
So all we've got is the scoop.
No, Kelly stared out of the rain. Hutch is right. There's not much chance of finding the capacitors. But I don't think it would hurt to look. Maybe we'll get a break. Hutch agreed, seeing no more useful way to spend the time, and Nightingale reversed his position and decided it was the only reasonable thing to do. Hutch engaged the spike and took off. They sat quietly during the early minutes of the flight, as if by refusing to talk they could halt the passage of time and cling to these last hours. Nobody laughed any more. They were leaving the area of the bay when Hutch's comlink vibrated, Marcel calling. She put him on the all-com. "How are you folks holding up?" He sounded artificially cheerful. Marcel was a good guy and a competent captain, but she was discovering he was the world's worst actor. McAllister grumbled something she couldn't make out. "We're okay," she said. "I've a message for you." "For me?" asked Hutch.
For all of you. In fact, we have a lot of messages, thousands of them. The whole world is following this, and wishing you well."
"Nice to be at the center of attention," said McAllister.
"Of course," he continued, "they're all at least 2 days old. The people sending them don't know about—" He paused, trying to find a diplomatic way to phrase it. "About losing the capacitors."
"You said there was one message specifically?"
"2, actually.
You want to read them?"
First one's from the General Commissioner of the World Council. She says, "We admire your bold effort to expand the limits of human knowledge and your willingness to embrace the hazards that inevitably accompany such undertakings. Be assured that all humankind joins me in praying for your safe return." Signed, St. Jean Romanovska.
"Good," said
McAllister.
"We'll all get monuments. Maybe even streets in Alexandria named after us."
"What else have you got?" asked Hutch. "One from Gomez. It's for you."
"Read it," she said.
"Priscilla, I need not tell you that we here at the Academy are delighted that there will apparently be a happy ending to this unfortunate incident. You had us worried for a while."
"Those of us down here," said McAllister, "have been worried too."
"What's the rest of it, Marcel?"
"It says, 'Now that you're out of danger, I want to ask you to take a look at the area designated Mount Blue, where the base of the Skyhook is reported to be located. It's essential that we know what happened on Deepsix, where the advanced technology came from. I know it's asking a lot after what you've been through, but I know I can count on you.' It's signed Irene."
"Irene?"
"That's what it says."
Back at the Academy, Irene Gomez could have fallen over Hutch in the corridor without knowing who she was. But it would be something for them to do. "Give us a minute," she told Marcel. Then she put him on hold. "What do you think?" she asked her companions.
"This isn't brain surgery," said McAllister. "We have one chance to come out of this alive, find the capacitors. Maybe my vote shouldn't count. I can't say I care much what's on top of Mount Blue. I think we should be concentrating on getting out of here. I mean, hell, they want to send us on another chase. I think we've had enough."
"Randy?" He considered it. "Maybe Mac's right. Maybe we should take a look at the tower area first. If it seems hopeless, then we could make for the mountain."
Kelly shook her head. "I hate to be negative, but I've been there, at the tower, and I don't think we have much chance of finding anything. Those were big waves. God knows where the capacitors are now. But on the other hand, I do know we won't find them on a mountaintop." Hutch reopened Marcel's channel. "We're going back to look for the capacitors."
"Okay, I can understand that."
"Send Irene my regrets." There was an awkward pause. Then Marcel reminded them that there was more mail.
"The comm center," he said, "has been overwhelmed with good wishes for you, for everybody."
Hutch was impressed. Sending a hypercom message was not inexpensive. "Overwhelmed?"
"Thousands of them. Probably be more than that if we had a wider reception capacity. They tell us they're backed up pretty heavy at relay, whole classrooms of kids in some cases."
"I don't suppose you have any way of sorting out the personal stuff?"
"Not easily. Even by last name, I can't be sure. We have 16 messages for you from people named Hutchins, 18 for Randy from assorted Nightingales, ditto for everybody else."
"All right," said Hutch. "Keep mine for now. Why don't you put somebody on with each of these other folks? They may have specific names they'll be looking for." She thanked him and disconnected. Nightingale stared at her, and she could see the judgment forming.
"Nobody in your entire life you want to hear from at a time like this?"
Of her immediate family, only Hutch's mother was still alive. Relations between the two had been strained for years over Hutch's failure to settle down and have a family, like a normal young woman. Of course, Hutch wasn't that young anymore, a fact that seemed to have escaped her mother, or added to her sense of panic. Even though she remained the height of her physical capabilities, as people routinely did for their first century or so, She had long since discarded the happy innocence one might expect of a bride. She'd been around long enough to know precisely what she wanted out of life. She believed weddings had to happen reasonably early if they were to have a chance of success. Mates had to grow together. She knew what she would expect of a man, and there simply was no such creature in captivity. So if she'd been stuck with being alone, and sometimes lonely, she had at least not been lonely in a marriage, which was the worst of all worlds. Anyhow, she liked her independence. Mom had never understood. Had never wanted to understand. Hutch sat looking at her notebook, and finally, with reluctance, opened it and tapped in a message. Mom, it looks as if we're down to a couple of days. Things haven't gone as well as we'd expected, but we're hopeful. You'll know how it turned out by the time you receive this. She thought about it, wrote some more, apologized for not being the daughter her mother had wanted, explained that she'd enjoyed her life, and hoped her mother would understand that she, Priscilla, would not have had it any other way. Having broken through the wall, she wrote to a few others, mostly people connected with the academy. Doesn't look promising at the moment. They were good times. I was thinking about you last night. McAllister looked over her shoulder and smiled. Be careful, Priscilla. Don't say anything you can be held to when you get home. There was no one with whom she could claim a romantic relationship. There had been some men over the years, of course. One was dead. The others were happily married in suburban New Jersey or points west. She sat quietly, trying to think what to say to old friends, and found herself regretting things not done. People for whom she had not made sufficient time, the great love that had never quite shown up, the child not born. Now that she faced possible termination, her life seemed curiously incomplete. She'd heard somewhere that when death was near, one's regrets were not for one's actions, the assorted small and petty acts, the occasional immoralities, even the periodic cruelties visited on others. But rather one regretted things not done, adventures not undertaken, experiences left untasted, whether through some false code of morality or, more likely, shyness or fear of failure. She smiled to herself. McAllister had said somewhere, through fear of getting caught. 27. Few of the virtues are really useful. Fidelity leads to lost opportunity, truth-telling to injured feelings, charity to additional solicitations. The least productive and possibly the most overrated is faith. The faithful deny reason, close their minds to the evidence of their senses, and remain unfailingly optimistic in the face of disaster. They inevitably get just what they deserve. Gregory McAllister, Along for the Ride, Reminiscences. Hours to break up, estimated 45. Janet Hazelhurst's people had been transported to their stations and were ready to go. John Drummond reported that his team had worked out the details for the assembly. "They've got it all done," demanded Marcel. "Every step?" "Every step." "What about the rest of it?" Beekman took him through the entire plan. The shuttles were fueled and ready. Phil Zosimov was on schedule with his collar and dividers. They were working on this, getting that set up. There were problems, but that was unavoidable on a jury-rigged operation this big. "Nothing insurmountable?" "Not so far." Marcel had slept a few hours and felt better than he had in a week, but he watched Beekman suspiciously. "What?" asked Beekman. "What's wrong?" "I'm waiting for you to tell me." "Marcel, nothing is wrong. We're doing pretty well, better than we have a right to expect." They were still 20 minutes from the tower, and Marcel told them Wendy's search team had given up trying to find the capacitors. "Up to us," said Mac. "Good thing we didn't go to Mount Blue." Hutch felt better in flight with full fuel tanks and the ground far below. Her natural optimism came back when she could throttle up. Even in these circumstances she could not escape the sense that with the jets running anything was possible. She wondered at the recovery of her spirits and mentioned it to Mac.
who suggested she was wired to assume the world was a permanent place, a view which had surely been shaken by recent events. Here among the clouds, however, they could see forever, and life did indeed seem infinite. The day had closed in almost as soon as they'd left the ground. Hutch had gotten away from a long line of storms, and they were flying through grey overcast skies, streaked with dust. "Volcanoes, probably," said Nightingale. Kelly shook her head. "I think they'd tell us if volcanoes were going off in the neighborhood." Hutch wondered if that were so. Marcel might be reluctant to introduce still more bad news. In fact, this had to be a nightmare for the people on Wendy. They might almost be wishing it were over. There were occasional calls from Embry asking whether everyone was physically okay, and could she be of assistance in any way. Guilty conscience, probably. And from Tom Scolari, also sounding guilty, telling her he was doing everything he could to help recover them. Scolari was with the outsiders. "It's going to be okay," he said. Sure. How good was he at manufacturing landers? Kelly got calls from friends on Wendy. "I wish," she said, "they'd just let me be. They keep telling me to hang in. What the hell else can we do?" Mac received one from Nicholson, assuring him they were making every effort to extract him from his plight. McAllister thanked him politely and shook his head. "How's your plight, Hutch? You know, I believe that's the first time I've ever actually heard a living person use that word." The lander flew on through the deepening morning, on this 12th local day since their arrival on Deepsix. It now seemed to Hutch as if their departure from Wildside had occurred in another lifetime. Sometimes the clouds closed in, and they could see nothing. There was no other traffic in the sky, of course, and she was confident she was above any nearby peaks. But she disliked flying blind, with neither vision nor instruments. She was dependent exclusively on guidance from Wendy and the satellites. To complicate matters, they lost communications with the orbiting ships for almost 6 minutes. "Local interference," their contact told them when the system came up again. "The storm systems are starting to play hell with communications." Augie Canyon called, asked a few questions, and reminded them a lot of people were praying for them back home. "Anybody here believe in life after death?" Kelly looked around at her companions. "I do," McAllister said carefully. "You do?" Nightingale suppressed a smile. "You've made a career of attacking moralists and reformers, Mac, and whole sections of the country that you thought took their preachers too seriously. Which is to say that they took them at all. What are we getting here? A deathbed conversion?" "Randy." McAllister's expression denied all charges. "I'm shocked and dismayed that you would think that of me. I have only attacked people who pretend to have the answers to everything, for the very good reason that they're either imbeciles or charlatans. But that doesn't mean I've denied there's a spiritual dimension to life." "Really? A spiritual dimension?" Nightingale arched his eyebrows. "Sir, what have you done with Gregory McAllister?" "Wait a minute," said Kelly. "That's a fairly sweeping statement, anyhow. Are you making those charges about everyone who belongs to an established faith? What about Brother Dominic?" Yes, thought Hutch. Brother Dominic was a modern St. Francis who'd worked 40 years among the poor in East Asia.
"A fine man," McAllister allowed. "I'll give you that. But I'd say he's locked into a belief system that's closed his mind."
"You're talking about the Roman Church?"
"I'm talking about any system that sets up a series of propositions that are supposed to be taken as the word from on high. Adherents get so caught up in their certainties that they miss the important things." "What does Brother Dominic know about quantum mechanics?"
"What do you know about quantum mechanics?" demanded Hutch.
"Not much, I'll grant you, but then I don't pretend to be pious."
"I'm a bit slow," said Nightingale. "Make the connection for me."
"Randy, doesn't it strike you that anyone truly interested in the Creator, if in fact there is a Creator, would want to take time to look at his handiwork?"
He smiled benevolently at Hutch.
"Or her handiwork. Matter of fact, doesn't it seem likely that the Creator might be a bit miffed at anybody who spends a lifetime walking around, paying serious attention to church architecture, and misses the stars? People who wear their religion on their sleeves talk a lot about going to Sunday school, reading the Bible, and doing good works. And I suppose there's no harm in that. But if I'd gone to the trouble to put all this together— he raised his hands in the general direction of infinity— and people never paid any attention to it, never bothered to try to find out how the world worked, then I think I'd get annoyed.
"I'm glad you're not running things," said Kelly. McAllister agreed.
"There'd be a lot more direct action," he assured them.
"So," said Nightingale, unable to let it go, "the great atheist defends theology."
McAllister shrugged. "Not theology," he said. "Belief."
The conversation reminded Hutch, if she needed reminding, how frightened she was. She worried about how she'd respond if the rescue plan didn't work. Nightingale studied her, and that dark gaze seemed to penetrate her soul. He reached over and touched her wrist. "It's okay," he said. "Whatever happens, we're in it together." Notebooks of Randall Nightingale. It's good to be in the lander. Even though it can't get us out of here, at least we've regained a sense of minimal control over what's happening. I can't explain it, but being relegated to walking around in the woods for several days left me feeling absolutely powerless. Maybe things haven't changed a whole lot, but it's nice to be able to take off and to look down on the real estate. It makes me feel human again. On the other hand, maybe it's just a result of feeling safe from the local wildlife. December 5th, or thereabout. Guided by Wendy, Hutch sat down on an island to wait for the midday tide to recede. They were about 15 clicks west of the tower.
"How long?"
asked Mac. "Make yourself comfortable," she said. "It'll be a few hours."
"That's a lot of wasted time, Hutch. Why don't we just go in and get started?"
"We'd get washed away. Be patient." He stared out the window at the vast inland sea.
"Patience requires time, Priscilla," he said.
"Gunter," Janet the welder was unhappy. "I've just been asked a question I don't know how to answer."
"Go ahead,"
said Beekman. "All the shafts look the same. We've got teams spread out along 420 kilometers of the assembly, every 80 clicks."
"Where the braces are,"
said Beekman. "Right. And we are going to free a single shaft and the asteroid from the rest of the construct."
"Okay. What's the problem?"
"To do that, we have to cut the shaft free from the braces. We have 5 braces to deal with, plus the configuration where the assembly joins the asteroid, which is a plate. My question to you is this. We do not want to extract the central shaft because it involves too much cutting and manipulation. By far the easiest course is to cut and remove one of the outer shafts."
"And?"
"How can we be sure that each team works to free the same shaft? The thing's too long. The shafts are all identical. There's no way I can see to distinguish them."
"Oh."
Beekman apparently hadn't thought about it either.
"I suppose we could send a shuttle out, mark the damn thing."
"You mean wait while a shuttle paints a stripe down one of them? That'll take too long. We don't have that kind of time. Or I suspect that much marker." Beekman frowned. She wondered whether other issues like this would come up, things no one had foreseen. "What about a hammer?" she suggested.
"What would we do with a hammer?"
"Rap on the shaft. Give each team a sono cap for medical. Let them listen for it. I'd think the vibrations would carry even over 80 clicks." He made a face, suggesting he didn't think much of the idea.
"I'm not versed in sonics," he said, "but the shafts are connected at the braces, so they'd all vibrate. The amplitude would be different, I suppose, but I wouldn't feel confident with that kind of approach."
"What then?" He took a deep breath, exhaled. Several members of her team were waiting below in the area they newly designated O-Deck for the outsiders.
"Let me get back to you."
He was back in 5 minutes.
"All right," he said.
A detail of the assembly blinked onto one of her screens.
The shafts are regularly spaced, 8 on the perimeter, 6 on the inner arc, 1 in the center.
The detail rotated, illustrating.
If you look straight through it, there's only one position in which 5 shafts line up. We'll use one of the outer shafts from that position.
Which one?
That's easy enough. One end of the assembly is pointed directly at the center of Deepsix. Have someone stand on top of the assembly. The shaft at the top that matches up will be the alpha shaft, the one we use.
How do we determine the top of the assembly?
Easy. Reckon from the planet, from the North Pole. North is the top.
Are we sure everyone will be able to find the North Pole?
They won't have to. Instruct the pilot to align the shuttle so that the North Pole equates to topside.
His brow wrinkled.
I can't see any reason why it won't work.
That's good, Gunther, she said.
He laughed. That's why they pay me the big money.
He thought about it some more.
Arrange things so all the teams make the mark at the same time. Don't forget the assembly's moving.
Beekman had just finished describing his solution to Marcel when his screen lit up. It was Mark Bentley, a fellow planetologist whose specialty was gas giant cores. He was currently director of Moonbase's Farside Observatory and a long-time close friend. In his spare time, Bentley was an accomplished amateur actor. He looked unhappy.
I wouldn't want you to misunderstand, Gunny, he said, but we're sacrificing everything we came here for.
Beekman knew that. A substantial number of the experiments weren't even running. Specialists had been pulled off their assignments and put on the rescue operation. Worst of all, Wendy was on the wrong side of Deepsix, her view of developing events limited to what she could see through her satellites. The mission was turning into a fiasco.
I know, he said. What would you have me do? Call it off?
Beekman was shocked.
What? Gunny, I'd like to see those people out of there as much as anybody. But the scoop is a long shot at best.
He was quiet for a minute, apparently thinking how he was going to defend the indefensible.
Can I be honest? You always have been. The chance to watch this thing close up. It's too much to let get away. Gunny, the truth is, it's worth a few lives, if that's what it takes.
Beekman was surprised at his own reaction. Bentley was not necessarily wrong, from one point of view.
Let it go, he continued. You know what's going to happen. Something will go wrong, the operation won't work. They'll all die anyhow. And we'll be left looking like idiots because we came all the way out here and got nothing. Mark, what would you have me do? We can't just write them off.
Bentley was quiet for a long minute. He knew. He understood it was not an easy decision.
I think they've been written off by events. Somebody needs to point that out to Marcel.
Beekman felt a terrible weariness creeping up his insides.
I'm not the only person here who feels this way, Gunny. It's not just me.
He held out his hands.
Look, if there were a decent chance of getting them off, I'd say go ahead. I wouldn't be happy about it, but I'd be willing to go along with it. But this isn't a decent chance. It's a gesture, and that's all it is. It's being done so when we go back, Clairvaux can say he did everything he could. You know as well as I do that you can't make this work. I think we can, he said.
Bentley continued as if he hadn't spoken.
We won't have another opportunity like this. Not in our lifetimes. Maybe not in the lifetime of the species.
Beekman didn't know what was right.
How the hell are we going to explain this when we go home? Demanded Bentley. No, we didn't save them, and no, we didn't see the event. We were there, but we were busy.
Beekman wondered how authority on Wendy ran in such a case. Beekman was the project director, charged with ensuring that they made maximum use of their time and resources to record and analyze the event. Marcel was the ship's captain.
Talk to him. Clairvaux will listen to you.
28. I'm always impressed when a large-scale project is successfully completed.
My own research shows that, in any organization numbering more than 22 people, no single person can ever be found who completely understands what's going on. Gregory McAllister, Gone to Glory. Hours to break up, estimated 44. Pindar and Shira climbed into a shuttle and watched the launch doors open. Outside, a few hundred meters away, they could see the assembly. It looked like a group of unconnected narrow tubes, running absolutely parallel, stretching unbroken in both directions. "Here we go," said the pilot. They glided quietly forward, and, to Pindar's intense excitement, moved past the enclosing bulkheads and sailed into the night. The patch over the pilot's pocket read Bomar. "Klaus," he said stiffly by way of introduction. His manner implied their presence was inconvenient. He was short and heavy-set, with a Canadian accent. Pindar thought he looked like a man who never enjoyed himself. But the truth was, Pindar barely paid any attention to the pilot. He was captivated by the alien structure, its parallel tubes reaching toward infinity, vanishing finally in the stars. Behind them, the big luxury liner began to move. It accelerated, drew away, and its vast bulk dwindled and disappeared. It was, he knew, headed for the asteroid. Bomar advanced on the assembly, turned along its flank, braked, and coasted to a stop. "Okay," he said. "You two are on." It was an electric moment. Pindar activated his E-suit. Bomar checked him, adjusted something on his back, and then looked at Shira. "Looks good," he said. "Don't we get a go-pack?" asked Shira, eyeing the thruster harnesses stowed in the utility locker. "Negative." Bomar's somber features softened with amusement. "You don't need one. Just do what you're supposed to and don't fall off." "Right," said Pindar. His own voice seemed to have deepened somewhat. Bomar opened the inner hatch. "Keep 1 foot flat on the metal at all times while you're on the thing, okay?" "Absolutely," said Shira. "This is not something to smile about. Please get it right the first time. I don't want to have to do a lot of paperwork." He exhaled and looked like a man who wasn't used to accommodating amateurs. "You got your next of kin?" That question had been on one of the forms. "Yes," said Shira. "Keep it in mind while you're out there." "All right. Let's go." Shira and Pindar had arrived at Station 1. There was no brace there, nothing to hold the shafts together. They were 320 kilometers from the asteroid, the rock that had provided the counterweight to whatever space station had once been attached. Their assignment was simply to climb on board, select the correct shaft, and mark it. Shira was not a classic beauty. Her ears were a little big, her nose a little long, and the E-suit handicapped her by pressing her rich brown hair down against her scalp. But she was nevertheless attractive, in a way he couldn't formulate. She was self-possessed, methodical, seemed quite adroit at laughing at herself, and perhaps most enchanting of all, she showed no apprehension whatever about going outside. "Come on, Pindar," she said, picking up her utility pack and throwing it across one shoulder. She led the way into the airlock. When the inner hatch closed, she turned to him. "I can't believe this is happening," she said. Pindar tried not to roll his eyes. He felt much the same way, but could never have brought himself to say it. "You ever been outside before?" she asked. "No, yesterday was the first time. The training exercise. Prior to that, the opportunity had risen only once. He'd had a chance to put on an E-suit and stand on the hull of a ship in flight during an adventure tour. But he'd passed it up for an evening of poker." The assembly stretched across the overhead monitor, its relative motion reduced to 0. Bomar had matched course, speed, and aspect. "Opening up," he said. The hatch slid upward. Shira was wearing shorts and a white blouse with gold-rimmed breast pockets. She looked as if she were primed for a tennis outing. She caught him staring. "You're laughing," she said. He looked down at his own garments, tan slacks and a black pullover.
He wished he'd thought to bring work clothes, something old that he wouldn't care about if he ruined. The Star had offered jumpsuits to the volunteers, but he hadn't been able to find one in which he felt comfortable. "I think we're a bit overdressed for the occasion," he said. The assembly was almost close enough to touch. Shira moved past him to the lip of the airlock and simply allowed her forward motion to carry her across, as she'd been taught. No jumping, no sudden exertion. She caught hold of the nearest shaft, smiled back at him, and brought her magnetic boots into contact with the next two below. Pindar followed, thinking how this was the first alien anything he'd ever touched. How he'd be telling his grandkids about this in another half-century. It was a big moment, and he was enjoying himself thoroughly. He reached Shira's shaft and let his boots connect. "Okay, Klaus," he told the pilot. "We're clear." "Strange feeling," said Shira. He looked back the way he had come and saw Morgan, a vast cobalt arc split in half by sunlight. Even though it was still at a substantial distance, he could feel its weight, its mass, he recalled. Use the proper terminology. Deepsix, floating directly ahead at the end of the assembly, was white and blue and vulnerable. Lunch, he thought, not much more than a snack for the monster that was moving in on it. Shira touched his arm. "Let's find our shaft." The shuttle drifted alongside. Using the spacecraft as a guide, they climbed up. Shira led the way. At the first two steps, she paused, looked down through the shafts, shook her head, and moved on. The third try was golden. "Okay," she said. She backed away to get a better look. "This is it. No question." Pindar joined her, saw 4 shafts line up with the one he was standing on. He produced his squirt gun and splashed yellow dye on the metal. "IW Alpha," he said. "You guys sure now?" asked Bomar. "Of course." Shira sounded annoyed. Beekman was unable to make up his mind. He stood near Marcel, uncertain whether to demand that they forget this fool's errand and return to the mission they'd come there for, or inform him that there were some malcontents and not to worry, that Beekman would handle it, but that the captain should be prepared for complaints. The hours were slipping away, and their magnificent opportunity was dwindling. Bentley and several others were watching, waiting to see whether he would act. Laurie's voice was providing periodic updates from the various teams. In addition, the conversation from the lander cabin had been put on the speaker. The AI reported that all stations on the target shaft, the one they'd designated Alpha, had been successfully marked. Marcel looked up at him. "So far, so good." "Yes." Beekman looked directly into his eyes. "It doesn't sound as if our ground team has much confidence in us, though." "I think I prefer it that way," said Marcel, glancing around at the technicians. "Provides extra incentive. I think everybody here would like to prove them wrong." "Maybe not everybody," Beekman thought. Marcel looked into his eyes and frowned. "What is it, Gunny?" "Nothing," said the project director. "Nothing that won't wait." Canyon recognized an emotional situation when he saw one. They were still sitting on their island as the day crept forward, waiting for the water to go down, waiting to launch an almost hopeless search for the whatses that had been washed away. But they didn't want to talk to him. No matter how gently he tried to frame his questions, "How does it feel to know so many people are rooting for you? And if you had all this to do again, is there anything you might have done differently?" "Nobody wants to be rude," Hutch told him, "but I just don't think this is a good time for an interview." "Okay," he agreed. "I understand how you feel, but if you change your mind, if anyone does, please call me, okay?" He was sorry about their situation, and he would have helped if he could. Sitting quietly, staring at the displays of the approaching giant, of the vast sea that surrounded the tower, he understood their frustration. He almost wished he'd followed his father's advice and gone into engineering. He decided he'd try again when they got closer to the end. His superiors at home were pressing him to acquire what they were referring to as an exit interview with McAllister. After all, he's the one everybody knows. But Kenyon trusted his own instincts on this one. It was the two women who packed the emotional impact, who would bring tears to people's eyes around the world. Especially Hutchins. Slight of stature, quiet, almost elfin in appearance, there was much of the girl next door in her, and Kenyon knew if he could get her to agree to talk during the final hours, as he was sure he could, he would give the public an emotional jolt like nothing anyone had ever seen before. If Hutch wouldn't cooperate, Kelly was another possibility. As to the others, he didn't much like Nightingale, and he was afraid of McAllister. You never quite knew what he might say. Hutch made a premature effort to land them at the tower, but the water was too deep and the currents too swift. So she turned away and retreated to another hilltop, and they waited another 45 minutes, watching the tide run back to the northeast. The second effort succeeded. She got down, and they piled out into hip-deep water. First they made a careful inspection of the tower, assuring themselves that the capacitors weren't there somewhere, missed by Kelly and Hutch in the preliminary search. Then they waded out toward the south. They'd divided the area into parcels, and they tried to work within their assigned boundaries, tried to be methodical. We'll stay on this side of a line between the tower and that tree over there. It wasn't very efficient, but it worked to a degree. The real problem was that the search area was immense. Nightingale and Mac brought with them a conviction that the units could nevertheless be found, probably because they thought this was their only decent chance at survival. The land was not as flat as it had seemed. The depth of the water varied up to their ankles in some places, over their heads in others. The current was strong, and in deeper areas consistently threatened to knock them over. Hutch had arrived with no illusions about their chances. Left to herself, she'd have put all her money on the Sky Scoop, gone to Mount Blue, and spent the remaining time surveying the hexagon. But she was tired, and she was not up to arguing with two males who probably already thought she'd made an inadequate effort when there had still been a chance. She'd expected Nightingale and Mac to give up fairly quickly because of the amount of effort required to maintain the search, and the sheer size of the search area. But as the hours passed, their determination, or their desperation, it was difficult to know which, grew. They moved farther and farther south of the tower. Kelly, who was teamed with Nightingale, seemed to have become resigned. She stayed close to her partner, worked hard, plunging her hands beneath the surface constantly to examine one suspect rock or another. But Hutch could see that she had no real hope of success, could see it in the way she paused occasionally while they rested to look out over the vast expanse of running water, sometimes gazing north, no doubt wondering whether the capacitors might somehow have gotten on the wrong side of the tower, or were 50 kilometers away. She could hear it also in the listlessness of her voice, and who could blame her? Once they thought they had one of them, but it turned out to be something much like a turtle shell. When it got dark, they quit. They were exhausted, annoyed, frustrated. They were aching from pushing against the currents and constantly bending over. The knowledge that the capacitors might be within a few meters at any given time had made it impossible to give up. But finally they crawled back to the lander, hauled themselves into the cabin, took turns cleaning up in the washroom, and collapsed into their seats. The water was starting to rise again anyhow. Hutch took them up. "Can I make a suggestion?" said Marcel. "Go ahead." "First, am I correct in assuming you've given up looking for the capacitors?" Hutch glanced around. They all nodded. "All right. I want to move you to high ground for the night." "Okay." "For the moment, there's nothing more you can do. Tomorrow, I'd like to persuade you to go to even higher ground." "Mount Blue," she said. 29. We are all afflicted with the Lone Ranger syndrome, a belief in the masked stranger who arrives well armed at dawn and settles problems in a straightforward, simplistic manner. The character, whose origin stretches back to the 20th century, owes his longevity to the fact that he connects with our most primal impulses, and represents the way we truly would be if only we could. That we cannot results not only from a lack of courage and ability, but also because the world is simply not built that way. When the night is dark and the storm closes in, one had best be prepared to help himself, because as surely as the stars wheel overhead, there will be no one else, masked or otherwise. Gregory McAllister, Introduction to The Last Mythology, by Eve Shuchow. Hours to break up, estimated 42. They locked down for the night atop a ridge in a howling blizzard, not far from Bad News Bay. The ground shook constantly. Hutch slept off and on. She and Kelly both spent time listening hopefully to operational reports from the small armada overhead. They heard Janet Hazelhurst issuing crisp directions to the outsiders, who were getting ready to remove what they called the Alpha Shaft from the assembly. They heard John Drummond's team working out the details of getting everything pointed in the right direction, and Abel Kinder debating the location of the pickup site with Drummond. "It's easier to get here, but the weather looks doubtful, so we need to go farther north." They heard Miles Chastain and the shuttle pilots planning their assignments. In the early morning hours, Marcel came on to give them details, the coordinates and altitude and timing of the pickup. "We've moved it slightly," he said, "but not by much. Rendezvous would occur in precisely 25 hours and 11 minutes. Mark. 3 hours after sunrise, day after tomorrow. At 10,276 meters. 10,276, said Hutch. "What happens if we come in at 75? He laughed. "You'll be fine, but I'm serious about the precision of this. At its lowest point, we expect the center of the scoop will be at 76. The mouth will be 53 meters in diameter. The lander, at its widest, is about 15 meters. That means you have 19 meters leeway on either side." "All right, we should be able to do that. How much time are we going to have?" "Pinpoint. A couple of seconds. We'll have everything timed so it arrives exactly where it's supposed to, when it's supposed to. But it's just going to be passing through. You get one shot at it. It comes in, it goes down, it starts back up. After that, it's gone." "Okay. I'll be with you the whole way. Even if I'm not, you'll be fine." "Glad to hear it. I was starting to worry." "Why might you not be?" "There's a good probability we'll lose communications with you as the weather deteriorates. But you've got the details, and whatever else happens, you'll still be able to see the net coming in, okay?" "Yeah, that's good." They listened while Beekman and his team hammered out the method of converting the metal webbing in which the asteroid was encased into the sack that would be used to pick up the lander. In flight. And they heard a recording of the meeting at which the volunteers voted to call themselves the Outsiders. Marcel apparently thought the enthusiasm of their rescuers would help morale on the ground. It did. Marcel explained that most of the volunteers were passengers from the cruise ship. A few were Kelly's colleagues from Wendy. Hutch's passenger, Tom Scolari, was among them. "Are you serious?" she replied. Almost none had ever been outside before. Hutch was surprised to see Kelly surreptitiously wipe away a tear. "They're really trying," she commented. Some of the outsiders working along the assembly heard that the lander was on the circuit and could hear them. "We're coming," they said. "Hang on," and "Don't worry, we'll get you up." "Whatever it takes." Outside, the wind continued to howl, and the snow piled up. Even with the transmissions, rescue seemed impossibly far away. They woke in late morning to clearing skies. The blizzard had blown itself out, and a heavy blanket of snow sparkled under a bright sun. They broke out the last of their stocked fruit, which consisted of almost tasteless pulp, protected inside a hard shell. They talked about how good it would be to have a real breakfast again, and agreed it was time to take a look at Mount Blue.
One way or the other, this would be their last full day on Deepsix.
"What's the top of the mountain look like?" Hutch asked Marcel. "What do we know about it?"
Okay, you'll know it's been sheared off. The peak's gone. It's absolutely flat up there. Looks as if somebody took a scythe to it. But you can't see it because it's always wrapped in clouds."
"The building's on the summit?"
"Right. It's a ruin, several stories high, with dishes, probably solar collectors, although God knows how it would get any energy through all those clouds."
"Maybe they didn't used to be there," said Nightingale.
"Probably. Anyhow, it's a big place. The building is a hexagon, roughly 200 meters on a side, and I should add that everybody here's convinced it was the base of the Skyhook."
"Why?"
asked McAllister. "It's directly on the equator, and the sea to the west is full of debris."
"The elevator," said Hutch.
"Yes, it looks as if the elevator either broke apart or was deliberately cut. Our best guess is that it was severed at about 11,000 meters. The upper section was dragged into space. The lower broke off the base and fell into the ocean."
"Is there a place for us to land?"
"Oh, sure, no problem about that."
Well, it was nice to have something that didn't come with a problem. "All right," Hutch said. "We'll do it, Marcel. We have to stop first to pick up some food, and it would probably be a good idea to top off the tanks. Visibility up there is
0.
"Of course. Keep in mind we have no sensors. How am I supposed to land if I can't see?"
"I'll guide you in."
"I can't believe I've agreed to this,"
said McAllister, as she took her bearing from the superluminal and turned onto her new course.
Nightingale cleared his throat. "That's why we're here," he said. "If we don't get some answers, we'll never hear the end of it."
He looked directly at Mac. Kelly laughed, and the momentary tension fell apart. When Beekman's people named the various continents, seas, and other physical features across Deepsix, they'd called the range along Transitoria's western coastline the Mournful Mountains. It contained several of the highest peaks on Deepsix, soaring to 7,000 meters above sea level. At 6,600, Mount Blue was not quite the tallest, but it was one of the more picturesque. A bundle of white clouds enclosed the upper levels. Granite walls fell away at sharp angles for thousands of meters, before mutating into gradual slopes that descended into foothills and forest. Marcel had assigned Mira Amelia to provide weather updates and tracking information to the lander. She also kept them updated on the rescue effort. Mira maintained an optimistic front without becoming annoying. Kelly commented that Mira was a good analyst and that she wouldn't sound that way unless the program was very likely to work. It was an interpretation that they all needed to hear. Even McAllister, who was visibly shaken at the notion of flying into a mid-air net, seemed to take heart. They'd been aloft an hour and a half when Mira reported that the river they were now approaching eventually passed close to Mount Blue. "There's some open country nearby. This would be the place to refuel and maybe stock up." Hutch went down through heavy weather. "It's worse everywhere else," said Mira, and landed in a driving rain on the south bank. The trees were loaded with fruit. They picked some pumpkin-sized delectables that they'd had before. The edible part was quite good, rather like a large dried raisin encased within a tough husk. They hurried back into the lander with them, out of the downpour, and ate up. The simple pleasures of being alive. They stored a hefty supply in cargo. Optimistically, Mac pointed out. Then they ran out the hose and refilled the tanks. When the job was finished, they lifted off again. Mount Blue was on the coast. To the west, offshore, the sea had withdrawn and left a vast expanse of muddy bog. "The water's on the other side of the world," Mira explained. She provided a course correction and instructed Hutch to go to 6,800 meters. She also relayed pictures of the mountain, taken from satellite. "Here's something odd," she said. The north shore was sheer precipice, from summit to ground level, a 90-degree drop. Nightingale stared at it. "That almost looks artificial." "That's what we thought," said Mira. "Here's something else." She zeroed in. Hutch saw vertical and horizontal lines along the face of the cliff, a framework of some sort. It ran from the summit all the way to the base at ground level. "What is it?" asked Kelly. "We have no idea. If you get a chance, take a look." Then she showed them what the scanners had seen at the mountain top. The summit was perfectly flat, and there, in the middle, was the hexagon. Mira enhanced the image. The structure was enormous, occupying perhaps 60% of the total available ground space atop the mountain. It was half submerged in a tangle of vegetation, but they could make out windows and doorways. Hutch noted an almost classical symmetry, unlike the overblown and overdecorated styles currently favored by our own civilization. The corners were flared. Otherwise, the structure was unadorned. The top was jagged, as if upper levels had been broken off. On average, it was about 6 stories high, less in some places, more in others. The top, one couldn't really call it a roof, since it appeared the upper level was exposed to the sky, was covered with snow. "Here's what it looks like under the snow," said Mira. She removed it, and they were looking down on chambers and passageways and staircases, all in a general state of collapse. Mira sent them a reconstruction, revealing its probable appearance in its early years. The computer replaced the bushes and weeds with sculpted walkways and gravel courts, and installed gleaming windows and carved doors. The roof became an oval gridwork that rose into the clouds. It was magnificent. "We think we found the missing pieces, by the way." "You mean the mountain top?" "And the north side of the cliff. They're a group of hills about 20 clicks east. It's all a big river valley now. Most of the granite is covered by forest." "So that means—" "It came off a very long time ago, at least 1,000 years, probably a lot more." She paused. "Okay, if you're ready, I'm going to take you in." "We're ready." "There's plenty of room to set down," Mira said.
"Doesn't the cloud bank ever go away?"
asked McAllister. He meant the one that shrouded the mountain top. "We don't have any records that go back more than a few weeks," said Mira. "But it's been a permanent feature during the time we've been here. Several of the other peaks in this area are the same way." She provided a course correction. Hutch slowed and eased into the clouds. "Doing fine," Mira said. "No obstructions ahead. You're 200 meters above the rock." The mist grew dark. Hutch turned on the spike. The seat pushed up slightly against her spine. She continued to reduce airspeed, lowered her treads, and put the thrusters into vertical mode. Snow began to fall across the windscreen, and they picked up some interference. Mira's voice disappeared in a burst of static. Hutch switched to another channel and recovered the transmission. "You're now approaching the lip of the plateau," Mira said. "You've got plenty of clearance, so there's nothing to worry about. Give me a descent rate of 5 meters per second." Hutch complied. Thunder rumbled below them. 30 seconds to touchdown, Hutch." She watched them tick off on her counter, fired the thrusters, reduced airspeed to 0, and drifted in.
"Priscilla," asked McAllister, "what happens if we lose radio contact?"
She was too busy to answer. "No problem," said Kelly after a moment. "We just go back up. Sky's clear overhead." 15 seconds. Go 3/4 spike." They dropped slowly through the mist and touched down. Hutch resisted the impulse to take a deep breath. She looked out through the side window, but couldn't see more than a few meters into the fog. "Mira," she said, "thanks." "My pleasure. I'll notify Marcel." The 4 superluminals, directed by the STARS AI, assumed their positions along the assembly, in each case drawing up at one of the 4 locations marked with yellow dye, facing the asteroid. The smallest of the 4, the Zwick, halted approximately 38 kilometers from the rock. The others were spaced over the next 332 kilometers. Wildside second in line, followed by the Star, which could generate far and away the maximum thrust of the group, and finally Windy. The positioning of the ships had been the most difficult part of the problem for John Drummond and his team. Posted in a shuttle drifting across the rocky surface of the asteroid, he went over his numbers one last time and found everything in order. Janet Hazelhurst sat beside him to provide technical assistance to the outsiders, and Miles Chastain, the skipper of the media ship, was in a shuttle roughly midway between the Star and Wildside, prepared to come to the assistance of anyone who got in trouble. Other shuttles were strategically placed to help. Each person who had gone outside was being tracked by one of the attending vehicles, which would immediately sound an alarm if anyone drifted away or if any indication of distress or undue difficulty showed itself. With so many inexperienced people trying to perform their work in a hostile environment, it seemed inevitable that someone somewhere would get hurt, would walk off and try to go into orbit, or would slice off somebody's foot with a cutter. The E-suits were reliable. They would not shut off in a vacuum unless one knew a very complicated protocol. They were not subject to leaking, and they handled life support very effectively. Nevertheless, Drummond remembered his own experience outside, and he was worried. Wildside, empty save for the on-board outsider team and its AI, drew alongside the assembly. Its nose pointed forward and stopped where its sensors detected a yellow splotch of dye. The dye marked the site that Wildside would take up during the operation, and it also marked Alpha, the target shaft. Bill rotated the vehicle until its underside snuggled within centimeters of the assembly. Its cargo airlock opened, and a two-person team emerged. Wearing dark lenses, they selected an unmarked shaft and cut 8 pieces from it, each about 6 meters long. They returned to the Wildside with them. They put 2 inside the ship for future use and set 6 in place on the hull directly adjacent to the Alpha shaft. This would be, in Janet's welding terminology, their filler. They changed the settings on their lasers, substituting a heat beam for the cutter. They turned the beams on the filler. Sparks flicked off. The metal began to glow and then to melt. Working quickly, they welded the filler to the hull, using scoops and riggers and other makeshift tools. Under Janet's watchful eye, they combed the now pliant metal into place, creating saddles and links in the way they'd been shown. One of the welders, whose name was Jace Power, commented that he thought the work was pretty professional. That drew cautious agreement from Janet. "You've got a career, Jace, if you want it. When we get home, I'll be glad to provide a recommendation." When they'd finished preparations to make the attachment, they retired inside the ship, and the AI withdrew to a safe distance. "What can you see?" Marcel asked Hutch. "What's out there?" "Fog," said McAllister. "We can't see anything from here," said Hutch. "The mist is too thick." The visibility was about 5 meters. "Okay, let's talk about where you are. You already know the mountain top is sawed off. You're on the eastern side, 50 meters from the edge. That's to your rear. I don't need to tell you not to go that way. One side of the hexagon looks as if it juts out a little bit over the precipice. That's on the north, where the sheer face is. Did Mira show you? 4,000 meters or so straight down? So if a floor gives way or you walk through a door without looking, you could get a god-awful surprise. I suggest you stay away altogether from the north side, okay?" "We'll be careful," Hutch said. "The structure is directly ahead of you. Just follow the lander's nose. About 30 meters. He hesitated. "We think we've put you down immediately outside the main entrance. Look for a set of steps, bordered by low walls." Hutch acknowledged. "Good luck," he said. "I'd appreciate the visual link when you have a minute, and I'll be back with you shortly." Hutch activated her E-suit, pinned a microscan on her vest, and turned it on. "Anybody want to come?" "Not me," said McAllister. "I've had enough walking for this trip." He had the grace to look embarrassed. "This is a game for younger folks." Kelly volunteered, but Hutch signaled that was not a good idea. "If you and I are both out there and something happens, there's nobody left to fly the lander, so you have to stay. You can go in after I get back if you want." "I guess that leaves me," said Nightingale, "unless you'd rather not." "No," Nightingale was reaching for his vest. "To be honest, I wouldn't miss it." He picked up one of the harnesses. "Do we need air tanks? We're up pretty high." "No," said Hutch. "The converters will work a little harder, but that's okay. They'll be fine." They took lasers, plastic bags, and notebooks, and inserted them into their vests. They picked up backpacks into which they could put artifacts. She strapped a lamp onto her wrist, spotted the rope she'd carried through the forests, and looped it over one shoulder. "You never know," she told Kelly. "You look like Jack Hancock," said Kelly, referring to the popular adventurer-archaeologist of The Sims. They opened up, and Hutch looked out, saw nothing but fog, and climbed down the ladder. Nightingale adjusted the temperature in his suit and followed. Kelly asked them not to fall off the mountain. Then she shut the airlock behind them. The cold, hard-scrabble ground crackled underfoot. The air was absolutely still. Snow continued to fall. Hutch felt alone. Nightingale had never been much company, and now he rambled on about the general gloominess of the place, how difficult it was to see anything, and how easy it would be to walk into a ditch. He was right about the visibility. The mist pressed down on her, squeezed her, forced her to look inward because she could not see out. Kelly had asked at one point whether anyone believed in an immortal soul. Certainly Hutch didn't. The world was a cold mathematical machine that produced hydrogen, stars, mosquitoes, and superluminal pilots, without showing the slightest concern for any of them. But now, as she stumbled through what might be her last hours, it was painful to think that if she got unlucky, she could end in the bosom of that monster in the sky, her atoms floating in grey soup for the next 1,000,000,000 years. "If you're there," she murmured to no one in particular, "I'd love some help." "There's a wall," said Nightingale. "I see it." It was flat, plain, a little more than shoulder-high. The surface was rough against her fingertips, probably granite. They saw the steps Marcel had described, and were surprised to discover they were close to human dimensions. Beyond, Hutch could see an entrance. If there had been doors, they were missing. The entrance and the interior were piled high with snow and earth. Tough, bristly shrubbery grew on both sides of the threshold. Nightingale took the lead. His manner suggested it would be best if he were in position to confront any potential danger. In this environment, where vision was so limited, she doubted it would matter much who was standing where. She also thought it unlikely there'd be any large predators up here, for the simple reason there was probably no prey. And she guessed Nightingale had come to the same conclusion. They passed through the entry into a wide corridor. The walls were plain, undecorated, unmarked in any way. The ceiling was comfortably high. They switched on their lamps in an effort to dispel the general gloom, but the fog reflected the light back into their eyes, so they shut them down again. Small animals scattered before them. It was hard to get a good look at any of them, but Hutch heard wings and saw something that looked like a white chimp, a segmented creature with a lot of legs scuttled into a side corridor. There were rooms off either side, partially illuminated by windows. The chambers were quite large. Most could have comfortably accommodated groups of 15 or more. They were empty of any kind of furniture. Long, panelled strips overhead might have been artificial lighting devices. "It feels as if it's been here a long time," she told Marcel, showing him a picture. The cross passages were equally devoid of special features. Unlike the tower, which had seemed timeless, as if its builders had meant it for the ages, this structure, despite the granite, gave the impression of being a government make-do, a temporary construction. They explored side corridors, passed more doorways and bare cubicles of varying sizes, filled only with whatever leaves and dirt had blown in. Most of the doors were missing. A few hung open, others were shut tight. No knobs or latches were visible. "Electronics," said Nightingale, examining one. "Looks like a sensor." They crossed a room, passed through a door on the opposite side, and came out into a new passageway. One wall had been lined with windows, but whatever transparent material had sealed off the interior was gone, and the wind blew steadily into the building. They went up a ramp. Reluctantly, she began using her laser to mark the walls so they could find their way back. They kept a channel open to Kelly and Marcel, recording their impressions, their sense of a structure that was part office building, part mall, part terminal. Commodious spaces in some areas. Intended for large numbers of occupants. "Large numbers?" asked Marcel. "Wide corridors." "How many people ride on a Skyhook?" "I don't know." There were shelves and niches. All the surfaces were covered with thick dust, with centuries of accumulation. But whenever Hutch took time to wipe something clean, it looked as if it had been recently installed. Whatever it was, she decided, the construction material had resisted aging remarkably well. They were in a passageway with a series of windows, all open to the outside. "Hey!" Nightingale dropped to one knee. "Look at this!" A sign, hung in a wall mount. But the mount was low, down around her hips. It contained several rows of symbols. The symbols were faded, turned to gray, but not illegible. She made sure it became part of the visual record. Then she delightedly discovered she could lift the sign off the mount. It was a plaque, and it came out whole. "Why is it down there?" she asked. "Why not put it at eye level?" "It probably is at eye level," said Nightingale, "for the crickets." She studied the symbols. "That's strange." "What is?" There were 6 lines. The style and formation of the characters varied extensively from one to another, but within each individual row they were quite similar. Some symbols were even repeated, but only in their own line. "I'd guess we have 6 alphabets," she said. "Is that significant?" "What'll you bet it's the same message in 6 different languages?" He shrugged. "I don't see why that's important." "It's a Rosetta Stone." "Well, maybe, but I think that's overstating the case a bit. The message is too short to qualify as a Rosetta Stone. It probably says only passengers past this point. Nobody's going to solve a language from that." "It's a beginning, Randy, and the fact that we can put it in context might make it easier to translate. This place was a hub for a while. A lot of the natives came through here." "Going where?" "You haven't figured it out?" He looked at her. "You know what was going on here? What all this was about?" "Sure," she said. Hutch detected movement on the circuit and wasn't surprised to hear Marcel's voice. "It was a rescue mission, Randy." Nightingale looked at her, and his brow creased. Kelly broke in. "When they date this place, they'll discover it's 3,000 years old." "The Ice Age," said Nightingale. "The Quiverous Cloud."
"Sure." Mac speaking now. "Somebody tried to evacuate the locals."
"A whole planetary population?" "No," said Hutch. "Of course not. Couldn't have. Not with one Skyhook. No matter how much time they had. I mean, the natives would have reproduced faster than they could be moved." Nightingale nodded. "We met some of the folks that got left," she added. Outside, branches creaked in a sudden burst of wind. "The hawks were the larger species." "I think so." "The rescuers?" "Yes." "That's incredible. Did everybody know this except me?" No one spoke. She wrapped the plaque, but it was too large to put into her pack, so she hefted it under one arm. Wall markings, most badly faded, began appearing with some regularity. She recorded what she could, started to put together a map to indicate where everything had been found, relied on her visual link to make a record of the place, and belatedly realized she hadn't been using her laser consistently, and was lost. But that shouldn't be too much of a problem. They could follow the radio signals back in the correct general direction. They walked into a bay and encountered their first furniture. Small benches, on a scale for the crickets. "But none for the larger species," said Nightingale. They were a type of plastic, and they too seemed to have endured well. Ramps led to both lower and higher levels. They went down, where they found more inscriptions, some in passageways, some on the walls of individual cubicles. These were at Hutch's eye level, possibly a bit higher. The offices and corridors seemed designed for the use of the hawks. The placement of inscriptions and the size of the doors supported that thesis. Hutch wished the fog would go away, so she could get a good look at her surroundings. "They brought everybody cross-country, some maybe by air, certainly some by hovercraft." "How'd the hovercraft get up here?" The one they'd seen could never have climbed the mountain. "That's a detail, Randy. They probably took them to an airport somewhere and flew them up."
Must have been one hell of an operation. I think I'd like to meet the Hawks.
30. Life is a walk in the fog. Most people don't know that. They're fooled by the sunlight into thinking they can see what's ahead. But it's the reason they are forever getting lost, or falling into ditches, or committing matrimony. Gregory McAllister, The Marriage Manual. Hours to break up, estimated 33. The asteroid was almost spherical. It was somewhat more than a kilometer in diameter, contained within a metal web that was itself attached to the assembly by means of a plate. Janet watched an outsider team descend onto the plate and begin to cut it loose from the assembly. When they were finished, only one shaft, the Alpha, would remain attached, and only 320 kilometers of that. John Drummond oversaw the action on a bank of screens. He was charged with monitoring all the outsider operations, the asteroid units, the 4 teams that would shortly go outside on each of the ships, the 5 that were now being dropped along the assembly to sever the Alpha from the bands that held the structure together, and the net unit that was en route with Miles Chastain. She didn't particularly like Drummond, who behaved as if anyone not involved in advanced mathematics was wasting her life. There was a lot of pressure on him at the moment, and she understood that, but Janet had concluded that if circumstances were normal, he'd still be a jerk. Their pilot's name was Frank. Frank didn't care much for Drummond either, and probably for the same reasons. She could hear it in his voice, but if Drummond noticed, he paid no attention. While Janet watched their teams spread out, Frank turned in his seat and informed them that one of the Star Shuttles would be alongside in a few minutes. That would be Miles and Phil Zosimov, who wanted to get a look at the net. "Okay, Frank." Drummond glanced down at his instruments. "We'll start in 3 minutes." He brought the asteroid up on a screen, rotated it, leaned forward, plumped his chin on his fist, and directed the AI to show him the proposed line where they would cut the net. The area where the plate connected to the assembly had been designated the North Pole. A cursor appeared just off to one side of the plate and circled the asteroid, passing quite close to the South Pole. Janet looked out at the net, which was visible only when the shuttle's lights hit it the right way. Its links were narrow, no more than a finger's width, and they were closely connected, the interstices small enough that a human being could not have squeezed through. Drummond admitted freely that once they began cutting it, there was no way to be sure at precisely which point the asteroid would come loose. That lent a degree of uncertainty to the operation, but he seemed confident there was no possibility the rock would cause damage or threaten the team now on the far side of the plate. She couldn't help noticing how close the shuttle was, and wondered whether Drummond had considered the possibility it might come their way. "Why will it go anywhere at all?" she asked him. "What makes you think it won't stay right where it is?" "The center of gravity will change," he said, not entirely hiding a note of disdain. "It'll change for both the asteroid and the assembly. So they'll both change their dynamics somewhat." "Can we predict what'll happen?" she asked. "Not as precisely as I'd like. Under normal circumstances it'd be simple enough, but with a gas giant in the neighborhood, the calculations get a bit sticky." He looked at her, apparently trying to decide whether she was frightened. "There's really nothing to worry about, if that's what you're thinking." He checked their position on the screens. "Okay," he said into a mic. "Ready to go." The AI took over. It accelerated, descended closer to the surface, and aimed the lasers that Miles's team had installed. Drummond warned the people among the shafts to get behind the plate and stay there. "Keep your heads down," he told them. "We're starting." Janet knew that he'd have preferred to have no one out on the assembly while they were releasing the rock, especially this close. But they had to cut 15 shafts away from the plate, and there simply wouldn't be time to get the job done unless they'd started on it as soon as they arrived. The shuttle moved in close. Janet could have put a foot out the airlock and touched the asteroid. In its flat, masculine voice, the AI informed them portentously it was about to activate the lasers. It performed a brief countdown, and twin lances of white light sliced into the dust. The shuttle moved slowly north to south down the face of the asteroid. It passed just wide of the South Pole and started back up. "We're getting a good cut," said Frank.
We should have separation in a minute or so." Then he added, "Uh-oh." Janet's heart picked up a beat. "Everybody, heads up!" It was the voice of Frank the pilot. "Rock swarm incoming. About 30 seconds. Get behind the plate on the assembly side." Tom Scolari looked over the top of the plate to see if they were visible. The action brought a cold remonstrance from Janet, and he got back down. The other members of his team were complying. "Stay behind the plate," warned Janet. "They're coming in over the asteroid. Keep low, and you'll be fine." Something blurred past him, a quick, silent shadow across the stars, and a second, little more than the whisper of his own heartbeat. It all happened so quickly he couldn't be sure. People were breathing on the circuit. Somebody made a scared noise. He felt a vibration, and then a jolt. Out along the assembly, something flashed. "That one hit," Janet said. Another tremor shook them. Scolari gazed into the eyes of the woman beside him. She looked frightened. He waited, listening to his pulse until Frank came back up. "That seems to be it, folks. Screen's clear." "Everybody okay?" asked Drummond. There were some acknowledgments, and Janet had them respond to their names. While they did, Scolari counted bodies. All present, all moving. They looked at one another. The woman, her name was Kit, went back to work. But from that moment, whatever nonchalance he might have possessed earlier, Scolari understood that he'd put his life at risk. He was glad not to be alone. His instructions were simple. Slice into as many of the shafts as possible, but no deeper than about halfway, until the asteroid was gone. When the shuttle announced that separation was imminent, see that everyone stayed behind the plate. When it was over, when the rock had been disposed of, go back and finish the job. Cut everything loose so that the alpha shaft, the plate, and the net remained one piece, but had been separated from the rest of the assembly. Scolari was the oldest member of his team. He didn't know much about the personal lives of the others, only what he'd picked up from a few dropped hints. This one was on the prowl, that one was a mother of two. But they were all excited about helping rescue the landing party. Two were visibly scared. Maybe they all were, and some just better at hiding it. God knew he was scared. But the adrenaline rush was high, and he felt good. Watching the dancing lights of the lasers flickering around the edges of the plate, he felt incredibly alive. Everyone, he thought, should have a chance to do something like this at least once in a lifetime. Back along the assembly, toward Deepsix, lights were approaching. He recognized the triangle of lamps on the prow. It was an Academy shuttle. Though whether it was from his own ship or from Wendy, he had no idea. Janet's voice broke in. "All right, people, everybody down. It should be any moment now." The glow had moved around to the other end of the plate. That meant they'd cleared the South Pole and were working their way up. Janet had assured them that when the rock began to move, there was no way it could come in their direction. And he believed her, but it was easier to accept in the illuminated ready room on the ship than out here, sitting behind a narrow strip of metal that was all that shielded them from the monster. He was leaning against the plate when it shuddered. "Asteroids away," said Janet. One of the women, a middle-aged classics instructor with the unlikely name of Cleo, had backed off a bit and was gazing up. She was in tan coveralls and was wearing a blue scarf. Light from the laser fell across her features, and her eyes were rising, looking at something behind him over his shoulder. "There it goes," she said. Scolari saw a black rim rolling out past one side of the plate, moving slowly. "And good riddance," Cleo added, waving farewell. The confirmation that the rock had been cut loose was the signal for Laurie to move Wildside up close again to the alpha shaft. It guided the ship so that the shaft did not run directly parallel to the vessel's axis, but was angled at 18 and a fraction degrees. The Zwick was also being attached off-center and aimed in the opposite direction, allowing these two vessels to start the rotation that would eventually bring Alpha's forward end to bear on Deepsix. When Wildside was lined up, Jace Power and his crew went back outside and welded ship and shaft together. They completed the job without incident, examined their work, decided it looked okay, and waited for Janet's verdict. She insisted on close-ups, and minutes later a shuttle moved in for a sensor inspection. She directed them to go back and reinforce a couple of areas, then gave her blessing. "Very professional," she said. "Come back inside, report when you're all in, and thanks." Zwick was first to check in.
Attachment complete. They were welded to the Alpha shaft. Wildside followed within seconds. "We're all set," Janet told Drummond. The asteroid, freed of its encumbrance, was seeking a new orbit. It would continue to circle Deepsix, at least for another day or so, until Jerry Morgan changed the deep space geometry. Drummond watched it go with a sense of satisfaction. It was rare in his line of work that he got to see so practical an application of his skills. It was true that Marcel and Beekman were technically making the decisions, but they were using Drummond's numbers, and by God it was a good feeling. At the top of the assembly, the now empty net was slowly spreading out. They had cut about 3/4 of the way around it when the asteroid came loose. Now the net trailed behind the assembly like a veil caught atop an endless stick. Captain Nicholson announced to all vessels and shuttles that the first step had been successful, and that everything was proceeding according to schedule. The shuttles now moved to deposit 2-person outsider teams at each of the 5 bands along the length of the assembly where they would cut the Alpha shaft loose, and they placed Pindar and Shira on the assembly 420 kilometers from the plate. Here they began slicing through Alpha to separate it from the other 2,600-odd kilometers of its length. At the plate, Tom Scolari and his people had returned to work, striving to complete the cuts they'd begun earlier. When they were finished, there would remain, as a unit, only the Alpha shaft, the connecting plate, and the net. All this activity was closely watched by Drummond and his team. His principal concern at the moment was to ensure that the separations at the various points along the shaft were made simultaneously. If they failed to do that, if one end of Alpha started to drift while another section somewhere was still secured to the assembly, it might snap. The shuttle Scolari had seen approaching carried Miles and Philip Zosimov, whose image blinked onto Drummond's screen within seconds of the release of the asteroid. "May we go in close to take a look?" Zosimov asked. "Stand by. It'll be a few minutes." Drummond opened his link to the star. Marcel's carefully controlled features looked back at him. "Right on schedule," Drummond said. "Be ready to go." At the plate, Scolari's people were 3 minutes away from completing their cuts. They'd stopped at that point to wait for the signal from Drummond. All along the assembly, the same kind of thing was happening. One by one, each of the 5 teams at the bands, and Pindar and Jane at the far end of Alpha, were reaching the 3-minute mark and reporting back to Drummond, who was watching his own timepiece. When they'd all called in, he told them to wait for his signal. He reported again to Marcel, who told him to proceed. "Ladies and gentlemen," he told the outsider teams, "cut us loose." Marcel and Nicholson, on the Star Bridge, listened to the reports filtering back to Drummond. Site 2 was free. The far end was free. Sites 1 and 5. Site 3. Drummond queried 4. "Just a moment, John." Then, "Yes." Aside from the rock swarm, there were 2 unsettling moments during the operation. One had come when the asteroid broke free. The other occurred when they finished cutting through the 15th shaft, and the assembly separated. Scolari had expected that the separation would be gradual. They'd cut through most of the shafts and were working on the final 3 when they simply started to snap off one by one, in precise drill, and Alpha abruptly began to float away, taking the plate and a kilometer or so of trailing net with it. The assembly trembled in reaction to the loss of mass, and that was it. "Plate's free," Drummond told Marcel. "Everybody okay?" Janet's voice. Scolari looked around. "We're all here," he said. "Very fine," she replied. "Well done." He looked down the length of the assembly. Common sense told him that once the other 14 shafts had been separated from the plate, they would drift apart, or drift together, or something. It seemed impossible that the tubes could remain perfectly aligned with each other as they had been. He understood that the other bands were still in place, holding them together, that only the Alpha shaft had been separated. But the nearest connector was 80 kilometers away. Yet they remained parallel. He was still holding his cutter. He folded it and put it in his vest. A voice in his earphone said, "Here comes our taxi, Tom." It was the Academy shuttle that had brought them to the assembly 2 hours earlier. It came alongside, and the pilot warned them to take their time getting in. The airlock opened. They climbed inside, cycled through, and congratulated one another. Cleo beamed at him. "Talent I didn't know I had," she said. Marcel signaled Nicholson with an almost imperceptible gesture. Nicholson pushed the button. Laurie's voice acknowledged. "Activating Phase 2. The Alpha shaft, freed from the main body of the assembly, was reduced to about 13% of its former length. Laurie, the controlling AI, awaited incoming results from a wide array of sensors. When she was satisfied all was in order and the proper moment in her internal countdown arrived, she fired maneuvering thrusters on Zwick and Wildside, orchestrated to draw Alpha clear of the assembly, to ensure that no tumble developed, and to begin the long rotation that would end with the net and plate moving toward the point out over the misty sea, where it would, they all hoped, rendezvous in 20 hours with Hutch's lander. She monitored progress, which was slight but satisfactory, and when conditions allowed she fired the main engines on Wildside and 4 minutes later on Zwick. The shaft began perceptibly to rotate toward its vector. Approximately 16 minutes after the Wildside ignition, she shut off the vessel's engines, and several minutes later did the same with Zwick. Now there was a quick scramble in what everyone perceived as the tightest part of the operation, save the actual dip into the atmosphere. The outsiders on Wildside and Zwick hurried back out and released the ships from the shaft. There wasn't time to bring them back in, so they tethered down in the hulls while everyone waited. When they reported themselves secure, Laurie moved the vessels cautiously to new positions along the shaft and realigned them, bringing their axes parallel to Alpha. When that had been done, the outsiders reattached the ships. Meantime, the other 2 vessels, the Evening Star and Windy, snuggled up against the shaft in their assigned places. More of Janet's people poured out of airlocks and secured them to the shaft. The problem she had been waiting for developed on Windy. One of the volunteers, a researcher from the science team, got ill out on the hull and brought up her lunch. The force field had no provision to handle that kind of event. It was flexible and made room, but the unfortunate woman was quickly immersed in her own ejecta. Panicked, she lost contact with the hull and drifted away from the ship. A backup quickly replaced her, and a shuttle was dispatched to do a rescue. The replacement joined the effort almost without missing a beat. It was a difficult maneuver because everything had to be completed within a restrictive time frame, barely 2 hours, or they'd lose their window. As it turned out, no one need have worried. The job was completed, and everyone, including the woman with the lunch, was back inside with 11 minutes to spare. All 4 vessels had been aligned directly front to rear along the shaft axis. At Laurie's signal, the 4 superluminals engaged their main engines and gently drew the Alpha shaft forward, beginning their long run toward the misty sea. There were a few places where the floor had buckled or where the ceiling had caved in. They found fragments of fibrous materials in some of the cubicles off the concourse. Clothing, apparently. Small stuff. She took samples of everything, continued to record the locations, and made voluminous notes. A call came in from Canyon. "Hutch," he said, "I'd love to do a program from inside the Skyhook, if you'd be willing." They were already broadcasting the visuals. He hoped she didn't mind, but it was a huge story back home, and everyone would like to hear her reactions. "Give me a break, August. I can't walk around here pointing my vest at everything." "You don't have to. The spontaneous shots work fine. We'll use a delay, and we can reconstruct everything that we miss. You don't have to worry. We can edit out whatever might not be appropriate, whatever you want us to. It'll make a great story, and I'd be in your debt." "You won't see much. It's foggy." "I know. We like foggy. It's atmospheric." He laughed at his own joke. The Academy would love it. The romance of edge-of-the-envelope archaeology. She glanced at Nightingale, who nodded his okay. "I'll make a deal with you," she said. "I'll comment occasionally when I think there's something worthwhile to be said. If you can avoid asking me any questions, just leave me alone to do my work, and I'll try to cooperate." "Hutch, I'd really like to do the interview." "I'm busy," she said. "Well, of course. Sure. We can do what you want. I understand entirely." "This is a long, empty corridor," she said. "It's probably been like this for 3,000 years.
3,000 years? You really think it's that old?" he asked.
"Augie,"
she said. "You're incurable." "I'm sorry." "It's okay. Must be frustrating for you to be up there out of the action." Momentarily his tone changed. "You know," he said quietly, "I'd almost accept a chance to go down there with you. It's that big a story." "Almost," she said. "Yeah, almost." Curiously, she felt sorry for him. Hutch paid particular attention to the inscriptions. The 6 languages were always in the same order. In the areas behind the concourses, among the passageways and cubicles, in what they'd come to think of as back offices, they discovered a 7th alphabet. "I've seen this before," she said, looking at an inscription that hung at the end of a corridor, where it branched off at right angles. 2 groups of characters were engraved over symbols that could only be arrows. "They have to be places. Washrooms, souvenirs here, and ice cream over there, baggage to your left." Nightingale tapped his lips with an index finger. "I'll tell you where we saw it. At the Hovercraft Memorial." At that moment, somewhere ahead, they heard a click. It was sharp and clear, and it hung in the air. Hutch's heart stopped. Nightingale caught his breath. "An animal," she said. She waited, trying to see into the fog. There were closed doors along both sides of the passageway. As she watched, one moved. The movement was barely discernible, but it opened a finger's width, and stopped. They drew close together for mutual support. Hutch produced her cutter. Neither spoke. When nothing more happened, Hutch walked over to the door. It closed, and she jumped. It opened again. "Maybe we ought to get out of here," whispered Nightingale. "Wait." She tiptoed closer and tried to look through the opening, but as far as she could see there was nothing inside. Empty room, and that was all. She took a deep breath and tugged on the door. It opened a little wider, and she let go, and it swung shut. Then it opened again. "Sensors?" asked Nightingale. "Apparently still working." She recalled that the building seemed to be equipped with solar collectors. The door was not quite 3 meters high, constructed of the same plastic material they'd seen elsewhere in the hexagon. It had no knob and no latch, but she saw a diagonal green strip that might have been the sensor, and another green strip with faded characters that might have indicated who occupied the office or what function it had performed. In spite of his assurances, Kenyon re-entered the conversation. "Hutch, that was a riveting moment. How did you feel when you first heard the sound?" Her next words would eventually travel around the world. She regretted having agreed to let Augie and his 2 billion listeners eavesdrop. She would have liked to put on a blasé exterior, to behave the way heroes are supposed to, but she couldn't recall whether she'd made frightened sounds. "Terrified," she said. The door opened again. The ground shook. Another tremor. They walked on. The door continued to open and close, the only disruption in the general stillness. They climbed a ramp into a compartmented section, 8 or 9 rooms, several with low ceilings. There were signs at belt level and small benches and knee-high rails around the bulkheads. A cricket-sized staircase went to an upper deck. Several rooms were fitted with lines of chairs, very much like the hovercraft cabin. In one the gauge abruptly shifted to their own comfort level. The complex had no egress, save the way they'd come in, down the ramp and back into the concourse. "I think we just got on to the Skyhook," said Hutch. If so, whatever machinery might have made it work was safely concealed. "You might be right." He looked at the tiny handrails. "It wasn't an advanced culture," she said. "How do you think the Hawks were received when they arrived and told everybody they needed to get out?" 31. It's customary to argue that intelligence grants an evolutionary advantage. But where is the evidence? We are surrounded by believers in psychic healing, astrology, dreams, and drugs. Are we to accept the premise that these hordes of unfortunates descended from intelligent forebears? I am prepared to concede that stupidity does not help survival. One must, after all, understand not to poke a tiger with a stick. But intelligence leads to curiosity,
and curiosity has never been a quality that helps one pour his or her genes into the pool. The truth must lie somewhere between. Whatever the reason, it is clearly mediocrity, at best, that lives and breeds. Gregory McAllister, Reflections of a Barefoot Journalist. Hours to break up, estimated 29. Several hundred people were gathered in the Stars Theatre, where it was possible to follow the rescue effort on a dozen screens and at the same time down a few drinks with friends. Marcel had been wandering through the giant ship, trying to occupy his mind while events played out, and had stepped into the theatre when Beekman called to ask where he was. Moments later they met in a small booth off the observation deck. The project director looked pale. "What's wrong, Gunther?" he asked. They were standing near a display exhibiting the construction of the Evening Star. Here was the beginning, Ordway Conover talking to engineers, explaining that he wanted the most spectacular superluminal ever built. There was the star in Earth orbit when it was only a keel. Here were the electronics installations, and there the Delta Deck swimming pool, and the celebrities who had come to see it off on its maiden cruise, and its first captain, Bartlett Hollinger, bearded, grey-eyed, silver-haired, looking impossibly competent, and very much like the uncle everybody remembered fondly. "You know," said Beekman, "some of the people on Wendy think we're doing the wrong thing." The statement initially startled Marcel. He understood Beekman to be suggesting that the rescue effort might be going wrong somewhere, that they'd missed something fundamental, something now irreparable. "In what way?" he asked, his voice little more than a whisper. "What do they think we should be doing?" "They think we're neglecting the mission." Marcel felt a surge of relief, and then, as Beekman's meaning became clear, of incredulity. And finally he had to choke down a rising tide of anger. "Is that how you feel?" Beekman needed a long time to answer. "I'm not sure," he said at last. "We are never going to see anything like this again, not in the lifetime of anybody here. We stand to learn more about gravity functions and planetary structure than we could pick up in a century of theorizing. Marcel, it is true that we're letting a priceless opportunity get away from us." "You want to abandon Kelly?" "Of course not. You can't have it both ways, Gunny. You asked if I wanted to abandon her. I don't. You know that. But you and I both know that the big stick is probably not going to work. There are too many things that can go wrong. Maybe we'd do better to face that and get back to concentrating on what we came here for." Marcel took a deep breath. "Gunther, let's turn this around for a minute. Make it your call. What do you want to do?" "You'd abide by my decision?" Marcel glanced up at a large framed picture of a young couple eating dinner off the promenade. Through a window the Crab Nebula was visible. "Yes," he said, "I'll abide by your decision. What do we do? Do we write Kelly off, and the others?" Beekman looked back at Marcel, followed his gaze to the portrait, stared at it a long time. "That's unreasonable," he said at last. "What is?" "You know what I'm talking about." "Sure, making the call, as opposed to criticizing." He made a rumbling sound in his throat. "All right," he said. "Do it your way. But somewhere down the road we're going to pay a price." The command crew on the bridge of the Star oohed and ahed as images of alien inscriptions and crumbling corridors and regally garbed hawks played across their screens. Laurie systematically removed the fog and enhanced the pictures. Here was a series of empty cubicles along a broad concourse. There, a gently curving passageway lined by doors engraved with symbols from alien alphabets. Marcel wondered whether they designated the kind of activity carried on behind the door, or whether they were the names of individuals. Individual hawks. What had their lives been like? Did they sit around in the evening and play some sort of poker equivalent? Did they enjoy conversation over meals? Did they have music?
He would have liked very much to be able to listen in when the decision had been taken to go to the rescue of the medieval world that was entering a dust cloud. It must have required a gigantic engineering effort on the part of a species that apparently didn't even have spike technology. How many had they saved? Where had they gone? He heard the power levels rise, felt the ship adjusting course once more. The hexagon was vast. A schematic was taking shape on the main wall screen. Human-sized cubicles in the east wing, long concourses, sections that might have been waiting or storage areas, upper levels they hadn't even gotten to. Marcel thought he saw objects on a row of shelves on the north side, but he hadn't been present when they'd passed by, had seen only the record. Hutch and Nightingale had either missed the figures or thought too little of them to waste time. He'd avoided bringing the matter up later. "The place is a treasure trove," said Drummond, watching from his shuttle. "It's a pity there isn't time to get a decent look at it." They were lucky, Marcel reflected, that they'd seen anything. Scholars, he suspected, would be poring over the visual record for years. Beekman appeared unexpectedly at his side. He'd been avoiding eye contact with Marcel since their conversation. "You know," he said, trying to pretend nothing had happened between them, "there'll be some major changes at the top when all this gets back. Gomez will go." "You think so?" asked Marcel. Irene Gomez had been the Academy's director for more than 10 years.
"She was part of the crowd that made the decision to pull out after the Nightingale fiasco. Now we're looking at this. And it's all going to be lost. This stuff's been going out from that character at Universal, what's his name? Canyon, right. They'll get it back home day after tomorrow. The Board of Governors will call an emergency meeting. I'll bet Gomez is gone by the end of next week, and her department heads with her."
He looked pleased at the prospect. Marcel had no connection with the director, and had never even seen her in person, but he knew she did not command the respect or the loyalty of Academy people. Of course, he thought, neither would Beekman. If it ever got out, he'd wanted to abandon the ground party.
"Invaluable stuff,"
Beekman said. His tone gave him away. "Even if we lose the people, maybe it will have been worth it." Laurie's voice broke in. "Preliminary maneuvers are complete. We are on course." They found a portrait in one of the cubicles. It was mounted on a wall, hidden behind a layer of dust, but when Hutch peeled it away and wiped a cloth over it, the images came clear. 2 of the crickets were pictured on either side of a hawk, which must have been 3 times their size. It was difficult to be sure about scale because the hawk was visible only from the breast up. The crickets wore the placid expressions of philosophers. They were draped in cowls, one hooded, one bareheaded. The skulls appeared to be hairless, and she saw no indication of eyebrows. Despite the prejudice induced by her knowledge of the technological limitations of their society, Hutch read intelligence in their faces. The otherwise fearsome appearance of the hawk was diminished by the staff it carried. Its only concession to clothing was a dark ribbon tied around one shoulder. The chest was broad, and it owned a crest that stood proudly erect. It dwarfed its companions. Yet that they were companions was impossible to doubt. The thing had a predator's eyes and fangs and fur, where Hutch might have expected to see feathers. She was struck by the composure manifested by the crickets, who might easily have been gobbled down by such a creature. There was something else. "What?" asked Nightingale. She couldn't make up her mind about the sex of the 2 crickets. But the hawk? "I think it's a female," she said. Nightingale sighed. "How can you possibly tell?" "I don't know, Randy." She tried to analyze her reaction. "Something in its eyes, maybe." Nightingale reached for the picture and was pleased to see that it lifted from its mount. It was too big to put in his pack, so he simply carried it. They had by then mapped much of the ground level of the structure. The elevator to the orbiting station had been located on the eastern side, at the juncture of north-south and east-west concourses. The upper levels, judging by their scale, seemed to have been given over to the hawks. It seemed that the crickets used only the ground floor. It was getting dark when they got to the north side.
Here they were cautious because this was the part of the structure that, according to Marcel, jutted out over the edge of the mountain. They came to a collapsed ramp and looked down into a lobby at another portrait. Hutch used her vine, against his protests, to descend and retrieve it. It was a full-length image of a hawk. It had no wings. "That figures," said Nightingale. "It's too big to fly." "Even if it had big wings?" Nightingale laughed, but he kept it down. "Really big wings," he said. "Something as massive as we are, like that thing apparently was, would never be able to get off the ground under its own power." "Maybe it comes from a world where the gravity is light." They both spoke consistently in hushed voices, as if anything at normal decibels would be inappropriate. To remind them, when either got too loud, the sound echoed back. "That's possible," Nightingale said, "but the gravity would have to be very light. And if that were the case, I don't think these creatures would have been at all comfortable on Maliva 3. No, I doubt there's anything avian about these things. I'd bet neither they nor their ancestors ever flew. The hawk resemblance simply gets us thinking that way." Hutch knew that Kelly would want to take a look at all this, and they'd been inside now for a long time. "Time to start back," she said. Nightingale looked pained. He would have gone on forever if he'd been permitted. "Why don't we hold up just for a few seconds? Off the northern concourse, twin ramps led down one level. Let's take a quick look downstairs, then we can go back." 2 minutes, she said. They descended and found another broad passageway whose walls were covered with inscriptions in the 6 languages. Sometimes, instead of just a few words, there were whole sections of 20 lines or more devoted to each group of symbols. "This would be just what they need," she said. "We translated one of the languages of Kuraqua with a lot less than this." It was an exciting prospect, but the wall would have to be cleaned and restored before it would be of much use. She used the microscan to get as much as she could, knowing that they were losing most of it. There were other inscriptions. These were short, usually only 2 or 3 word groups. Hutch recognized the characters from the uppermost line on the artifact they'd found at the site of the hovercraft. She tried to imagine the concourse when it was alive. They came to a series of wide doorways, all on the right-hand side. Each opened into a chamber about 4 meters wide. The rooms were devoid of any kind of furniture. She poked her head in, saw nothing, and went to the next one. There were 8 of them, of identical dimensions. Hutch looked in each, hoping to be surprised. They had low ceilings, designed for the crickets. At last they stood together in the 8th room, at the end of the passageway. There were no artifacts, no inscriptions, nothing, just bare rooms. "Let's go," she said. She started out, and the room moved. It was a momentary quiver, as if a pulse had gone through the building. Quake, she thought. Something began to grind in the walls. The room lurched. "Get out, Randy!" She bolted for the exit. A door was already sliding, banging, clanking down out of the overhead. Nightingale froze, and she turned back, and then it was too late. She pulled up, and her chance was gone. The door chunked to a stop, a hand's width off the floor, and then crashed down into the dirt. It cut off the light, and Hutch found herself crouching in the dark. She turned on her wrist lamp. "This is not good," said Nightingale. The grinding in the walls got louder. The floor inched up and fell back. Mira's voice spoke over the circuit. "What happened?" "Don't know. Stand by." Nightingale aimed his laser at the door and thumbed the switch. A white beam licked out, and the gray surface began to blacken. Then the floor dropped abruptly. Startled, he lost control of the laser and swept the room with it before dropping it. As designed, the thing automatically snapped off. The room fell, stopped, slipped down a few meters. "My God," said Nightingale, "what's going on?" "Another elevator, a working one, looks like." The chamber crunched down again. Marcel was on the circuit now. "What's happening? What's your situation?" Canyon was still there, but aside from a word of encouragement, he kept mercifully quiet. They continued to bump, vibrate, and drop. "On my way," said Kelly. "No, stay with the lander." "I can't help from here." "I don't think there's much you can do over here either." Nightingale looked panicked, probably like herself. Something rattled beneath the floor. The ceiling was too low for either of them to stand straight. They picked a corner of the room and retreated into it. The grinding eased off, but the elevator continued its erratic descent.
She used her laser to finish the job Nightingale had started, cutting a substantial piece out of the door. It was dark outside, and the fog was thick as ever, but the glow of her lamp revealed no wall. Instead, she saw only a gridwork of struts and beams. "What do we do?" asked Nightingale. She widened the hole, making it big enough that they could get out if the opportunity offered. "It'll have sharp edges, though," she cautioned him. "Be ready to go if we get the chance." The ride continued. Nightingale came over, looked out, but was careful not to get too close. There was still nothing to see except the gridwork, moving sporadically past as they continued down. "I think we're in the basement somewhere," she said, and then, moments later, "I can see daylight below." The elevator rattled and shook, and there were squeals and shrieks in the floor and ceiling. Suddenly a void opened. The mist was gone, and they were dropping through bright day. "Where the hell are we?" demanded Nightingale. She looked down the side of a sheer grey wall that fell forever toward green hills. "This is how the crickets got up to the Skyhook." Nightingale peered out and trembled. "You don't think we're going all the way to the bottom, do you?" "That would be my guess, unless their technology isn't too good. If that's the case, we might stop part way down and be expected to switch to another elevator." It was hard to determine whether Nightingale thought that would be good news or not. There were a few clouds below them and others out on the horizon. Nightingale steeled himself, looked down, and gasped. "My God!" he said. "Stay away from it." She pulled him back. Kelly heard it. "I don't care what you say," she said. "We're going to saddle up and come over there." "No point. You can't reach us. Wait until we see how this plays out. I want you to be ready in case we need you in a hurry." "Okay," she sighed. "Keep the channel open." The banging and grinding subsided somewhat, and the ride smoothed out, became more constant, less bone-rattling, as if the machinery was becoming unlimbered. They slowed, accelerated again, and jerked, finally, to a halt. She looked down at a river valley so far below it made her head ache. They were, she realized, on the north face of the mountain, the section that appeared to have been artificially carved. "What are we going to do?" breathed Nightingale. "We're stuck here." The elevator trembled. "Quake, I think," she said. "That's what we need." He looked at her, his eyes full of fear. "Hutch, we need help." "You've a talent for understatement, Randy." "Can you give us a description," asked Kelly, "of where you are?" She told her, and added, "Pretty high up. I guess we're going to need air-to-air." "Okay, sit tight. We're on our way." "How do you mean, air-to-air?" asked Nightingale privately. "That doesn't mean what I think it does it?" "Unless you want to try climbing down." Above them she could see the framework of girders, cross-beams, and diagonals, the grid within which the elevator rode. The rear of the elevator was fitted against the face of the mountain. They were about 50 meters down. The cliff, as best she could see, was lined with shelves and outcroppings and even a few trees, but it would under no circumstances provide a means to scramble back up to safety. "Can they really get us out of here?" asked Nightingale. "It's lemon pie," she said. The comment did nothing to alleviate his state of mind. "How?" "Just ferry us out. Sit tight until she gets here." He looked down, and she watched the little color that was left drain out of his face. The elevator dropped again slightly, probably no more than a few centimeters. He gasped and turned a terror-stricken face toward her. "Best to stay away from it," she said. "What are we going to do, jump?" "Something like that, Randy. But you'll be tethered so you can't fall." He shook his head. "Hutch, I don't think I can do it." "Sure you can, no matter what. We can't stay here." She could see that he felt humiliated as well as frightened. They began descending again, slowly and steadily. "We're getting there," he said. "If we're patient, maybe everything'll be okay." She said nothing, but simply sat down and waited for the lander to appear. "What's holding the elevator up?" Marcel asked. "The cable, I guess," said Hutch. She heard the welcome rumble of jets. "That's a negative," said Kelly. "We do not see a cable."
Marcel made a worried noise. "Are you sure?"
"Yep, no cable."
"Then," pursued Marcel, "it must be a different kind of system from the one we use. Maybe they don't use cables. Maybe they glide up and down some sort of magnetic rail."
"I don't think so," said Kelly. "It has a cable mount on top." "You sure?" asked Hutch. "There's a couple of meters of cable dangling from it."
32. Everybody complains about the weather, and we have the technology now to do something about it, should we choose to. But we don't. The fact is, we need bad weather. A day at the beach is much more enjoyable if we know that somebody somewhere is getting rained on. Gregory McAllister, Reflections, Collected Essays. Hours to break up, estimated 27.
Abel Kinder watched the numbers rippling across his screens. Off-the-chart high-pressure front, moving down into the Nirvana Ocean to collide with extreme low pressure along the eastern coastline of Transitoria. Tornadoes spawning inland. Hurricanes boiling across waters normally too cold to support hurricane activity. He punched Marcel's button.
"What do you have, Abel?" the captain asked.
"More heavy weather. When do we make the pickup?"
19 hours and change.
I don't suppose you can speed it up?"
"Negative. The schedule's out of our control. How heavy?"
"Extremely. I've never seen these kinds of readings before. Tell them to expect wind and rain, especially wind."
"How much?"
"A lot."
Tom Scolari and Cleo, who had watched the asteroid rise into the night with such unabashed pleasure, were taken afterward to the Zwick. It was a small, boxy ship, bristling with antennas. Universal News was emblazoned on its hull. Janet informed him that they were assigned to the on-board outsider team. "There's another job coming up in about 7 hours. Until then you can relax." They were taken in charge by a short, unobtrusive man who might have been a librarian, and a tall, willowy blonde with the manner of an aristocrat pretending to be a commoner.
"Name's Jack Kingsbury," he said. "I'm the ship's welder."
He managed to grin. The woman was Emma Constantine. "It's good to have you on board," she said, with affected interest. "You people have been doing an extraordinary job." She had perfect diction.
"You're the rest of the team, I assume," Scolari said.
Emma wasn't. "I'm August Canyon's producer." She inspected them. "You two have a change of clothes with you?" "Damn, I don't understand that. They promised they'd see that you had some fresh clothes." "Who promised?" asked Cleo, before Scolari could react. "My contact on Wendy. We wanted to do an interview. Live. But you both look a trifle mussed. Let me see if we can get something that fits."
Marcel had lost contact with the ground party. He sat disconsolately on the Stars Bridge while Laurie tried to raise Tess through the electrical storms that now blanketed the atmosphere. The Stars' working spaces were far more luxurious than Marcel's cramped command area on Wendy. The bridge had leather panels, soft-glow lighting, full-wall flex screens, and a captain's chair that would have looked good at the CO Club. He understood why this was so. On the Star, the bridge was part of the tour. It was the only operational part of the great ship that the passengers actually saw, so power and opulence were de rigueur. Only when they commenced the final series of course adjustments would the visits be halted. Nicholson irritated Marcel. It was hard to say why. The man was friendly enough. Having reached the decision to assist, he never failed to respond quickly and effectively to the needs of the operation. He did what he could to make Marcel and his people comfortable, and he went out of his way to tolerate Beekman, who was capable of occasional flashes of arrogance. It might have been that he tried too hard to live up to his image of what a starship captain should be. He talked as if he, Marcel, and Beekman operated on a higher plane than everyone else. He was quick to criticize, quick to suggest that the mission would have more chance of success if only they had more people on board like themselves. He took aim particularly at the volunteers. They were amateurs. How could they be expected to get things right? But the amateurs, Marcel pointed out several times, had so far done quite well. In the short time he'd been on the Evening Star, Marcel had concluded that Nicholson had never learned the difference between maintaining distance between himself and his officers and becoming aloof. The captain looked like a lonely man, and probably had no friend anywhere on the vessel. Beekman and one of his physicists were huddled in a corner. Beekman had led the team that had analyzed course, velocity, and aspect of the Alpha shaft as it came free of the assembly. He and Drummond had calculated what was needed to turn it around and arranged for it to show up with the appropriate alignment tomorrow morning at the designated spot at the correct time on Deepsix. There were a dozen or so visitors on the bridge, mostly overweight middle-aged couples talking about dinner or the evening's presentation in the Star Theatre, which was to be a live production of Barry English's Indigo. Marcel had suggested cancelling because they expected to be making course adjustments through the evening, but Nicholson was afraid someone might be alarmed or displeased or resentful. The ship's movements were expected to be nominal, and of course everything would be known well in advance. Beekman finished his conversation, excused himself, and came over.
"We're in business," he said. "Everything's falling into place."
"Good." Marcel pushed away from the console while Beekman took a seat. "You and your people have been outstanding, Gunther."
"Thanks. We were concerned that the rotation would put too much stress on the shaft, that it would break somewhere, or that the welds wouldn't hold. But we seem to have gotten through okay. I do believe you might actually pull it off."
"We might, Gunny. Or maybe you will. You and John and that army of part-time welders. Who'd have believed it?"
"Well, let's parcel out the credit when we have them home. There'll be a course adjustment in 9 minutes. It'll be very slight. Nicholson knows."
"You've made my day, Gunny."
"You don't look happy. What's wrong, Marcel?" "The elevator thing?"
"Yes, right now it's scary."
"It'll be all right. They've got Kelly to help them. Are we talking to them yet?"
"No, they're still out." The lander moved into position immediately in front of the elevator. Rain beat down on it, and lightning flared and boomed around them. Kelly, in the pilot's seat, was also fighting heavy winds along the face of the cliff. "We'll have to make this fast, Hutch," she said. "I don't know how long I can stay here." She was referring to the power levels needed to sustain hover mode. "Okay," Hutch said. "Something else. The elevators are inside a gridwork. We know." "Okay, then you also know it's a crosshatch of beams, supports, and plates. That's what's holding you up. There must be tracks in there, and the elevators run up and down the tracks. Everything's old and jammed up. The metal's got to be warped, so the elevator can't ride freely." "What are you trying to tell us, Kelly?" "There's a clean break about 50 meters down. You get down there, and it just opens out into the great beyond. Bye-bye, baby." "All right. It feels pretty stable now. Let's go." "Who's first?" "Randy." Nightingale looked at her, almost pleading. His face was ashen. What did he want her to do? Leave him there? The lander eased down until it lined up directly with the elevator. Kelly opened the hatch, and McAllister showed them a line.
"It's tied to the seat anchor, Randy," he said.
Nightingale nodded anxiously.
"Okay."
McAllister stared at Hutch across a space of only a few meters. He looked scared, too, but he was trying to appear nonchalant. How about that? The guy was a trooper after all. The lander rose and fell, caught in an updraft. It rolled toward the elevator, then drifted away. "Not too close," Hutch said. "Lot of wind here," Kelly's voice in her earphones. Mac coiled the rope and measured the distance.
"Ready, Hutch?"
"Yeah." It spun toward her. She reached for it, watched it fall short. Mac reeled it in and tried again. Still short.
"You're too far out,"
he told Kelly. Hutch heard a soft damn. The lander drew off, trailing line. When Mac was ready, she started another approach. The lander rose on a cushion of air. It dropped suddenly, and to Hutch's horror, McAllister almost fell out. Nightingale stiffened. "Goddamn downdrafts," said Kelly. Mac retreated from the hatch. "You okay, Mac?" Hutch asked.
"You see what happened there?"
"I saw," Kelly told him. "Get a tether." He was gone for a few moments. Then he emerged again, wearing a line tied around his ample waist. The problem, of course, was that if he did fall out, Kelly couldn't leave the controls to haul him back in. She'd have to go all the way to the bottom to retrieve him.
"All right," said Mac, his voice surprisingly steady. "Let's try it again."
"This is a little delicate," said Kelly. "When you get the line, you're going to have to move fast." Hutch understood. If the wind caught the lander in the middle of the operation, it would rip the line and whoever happened to be attached to it out of the elevator. Kelly made her approach. Hutch kept her eyes on Mac, watching him gauge his distance. The line was coiled in his right hand. The lander turned sideways, sank, wobbled, and came back. It climbed, getting above her. Mac saw his chance, and the line came spinning in her direction. It unraveled, and it was slick from the rain, but she scooped it out of the air and held onto it. "Okay, Randy," she said. "Let's move it." He shrank back, and she could see the struggle being fought behind his eyes. "We don't have time to monkey around," she told him softly. "We stay here, we die."
"I know." She waited for him.
"Hutch," Kelly's voice. "Let's go. I can't hold it here forever." "We're working on it." Nightingale stepped forward and closed his eyes. She coiled the line around his middle, crossed it under his armpits, and secured it in front. No way he could fall out of that. But he resisted as she tried to walk him to the opening. "Hutch," he said, "I can't do this." "It's okay, Randy. You're doing fine." The elevator dropped again, banged to a stop. "Hutch," said Kelly. Nightingale got to the door and looked out at the lander. Rain blew in on him. "Don't look down," Hutch said. "Hurry it up," said Kelly.
"Hutch."
"Yes, Randy."
"If this doesn't work,
"It'll work."
if it doesn't—"
He was reaching for the rim of the opening, found it, gripped it. The line stretching from him to the aircraft tightened and loosened as Kelly rode the drafts along the face of the precipice. Hutch stepped up behind him and gently peeled his fingers away. "It always works," she told him, and pushed. He went out silently, without the scream she'd expected. He fell. It must have been a sickening few seconds, but it ended quickly when the line took hold and he rolled out in a long arc beneath the lander. Kelly pulled quickly away while he swung back and forth, clutching the line, saying, "Oh, God," over and over. Mac began to haul him in. Hutch watched Nightingale kick frantically, and she feared he might have a heart attack. "Relax, Randy," she told him. "You're okay. The hard part is over." And she continued talking to him in the most soothing tone she could muster, until Mac's hand reached down finally, seized his vest, and dragged him into the aircraft. The lander tilted slightly and started around again. Mac reappeared in the hatch with his line.
"Okay, me proud beauty," he said. "You're next."
The elevator shook. Another quake, maybe, and it started down again. She backed away from the opening and got off her feet. Rain drummed on the roof. The elevator kept dropping, and it seemed for a few seconds to be almost in free fall. Her heart came into her throat. Then metal squealed, and the elevator banged to a stop. Kelly was calling frantically. "I'm okay," Hutch said. "Maybe not." Hutch's heart, which was still fluttering, missed a beat. "What's wrong?" "I'm sinking." Spike depletion. She watched the lander dropping lower. Kelly slowed the descent, hit the jets, and regained some altitude. She came around again. "We're going to have to get it right the first time," she said. Mac stood in the airlock with his line. Kelly glided in overhead, killed the jets, reversed thrust, and brought the lander to a dead stop. It began to fall. "No," Hutch said. "It won't work." It was dropping too fast. Mac looked desperately in her direction. "I'm going to have to land and recharge," Kelly said. "Hutch, I'm sorry. I don't know any other way to do this." Hutch nodded and waved goodbye. "Take it down. I'll be here when you come back." It was getting dark. Winds were high, and she had no sensors. A night rescue would be out of the question. Kelly was fighting back rage and tears. "You can't stay in the elevator, Hutch." Hutch watched the lander kick in its jets and bank away to the east. "Is it that bad?" "It isn't good." She looked out at the storm, and at the gridwork, the crossbars and diagonals and guide rails off to either side. If she could get to them— A bolt of lightning exploded overhead, throwing everything into momentary relief. The outside of the elevator was smooth, without handholds. Despite the low ceiling, the roof was out of reach. She saw no way to climb onto it, not without something to stand on. It slipped again. Something banged hard against one of the walls. She backed away and tried to think. It was hard, knowing what might happen at any moment, to keep her head clear. She gathered up her vine, went back to the opening, and looked again at the roof. Then she got down on her belly, leaned out, and peered underneath. A pair of cables hung from the underside, and she saw the break, only a few meters down.
a missing guide rail. The way things were going, she had only a couple of minutes. Hutch produced her laser, moved to one side of the doorway, and cut a hole belt-high in the wall. Then a second one farther to the left, at the level of her shoulders, and a third one above her head directly over the first. The E-suit was supposed to protect her from extremes of heat and cold, but she wasn't sure what would happen if she put her foot on hot metal. On the other hand, she didn't have time to stand there and wait for everything to cool. "Hutch," Kelly's voice, broken up by the storm. "On the ground and charging?" "Okay." "Can you get out of the car?" "I'll let you know." She went back to the doorway, measured distances, tried to convince herself there was no difference between what she was trying and climbing onto a garage roof, which she had done many times in her girlhood. She leaned out and grabbed the highest of the handholds. The rain took her breath away. Even though she was protected from it by the suit, the psychological result was the same as if the field were not there. The McMurtry effect again. She gathered her courage, swung out onto the face of the elevator, inserted her foot into the bottom hole, climbed quickly up, and crawled onto the roof. The cable housing was centered, and the roof angled slightly down away from it. Her first impulse was to make for the housing, to get as far from the edge as she could, but that would accomplish nothing. She watched the network of diagonal and horizontal bars move slowly past, move up. They were round and desperately narrow, no thicker than a wrist. What kind of building materials did these people use, anyhow? She edged toward the gridwork, tied one end of her vine around her waist, and stepped off the roof onto a passing crossbar. The elevator kept going, and she leaned away until it was clear. Then she looped her vine around the bar, pulled it tight, and realized she'd stopped breathing. She lowered herself into a sitting position, both legs off one side of the rail, although she'd have preferred to straddle because it would feel safer, but it just wasn't comfortable. "Hutch?" Kelly's voice. "I'm off the elevator." "You okay?" "Yes, I think so." "Where are you?" "Sitting on a crossbar." More lightning. They lost communication for a moment. When it came back, Kelly said, "How safe are you?" "I'm okay." "We'll have enough of a charge in an hour or so." "Don't try it. You'll get us all killed. Wait till morning." "Hutch!" "Do what I'm asking you to. It's the best chance for everybody." The elevator was still moving steadily down. Then it stopped, and for several minutes it seemed locked in place. Finally it dropped out of the framework, out of the guide rails, and began to fall. A long time later she heard it hit the forest below.
Breaking news. One of the two persons stranded in an elevator early this morning remains in danger.
Nicholson would have preferred to be in his cabin in the Adirondacks. He wanted nothing so much as for this entire business to be over and his part in it to be forgotten. He believed he was safe, but he'd been shaken, and he hated being put into a position that required him to continue to make decisions that might backfire. He was, in fact, determined to see that nothing went wrong, that he emerged blameless from the mission. If he could accomplish that, he would consider himself very fortunate.
Secondarily, he would like to see a successful rescue, not only because it would help his case, but because when his own immediate fears had passed, he'd begun to feel some sympathy for the 4 people trapped on the ground. He was aware that his priorities, had they been known, would have reflected poorly on him, and that judgment embarrassed him, putting an even heavier load on his shoulders. But he couldn't help how he felt. He resented Marcel, not for anything Wendy's captain had actually done, but because he hadn't been able to come up with a rescue plan that didn't involve additional risk for Nicholson. There was a mild jar as the ship began the course correction. He sensed the mass of the object that the star was hauling, saw it in the sluggishness of the ship's responses. And that was the way of it at the moment. The star was tied to this impossible alien shaft, much as Nicholson was tied to his decision to allow 2 passengers and the lander to drop out of orbit. Power flowed through the bulkheads as the 4 superluminals struggled to move their burden onto the designated course. They had no serious capability for lateral maneuvering. While the ships could change their own heading through the use of strategically placed, highly flexible thrusters, only the main engines had the sheer capacity to affect the alpha shaft. That meant they could, in practical terms, only move it forward, relying on gravity fields and inertia to do the rest.
But Laurie reported well into the maneuver that they were still on target. To Nicholson, the entire operation seemed hopelessly complicated, but he had as yet no reason to believe that the plan would not work, other than his own instincts. The engines went neutral. Power was being applied elsewhere by one or more of the other ships. They couldn't calibrate power levels up and down, so the computers adjusted by firing the engines of the various ships in whatever combination was necessary to achieve the desired result. It was a symphony. One of the auxiliary screens carried a generated image of the evening star. It was in the center of a group of constellations, warm and luminous against the void. The shaft was represented by a fingernail-thin line, which extended to the edges of the display. Arrows pointed 44 kilometers forward to Zwick, and to the rear 62 kilometers to Wildside. He refilled his coffee cup, and he saw Marcel talking earnestly with Beekman. The schedule they'd worked out told him there'd be another few hours of maneuvering, of correcting the long rotation and nudging Alpha into its precise trajectory. Marcel finished his conversation, looked around, and caught Nicholson's eye. "How about some breakfast, Eric?" he suggested. Nicholson glanced at Beekman. "I wonder whether we shouldn't stay here, in case something happens?" "Something's already happening," he said. "You know Hutch is stranded?" "Yes, I'd heard." It was after 4 a.m. "I don't think there's much we can do for the next few hours. Laurie has all the data she needs. The outsiders are ready to go as soon as conditions permit." "Suppose there's a problem?" "If it's a little one, we can deal with it." "And if there's a big one?" "It'll be over," said Beekman matter-of-factly. "We are past the point where we can make major adjustments." Maybe it was just as well to sit down with Clairvaux and Beekman. If the operation succeeded, people would remember the image of the two captains and the head of the science team putting the rescue together. The electrical intensity of the storm showed no sign of diminishing. Rain pounded down on her, and the wind howled. The immediate danger rose from the possibility one of the bolts would hit the grid. The E-suit would protect her from a low-level discharge, but she'd never survive a lightning strike. Fortunately, the elevator frame did not jut up into the air. It disappeared into the ruins atop the mountain. Nevertheless, there was a lot of exposed metal. A bolt was inevitable. She could see no way off the iron. The rock wall was smooth. The few bushes clinging to it would never support her. There was a tree above, and not far to one side. It looked old and scrabbly, and she thought it had all it could do to hang on itself. Furthermore, it would have been a long jump, one she was pretty sure she couldn't make. Kelly was constantly on the circuit, between bursts of interference, checking on her, asking whether she was okay. The rain battered her. The suit kept her dry, but it was hard to see. "You're sure there's no way you can get off the iron?" Kelly asked. Hutch shook her head wearily. They'd been over it and over it. "That settles it." "No, don't come up. Wait it out." "But I'll find a way to get clear. My best chance is for you to stay put." Another bolt exploded overhead. She jumped and would have fallen off her perch had she not been secured. She'd almost gotten used to the constant fear, which left her feeling numb and exhausted. The tree sagged in the heavy rain. The gridwork trembled. Quake or thunder, it no longer seemed to matter. She looked off to the east. Jerry would be rising soon, although the sky would be too heavy to allow her to see it. Thank God for small favors. When the lander began to drop, Kelly had accelerated, gained altitude, and returned to the mountaintop, hoping that they might be able to find a way to effect a rescue from above. But the peak was still blanketed with fog, despite the heavy winds. The electrical activity had knocked out communication with Wendy, so there was no one to guide them in. When McAllister urged her to try anyhow, she'd prudently pointed out that getting them all killed would do nothing whatever for Priscilla Hutchins. Instead, she'd opted for a shelf halfway down the mountain. They could hear the ocean coming in, so she wanted to stay high. McAllister stared morosely out the window into the flickering darkness while rain hammered at them. They growled at one another and complained about sitting and doing nothing. Late in the evening, Mac finally fell asleep. Nightingale, having no one left to argue with, sat morosely in his chair until Kelly wondered whether he was awake. At about midnight she lost communication altogether with Hutch. The lightning continued through the night. She slept fitfully and woke once to overhear a whispered conversation between her passengers. Nightingale was confessing to having delayed the rescue, was taking responsibility for Hutch's situation on his own shoulders. She could imagine what he was thinking. Priscilla had stayed behind so he could get off. Once again a woman had rescued him at the cost of her own life. To her surprise, Mac told him it could have happened to anybody. He was hard to figure, that one. Mac characteristically turned a cynical face to the world. Yet he had urged her to try for the rescue, even when she told him it couldn't be done, not in the dark, not in this wind, that they'd only be throwing their lives away. He'd said very little since Hutch and Nightingale had left that morning to explore the hexagon. It must be hard on him, she thought. He's used to center stage. Everybody takes him seriously, hangs on his every word. He stays at the best hotels, enjoys media attention everywhere he goes. Now, suddenly, he's reduced to survival mode. Hang on to your tether, life and death in the balance. And nobody gives a damn who he is. The only issue for the past 12 days has been, what can he do? And the reality is, he'd been able to do more than she would have thought. When they got home, she decided, if they got home, she was going to ask Marcel to give Mac a commendation. That would be something worth seeing. Gregory McAllister showing up at the Academy to receive an award. He'd never complained, other than to yell at inanimate objects like Jerry. He'd done everything possible within his physical limitations, and he'd not turned out to be the general pain in the rear she'd expected when they began. "My God," he said. The cabin brightened and darkened. Thunder ripped through the night. "That one hit the elevators," Nightingale said. "Hutch!" Mac tapped his comlink and spoke into it. "Priscilla! Answer up!" It was close to dawn. 5 hours to rendezvous with Marcel's scoop. But there was as yet no break in the darkness. Nightingale was sitting despondently, listening to the wind. McAllister was bunched up behind him, his teeth clenched against every lightning strike. McAllister had never been comfortable with the sobriquet Hutch. It was a warehouse worker's name, utterly inappropriate for a gallant, if foolhardy, young woman. He wondered if all these people had 10 ears. He'd begun composing a tribute to her. It would appear in The Adventurer's Quarterly, the publication he'd edited for 6 years, and which still featured his occasional contributions. "Anything?" he asked Kelly, who'd been trying the comlink again. She shook her head. Just the heavy crackle of interference. "It must be time," said Nightingale. "Not yet," she said. McAllister went back to his project. Priscilla was from a small town in Ohio. Where was she from? He'd have to look that up. It didn't make any difference, of course, whether it was Ohio or Scotland, or even whether it was a small town. Priscilla was from the lower Bronx. It played just as well. She worked for the Academy of Science and Technology, a pilot collecting standard pay, making the wearying runs between Earth and the dig-sited Pinnacle or the black hole at Marmara. 20 years ago she was part of the expedition that discovered the Omega Clouds, those curious constructs that erupt in waves from galactic center to attack swimming pools and 20-story buildings. While everyone else on that mission wrote a set of memoirs, Priscilla Hutchins simply went back to piloting. We forgot about her, and we might never have noticed who she really was, except that eventually they sent her to Deepsix. He made a noise in the back of his throat and scratched out Galactic Center. It sounded too much like a park. Nightingale got up and made for the coffee dispenser. Kelly had been trying off and on to read, but he could see she was making no progress. Mac had almost finished when she straightened up. "Okay," she said. "The wind's down a bit. Everybody belt in." It was, he thought, brighter outside, but not by much. He heard the whine of the engines and drew his harness down over his head. Panel lights blinked on. "Hang on," she said, and McAllister felt the vehicle lift into the storm. In the same instant, Kelly flicked on the running lights. They rose past walls and driving rain and writhing trees. The lander fought its way into the sky, while Nightingale tried again to raise Hutch. Mac gazed hopefully out at the precipice. Occasionally, when the angle was right, he could see the gridwork.
"Do we know where to look?" he asked.
"She was on the far left," said Kelly, "at 6,300 meters. Mac took to watching the altimeter. In front of him, Nightingale was barely breathing. "Elevator's gone," Kelly said. That was no surprise. Nightingale swept the gridwork with binoculars.
"Any sign of her?"
asked Mac. "I'll tell you if I see something," he snapped. Kelly stabbed at her link. "Hutch, you out there?" The static broke momentarily, and they heard her voice. "Here." They all tried to talk to her at once. Kelly got them quiet. "Where are you?" she asked. "Where you left me." The transmission broke up. "See your lights." "Okay, hang on. We'll be right there." "Good. I'd be grateful." "Hutch, what's your situation?" "Say again?" "What's your situation?" "I'm okay."
"I see her," said Nightingale.
"Where?" Kelly asked.
"There."
He jabbed his finger. She was dangling from one of the crosspieces. Mac took only a moment to look, then reached behind him for the cable. He looped one end around the seat anchor and pulled it tight. Nightingale opened the inner airlock. "Don't forget yourself," said Kelly. He hadn't. Not after last time. He retrieved his own tether and tied himself firmly to the same base. Kelly reminded them also to activate their E-suits. She matched air pressure. "Ready to go," she said. A gust of wind hammered the lander, and Mac crashed to the floor. Nightingale helped him up. Kelly opened the outer hatch. Wind and rain spilled into the airlock, and Mac saw why Hutchins was still alive. She'd converted her rope into a sling, looped under thighs and armpits, and lowered herself off the girder, away from the metal.
"Hang on, Priscilla,"
he told her, though he knew she could not hear him over the roar of the storm. "Are we close enough?" asked Kelly. The lander rose and fell.
"No," he cried. "We're going to have to do better than this."
"I don't know if we can." The cable was general-purpose lightweight stuff, something to be used for securing cargo or possibly marking off a dig site. In this wind, he wanted something more like Hutchins's heavy vine. He missed a couple times, then shut off his E-suit long enough to remove a shoe. He tied the cable to it and waited for the right circumstances. A drop in the wind, and the lander in close. When it happened, he threw the shoe and the cable. The shoe sailed over the crossbar. Hutch swung back, swung forward, grabbed the line. She hauled it down and looped it around her middle and secured it under her arms. Mac took up the cable and got ready. "Hurry!" Kelly pleaded, while she fought the storm and the downdrafts. The laser appeared in Hutch's right hand. She showed the laser to them, signifying what she was about to do. Mac glanced at the seat anchor and tightened his grip. Nightingale, standing in the hatch, was not tethered. Mac pushed him back, out of harm's way. Priscilla cut the vine and dropped down out of sight. The cable jerked tight. Mac held on, felt Nightingale moving behind him, and they hauled her in. When she was safely on board, a wave of laughter engulfed them. Priscilla hugged Mac and kissed Nightingale. Kelly accelerated and shut down the spike to preserve its power supply. Then Hutch embraced her, too. They were happy, exhausted, tearful. She thanked them, wriggled out of the rope and cable, expressed her unbounded joy at being back in the lander, and hugged everybody again. She untied Mac's shoe and returned it ceremonially. "Welcome home," said Kelly. Mac eased himself into his seat.
"Nice to have you back, Priscilla," he said.
She collapsed beside him, rubbed her thighs where the vine had supported her, and closed her eyes. "You wouldn't believe how good it is," she said, "to be here." Kelly had been climbing steadily. Suddenly they emerged above the clouds. The air was less turbulent, but Nightingale caught his breath. He was looking up. Mac followed his gaze. They could see the vast arc of the onrushing planet. The entire southwestern sky quailed beneath that purple monster. They could see into it, into its depths. Mac felt chilled.
"What now?" he asked. "Do we make our rendezvous?"
"Not yet," said Hutch. "It's too early. We've got more than 4 hours left." He grimaced and looked down at the boiling clouds.
"Do we really have to go back down there?"
Bill and Laurie surprised the staff by showing up in tandem on screen on the Star Bridge. "I'm pleased to announce that maneuvering is complete," said Laurie. "No further power applications need be made. Alpha will arrive at the designated point over the misty sea in the proper alignment at the specified time."
"Well done," said Bill. He seemed quite pleased. Kelly found high ground near the base of the mountain and sat down. Hutch went back into the washroom. When she came out a half-hour later, she looked scrubbed down, and she was wrapped in a blanket, waiting for her clothes to dry. "I hope nobody minds the informality," she said.
"Not a bit of it,"
said McAllister, with a leer. They passed around one of the bottles she'd salvaged from the Star. The wind blew, the rain fell, but for the moment at least, all was right with the world. 33. As there are some professions that demand believers in the amity of Providence, like those who work among the downtrodden or who teach adolescents, there are others for which atheism is desirable. I am thinking particularly of pilots. When you are adrift among the clouds or the stars, you want someone in the cockpit who has as much to lose as you do, if the party goes down. Gregory McAllister, My Life and Loves. Hours to break up, estimated 20. Miles Chastain returned with Phil Zosimov to the net. This time he had his gear, a couple of assistants, and a load of material on 2 shuttles. Drummond waited with an outsider team. Miles had been piloting superluminals for almost 4 years, the last 3 for Universal News. It paid well, and equally important at this stage of his life, the job took him to places where something was usually happening. He had, for example, hauled a news team out to Nock, the only world known to have a living native civilization, just in time to see the first shots fired in the latest round of an early 20th-century-style war. He'd accompanied the investigators to Kruger 60 when the Aquilar returned from the first probe across the Orion Rift without its crew. He'd been the pilot when Universal did its award-winning special on the antique alien station orbiting Beta Pac 3. Now he was helping orchestrate the rescue off Deepsix. Not bad for a kid from a Baltimore row house. He arrived within minutes after receiving the news that Alpha was on course, and no additional course changes would be needed. That meant Phil's team could begin its phase of the mission. To release the asteroid, Drummond had cut the net almost 3/4 of the way around its circumference. The net now drifted glittering in the sunlight, 2 halves, partially entwined, a kind of bright, tattered banner trailing from a very long post. Their first objective was to finish what Drummond had begun, complete the cut, get rid of one of the 2 halves. Drummond's shuttle inserted itself within the drifting folds. One of his outsiders exited the airlock and tied a cable to the half designated for disposal. He then returned inside the shuttle, which began to move away, straightening that portion of the net to prepare it for a laser cut. Miles approached in the second vehicle and sliced through it until it was cleanly separated. Now Drummond's pilot dragged the severed portion away and released it to find its own orbit. He returned and secured the remaining half to the shuttle. Then he gradually braked, drawing it out. When he was satisfied, he released it. Miles moved in again. The idea was to convert the remaining section into a sack. The part of the net attached to the plate would, when it was lowered into the atmosphere, constitute the top of the sack. The opposite end, the former South Pole, would become the bottom. The task facing Miles's team was to join the severed sides near the bottom and bind them together, forming an area which would hang down toward the planetary surface, and into which, in just over 6 hours, the lander could descend, or crash land if need be. The shuttles took up positions on either side of the net, approximately 100 meters up from the bottom. Miles and 3 of the outsiders climbed onto it and used the shuttles to help draw the lower sections together. The rest of the outsider team, which totaled 8 in all, joined the effort. They'd been drilled specifically for this operation, but Miles never stopped worrying. They'd practiced on the Star's tennis nets, but that hadn't been the most realistic simulation. He watched his people move out across the narrow space between the net and the airlock, onto the metal links floating nearby. They connected their tethers as they'd been instructed, removed from their packs the clips which Marcia Keel had manufactured from chairs and coffee machines and cargo shelving, and began the process of binding the lower section of the net back together. One advantage, at least. No lasers were in use. He'd hated putting lasers in the hands of the people along the assembly, and would have flat-out refused to do it on the net had he been asked. Fortunately, it wasn't necessary. He was the only person out there with a go-pack. It was his responsibility to navigate along the edges and to draw them close enough together that the outsiders could connect them permanently. Only one drifted off during this phase of the operation, and Miles was quick to retrieve him. He was uncomfortable about this aspect of the strategy.
"This sack is 3/4 of a kilometer in diameter, Marcel," he said over a private channel. "It wouldn't take much for it to get tangled up. Then you'd have nothing."
"What's your suggestion?"
"I prefer to cut the thing down to a manageable size, say 150 meters, certainly no more than that."
"How long would it take you to do it?"
He looked across the hundreds of square meters of drifting net. They'd have to go back inside, do some complicated maneuvering, do the cutting, come back out, splice it together.
12 hours, he said.
"So that shoots it, no?"
He could hear Marcel's impatience. "Do it as planned." The outsiders finished, and the bottom 100 meters were stitched together into a sack. When they'd finished, Miles's shuttle picked them up. Now it became the Phil Zosimov show. Phil had brought along some tubing, cut and shaped like a ring. Miles admired the young Russian. He'd made it clear an hour earlier that the thought of going outside onto the net terrified him, but he showed no sign of reluctance as he stood in front of the volunteers and activated his e-suit. The tubing constituted most of the life support system taken from Wildside. The various pieces were marked to enable the assemblers to put them together with a minimum of confusion. Under Phil's direction, they went back outside. Above the sack they had just made, the netting was open all the way to the plate. They cut sideways across the net just above the sack, opening a large space, and secured its edges to the tubing. When the tubing was in place, Zosimov connected a pump and a sensor. He pumped air in until it became a rigid, ring-shaped collar, forming a mouth about 25 meters wide. This collar would hold the net open, providing entry for the lander. The sensor, made from a hatch closer on Wildside, would activate a valve as soon as Hutch's lander passed through. The valve would open and release the air. The collar would collapse, and the danger of the spacecraft falling back out would be all but eliminated. The next task was to ensure that the rear of the net would not drift forward and close the sack or block the entrance. To accomplish that, they brought out a load of bars that had been manufactured from the metal taken from Wildside's cargo bay, and designed with links so they could be connected to each other end to end. There was also a supply of braces and supports. Each bar was 5 meters long. That had been the maximum length possible to get them in and out of the shuttles. Altogether there were 46. The outsiders used them to assemble 2 rails, braced with supports. They connected the rails in parallel above and on either side of the ring, front to rear in the sack. When that had been accomplished, they had a container into which the lander should be able to maneuver. All but Phil and Miles withdrew into the shuttles. Phil set the sensor.
"You sure it'll work?"
asked Miles.
"Absolutely." "How long will it take to close after the lander's inside?" "It activates as soon as they pass through. I'm no physicist, so I can't tell you how fast the collar will deflate, but it shouldn't be longer than a few seconds, especially at that altitude."
Miles inspected the collar.
"I think we have ourselves a decent scoop."
At about the time Miles's people were climbing onto the net, the welding teams were spreading out across the hulls of the 4 superluminals. Tom Scolari, Cleo, Jack Kingsbury, and an elderly man whom Scolari knew only as Chop had responsibility for Zwick. The task should now be easy, because Jack and Chop had performed much the same assignment, working alone, earlier when they'd attached the starship to the Alpha shaft. Scolari had been invited by Universal News to participate in an interview. Emma had found jumpsuits for him and Cleo, and the plan called for them to go on a live hookup when the job on the hull was finished. He was unnerved by the prospect, more frightened than he could ever have been about going outside. It should have been easier to interview Chop and Jack, who'd been on board longer, and Scolari had wondered at first why Emma hadn't done that.
but it became clear very quickly that neither of the two was very articulate. Jack responded to everything with one-word answers, and Chop scratched a lot. Scolari was concerned that they'd be resentful, but neither brought the subject up. When he told them about the pending interview, Chop had commented that he was glad they hadn't asked him. Zwick was the leading vessel on the shaft, only 38 kilometers from the net, which they could see shining in the sunlight. Sometimes it made Scolari think of a flag. The shaft was currently welded to the belly of the Zwick. They went out through the cargo hatch on the port quarter and walked around to the underside, and it seemed as if the universe rotated as they did so that the hull was always down. It was an effect caused by the magnetic boots. When they were ready, Clio and Scolari retired to the rear. Jack and Chop went forward. They activated their lasers and began cutting the weld. Now that the shaft was safely on course and no more corrections would be needed, they were to separate it from the ship and change its orientation. "Be careful," Janet reminded them from her station in Drummond's launch, which was up near the net. This was the most dangerous part of the operation for the outsiders. Cut too high, and they could slice or seriously weaken Alpha. Do that, they'd been told again and again, and repair would be impossible. The people below would die. Cut too low, and they could penetrate the ship. That, indeed, was not life and death. Everyone had been cleared out of areas vulnerable to puncture on all the vessels, but it would, nevertheless, in Janet's dulcet admonition, have been unprofessional, a mess that someone else would have to clean up later. The clear lesson? If they had to screw it up, cut low. Getting it right wasn't all that hard, he discovered, so long as he kept his mind on what he was doing. The image of the gas giant, growing visibly larger by the hour, did tend to be a distraction. They began cutting. Jack and Chop had done a good job the first time out. Their instructions had been to connect as much of the shaft as possible to the hull. They'd done that, and it required a long effort to free it. Zwick was by far the smallest of the superluminals, but she had accepted a 26-meter length of the shaft before her hull curved away. So they worked steadily in the shadow of the giant. Scolari had heard that almost a full kilometer had been laid on the star. Getting that off would be a monster job, but that was where they'd concentrated the volunteers. Janet, as usual, was watching. Occasionally she offered advice or encouragement. She let them know that Wendy's crew had finished, that the people preparing the net to receive its payload were making progress. She always referred to the lander as the payload. Scolari decided she watched too many Sims. They needed an hour and a quarter to break the shaft loose, and they did it without inflicting any damage. Jack, who was the team leader, informed Janet when they were done. She acknowledged, thanked them, and directed them to retire inside the ship. "But don't go far," she said.
"How long?"
"About 4 hours.
"We won't last that long."
It was hard to believe the sun had been in the sky an hour and a half. The wind roared across the lander. Rain hammered down, and the water coming off the mountain had become a torrent. They huddled inside the darkened cabin while the storm raged.
"I think conditions are deteriorating," said Mac.
Hutch nodded. "That would be my guess. We'd better tie down if we don't want to get blown into the ocean." They went outside and struggled to lash the lander to the trees. The winds were approaching hurricane force. That meant flying objects, branches, rocks, and even birds that had gotten caught became missiles. They were all short of breath when they got back inside. They fell into their seats, feeling safer, but not by much. On the bridge of the Star, Nicholson and Marcel received Drummond's report. Only the giant liner itself was now still attached to Alpha. Nicholson looked questioningly at Marcel. "Now?" he asked. Marcel nodded. Nicholson addressed the AI. "Laurie, we are going to the next phase. You can turn Zwick around." "Complying," said Laurie. "Laurie," said Marcel, "have we had any luck yet re-establishing contact with the ground party?" "No, Marcel, I am still trying, and will inform you when I am successful." He nodded and turned his attention to Zwick's status board, which was posted on one of the navigation screens. The media vessel, under Laurie's direction, began to pull away from the shaft. Its thrusters would fire an orchestrated series of bursts, moving it out to one side, turning it around, and bringing it back, but facing in the opposite direction. Now, its main engines pointed toward Deepsix, it moved in once more to snuggle against Alpha. During the course of the maneuver, word came down that the outsiders had released the star. On board Zwick, Scolari and the other volunteers returned to the hull and began the cumbersome process of reattaching the shaft. Now the vessel was pointed in the opposite direction, away from Deepsix. Almost immediately, one of the shuttle pilots warned them of an approaching cloud. "Cloud?" asked Scolari. "Meteors and dust. Get back inside." Scolari and Clio needed no prompting. They made for the airlock and warned Chop and Jack not to dawdle. A few large rocks bounced off the metal. Minutes later, when they thought it was over, one penetrated the hull, knocked out the broadcasting studio and the library, and would have killed Canyon except that he'd left moments earlier to go to the washroom. The warning had come from Klaus Bulmar, who had taken Pindar and Sharon to mark the Alpha shaft. He was, as Pindar had observed, Canadian. A Toronto native, he'd been a commercial hauler, carrying supplies to the terraformers on Curraqua, and later he'd served as a long-time instructor at the Consigliere Spaceflight Academy near Winnipeg. He'd resigned his position there 2 months earlier, anxious to join the superluminals that were moving out to the new frontiers. Klaus's wife was dead. His kids were grown and gone, so he'd barely hesitated once he decided he'd had enough of classrooms. He'd signed on with Transgalactic because they paid well, and the big luxury liners were visiting the places he wanted to see. Black holes and star cradles and giant suns and cosmic lighthouses. This was his first flight with Transgalactic. He was dazzled by the ingenuity of Clairvaux and Beekman, and amused at Nicholson's ability to look as if he were commanding the operation. He'd transmitted the warning to Zwick and another shuttle in the path of the debris field, then turned away in an effort to get clear. Much of the debris orbiting Morgan consisted of nothing more than dust particles too small to be tracked by sensors. As Klaus completed his turn, he veered directly into a high-velocity swarm that ripped the shuttle apart before he even knew he was in trouble. 34.
There is a gene we all have that, when crisis comes, inevitably selects the wrong turn. It is why things run amiss, dreams remain unfulfilled, ambitions fail to materialize. Life, for most of us, is simply a series of blown opportunities.
Gregory McAllister, Deepsix Diary. Hours to break up, estimated 12. Hutch could have used a trank. The ones that Mac had in his pack weren't supposed to affect the user after whatever period they were set for, so theoretically they should have been safe. But she'd always tended to react badly to the damned things, and she dared not risk impairing her judgment for the final flight. The final flight. Up or down? She tried to push her emotions away, out to some distant boundary. She thought about what lay ahead, tried to visualize this giant net that would be dropping out of the sky. Precision, Marcel had been saying. Everything had to be done precisely right. One chance. The net would come down, and it would go up. She'd have, at best, a minute or so to find the collar and navigate into it. The mood in the cabin was subdued. McAllister tried to lighten things a bit by proclaiming that if they came out of it alive, he was going to seek out the Bishop of New Jersey and submit to religious instruction. They all laughed, but it had a hollow ring.
Periodically, without success, Hutch tried to regain contact with Marcel.
"I'll be glad," Nightingale said, "to get it over with, one way or the other." Hutch nodded, as if she agreed, but she didn't. Life was sweet, and she wanted to hang on to it as long as she could. But yes, she would be happy to end the suspense, to fly into Marcel's celestial sack and get hauled up to safety. It was just hard to visualize something like that actually happening. Mac broke out some fruit and nuts, but she had no appetite.
"Do you good?"
McAllister persisted. "I doubt it. Nevertheless, it seemed like something she should do." She selected a dark red globule that resembled and tasted like a pomegranate. Nightingale picked a few nuts and settled back to enjoy them. Mac made coffee and filled all the cups.
"We're going to have any trouble getting aloft in this?" he asked, indicating the storm.
We'll be okay. She'd powered up to the extent possible. There was more than enough fuel in the tanks to take them out to the rendezvous. Even enough to get back, if need be. If it would matter. We'll do fine, as long as it doesn't get too much worse. They sat for a time, tasting the fruit, watching the rain. You guys all right? She asked. Nightingale nodded. I'm sorry about the elevator, he said. It's okay, don't worry about it. Mac took a long sip of coffee.
Confession time, I guess.
What have you got to confess, Mac? Asked Kelly.
He thought about it. Haven't always been reasonable.
We know that, said Nightingale. The whole world knows it.
I just thought I wanted to say something. I've done some damage.
Forget it. I'm sure nobody holds it against you.
That's not quite so, but it isn't the point.
Mac, you once said something about people who waste energy feeling sorry for themselves.
He frowned. Not that I can recall. What exactly did I say?
Best way to deal with a conscience is to beat it into submission, so it knows who's in charge.
I said that.
Nightingale had been looking out at the rain during the whole of this exchange. Now he turned and fixed his eyes on McAllister. Not really, but it's the best I can do on short notice. Let it go, Mac. It's past. The lander shook as another wave rippled through the ground. McAllister snatched his plate before he could slide off onto the deck.
The whole world's coming apart, he said.
Kelly adjusted her harness. How much longer?
Soon, said Hutch.
In fact, the winds seemed to be lessening. The rain slacked off, although it never really stopped. Hutch tried the radio again. Suddenly the sky was filled with birds. They were all of one species, black with white wing-tips, big, graceful, wings spread to catch the wind. Their flight was erratic, disorganized. To a degree they were being blown across the sky, but they fought to maintain formation. The wind died, they regrouped, and then, like a single animal, they turned north. They know, she thought. They all know. When the bombardment had stopped, Scolari and the other outsiders went back onto the hull and finished the welding assignment. They laid the shaft directly down the length of the ship, as they had before. The same procedure was being followed by the Evening Star team. On the other two vessels, the crews were reattaching the shaft at 27 and 31-degree angles. That would allow Windy and Wildside, who'd be up front during extraction, to begin the process of inserting the shaft into orbit. Shortly after they'd begun, they heard about the death of the shuttle pilot who had warned them. Scolari and his team finished in 2.5 hours and came back into the airlock. All 4 vessels were again locked onto Alpha, except that they now faced the opposite direction. Although he was new to Transgalactic, Klaus Bomar had been the oldest member of the Star's crew, save for the captain himself. Because he was a contemporary, Nicholson had occasionally invited him to his cabin for a drink, and had ended by becoming quite fond of him. Marcel had been wrong about Nicholson. He did have an on-board friend. The news hit Nicholson hard. One of Windy's 3 shuttles pulled alongside Drummond's vehicle. The airlock opened, and Drummond took on a physician, Embry Desjardins. Drummond's assignment was to stay near the sack and pick up the ground team after they'd been hauled clear of the atmosphere. Embry was a precaution in case a doctor was needed. They introduced themselves and shook hands. Then Drummond turned to Janet. "I guess you're relieved," he said. "If you'd like to go back to the Star, your transportation's waiting." She declined. "If you've no objection, I'd like to stay around for the rescue. You might be able to use some help." Drummond glanced at Frank, who thumbed a switch. "Okay, Karen," he told the other pilot. "That's it." Karen blinked her lights and moved away. "Time to go," said Hutch. "Let's cut ourselves loose." Marcel, Beekman, and Nicholson posted themselves on the Star Bridge. They watched with satisfaction the various status reports coming in. Everything secure, everyone on station. All that remained now was to wait while the momentum of the new assembly, the Alpha shaft and the 4 superluminals attached to it, carried the net into the atmosphere above the misty sea. Nicholson had been uncustomarily quiet. Finally he turned to Marcel and shook his hand. "Good luck," he said, and, repeating the gesture, "Good luck, Gunter." "Marcel," Laurie blinked onto his screen, "I had momentary contact with the lander, but I have lost it again."
"Okay, were you able to talk to them at all?"
"They're in the air, on their way to the rendezvous." The 3 men nodded encouragement to each other. "Thank God. Was Hutch with them? Who did you talk to?" "I talked with Captain Hutchins." Marcel's eyes closed, and he breathed a prayer of thanks. They flew through a sea of dark clouds, lightning strikes, roiling skies, and glowing red eruptions. When finally they rose above the worst of the turmoil, Kelly succeeded in opening a channel to the star. "Let us trust we can maintain it this time," said Laurie. "It's quite good to know everything is well. We've been worried. Are you on course?" "We are indeed," Hutch said. "Just a moment, please. I'll notify Captain Clairvaux." Marcel showed up within seconds.
"Hutch," he said, "it's good to see you."
"And you, Marcel."
"How'd you get down off the elevator? What happened?"
"Tell you when we get there. Everything's in order here. We are approximately 1 hour, 10 minutes from rendezvous."
"Good."
"How are things at your end?" She got more interference.
"On schedule."
He refined the previous data, giving them the exact position where the scoop would arrive, and he transmitted some visuals.
"As you can see, the whole thing looks like a sack made out of chain-link netting. Here's the opening. A nice circular front entrance, more than wide enough for you to fly through. It'll be facing east, and it's near the bottom of the sack. Once you're inside, there'll be 50 meters of empty net below you. The collar will close. Just nestle in, set down the best way you can, and leave the rest to us."
"We will."
"We may have some more very minor adjustments to the coordinates, depending on how the atmosphere affects the net. But don't worry about them, because we'll take you every step of the way."
"Do we have a precise time yet?" she asked.
"It'll reach its lowest point of descent in exactly 74 minutes and—" He paused. 30 seconds. Immediately after that, it'll start back up again." Another hesitation. "Can you make the altitude?"
"Probably. If we can't, don't wait for us." McAllister paled. He needed reassuring, and she nodded confidently. "Just kidding, Mac. We'll do this with ease." "Keep in mind," she added, "I have no easy way to navigate this thing. I'm not even sure which way is west anymore."
"You're doing fine, although I'd like you to cut your speed by about 30 clicks and come left another 8 degrees.
Hutch complied.
"That's good. I'll stay with you. How's the weather?"
"A trifle overcast." Hutch quietly pulled back on the yoke, relying only on the lander's aeronautical capabilities to get to 10,000 meters. She would conserve her spike until she needed it. Marcel transmitted more images of the lower section of the net. It would be hanging almost straight down out of the sky, facing in her direction.
"When you see it," he explained, "it'll be moving southwest at 180 kph. Its course will be 228 degrees. 228.7. We'll bring you in close. When I tell you, engage the spike and just float in."
"Marcel," she said, "I would not have believed this was possible."
"With the Frenchman?" He grinned. "Everything is possible. Gravity will have hold of it by the time you get there, but we'll already be in braking mode."
"Okay."
"We're going to take you in just before we begin to move the shaft back out again."
"And you say the opening's 53 meters across?"
"That's correct. Half a football field."
"Can't miss," said Hutch.
"That's what we thought."
She said quietly, almost not wanting anybody to hear, "I do believe we're going to pull this off." Nightingale looked down at the storms smeared across the sky. They were daubed with fire. Eerily lit black clouds boiled up into the higher altitudes.
He was having trouble controlling his breathing. Whatever happened, they would not be able to go back down there. God help him. He did not want to die out here. And he did not want the others to know how he felt. They were all scared, he realized that. But they seemed better equipped to deal with it. Please, God, don't let me go to pieces. Marcel's voice crackled in over the receiver, instructing Hutch to cut back speed or adjust course or go a bit higher. The voice was level and cool, unemotional, confident. Easy enough for him to be confident. Nightingale would have given anything to be with Marcel at this moment, safely tucked away on one of the superluminals. Hutch had said nothing about his behavior in the elevator, as far as he knew, to the others, nor had she mentioned the incident to him, except to reply to his expressed regret. Yet he could read the disappointment in her eyes, the contempt. Years before, when McAllister had held him up to world-wide ridicule, he'd been able to rationalize his behavior. Anybody could pass out under stress. He'd been injured. He'd not had much sleep during that period. Whatever. This time he'd failed in a more visible way, in a way he could rationalize neither to others nor to himself. When it was over, if he survived, he'd make for Scotland and hide.
Marcel, this is Abel. Deepsix is beginning to disintegrate.
Marcel put the climatologist on screen.
Oh, what's going on? Major rifts opening in the oceans and on 2 of the continents. Several volcanoes have been born on end time. There's a fault line east of Gloria Mundi. One side of it has been shoved 6,000 meters into the air. It's still coming up. There are massive quakes in both hemispheres. We've got eruptions everywhere. A couple have even shown up in the Misty Sea, not far from the lander's last position.
They should be safe. They're pretty high.
You think so? One just let go in Gloria Mundi. Some of the ejecta will go into orbit.
Show me where they are, he said. The Misty Sea volcanoes. Kinder was right. 2 were close to the lander's flight path, but he couldn't reroute them in any significant way, not if they were going to be in place when the net arrived. Best just to write it out and hope. Thanks, Abel. Kinder grunted, one of those pained sounds. Then someone pressed his shoulder, handed him a note. He frowned. What? Asked Marcel.
Hold on.
The climatologist looked off to one side, nodded, frowned again, talked to the individual. Marcel couldn't hear. Then he came back to the monitor.
Northern Tempest is doing in Atlantis.
Sinking?
Yes.
One of the screens was focused on Windy's hull. Marcel saw movement, but it happened so quickly he wasn't sure he hadn't imagined it. Thanks, Abel, he said. He was still watching the screen. A shadow passed across Windy, and one of her sensors vanished. A communication pod broke open, and its electronic components spilled into the void. He switched over to the AI and picked up Bill's voice in mid-stride.
To several forward systems. Intensity seems to be lessening.
The voice failed, and the image flickered and went off. It came back, long enough for Bill to add the word assess. Then it went down again. Nicholson, in the command chair, took a report that communications with Windy had failed. He asked a technician whether she could restore them. "Problem's not on this end, Captain," she said. Another technician was running the visuals backward. Nicholson looked at Marcel.
"What the hell's happening over there? Can you make it out?"
"More rocks, I think," said Marcel. "It'll get worse as Jerry gets closer." The screen remained blank.
"What happens if we don't regain contact?"
"We don't need to. Bill knows what to do. All the AIs do, as long as there's no emergency that requires us to make adjustments." Canyon sat in a pose one could only describe as relaxed attention.
"So this was your first time outside a ship, Tom. Why don't you tell us what was running through your mind when you went through the airlock?"
Scolari willed himself to relax.
"Well, August, I knew it was something that had to be done, so I just made up my mind to do it."
It was a stupid response, but he had suddenly lost all capability to think.
"What's my name? I mean, it wasn't something we could just walk away from. It's a life-and-death situation."
He looked over at Cleo, who was gazing innocently at the ceiling.
"And how about you, Cleo?" said Canyon. "It must have been pretty unnerving looking down and not seeing anything."
"Well, that's true, August.
although, to be honest, I never felt there was a down. It's not like being on the side of a building."
"I understand you got hit by a storm of meteors. How did you react to that?"
"I was scared for a minute," she said. "We just hid out until it was over. Didn't really see much."
"Listen," said Scolari. "Can I tell you something on my own?" "Sure." "Everybody was scared out there today. I never knew when part of me might just disappear. You know what I mean? And even without the rocks, I don't like not having something solid underfoot. But I'm glad I did it, and I hope to God those 4 people come back. If they do, it'll be nice to know I had a hand in it." He managed to smile. "Me and Cleo and the others."
Miles Chastain was cruising the shaft, moving deliberately from one ship to the next, inspecting the work of the outsiders. Maliva 3 was framed against the gas giant. The continents and seas were no longer visible, and the entire globe appeared to be wrapped in a thick black pall. He was impressed that so many had been willing to risk life and limb during the course of the operation. He'd heard about the other events, the complaints by passengers on the Star and by the science people on Wendy. He'd been through crises before, and he knew they tended to unmask people, to reveal who they really were, to bring out the best or the worst, whichever way an individual personality leaned. It was almost as if trouble stripped away the pretenses of daily life, the way Jerry Morgan was stripping Maliva. He was somewhere between Zwick, his own ship, and the Evening Star, headed down the shaft toward the net. The actual pickup of Hutchins and her people would be made by John Drummond's shuttle. Marcel wanted them out of the lander and the net as quickly as the transfer could be made. Miles's responsibility was to stand by in case of need. He was alone. He'd returned Phil, the shuttle pilot, the assistants, and the outsiders to the Star, and had taken over the controls himself. He was approaching Zwick, which was facing him. When the signal came and they began to draw the shaft out of the atmosphere, they would be moving it into orbit. Once that had been achieved, it would become possible to retrieve the McAllister party. His message board lit up. Transmission from Zwick. Emma. Her usually sallow features blinked on screen, but this time she was glowing. She invariably gave the impression, when she spoke to him, that she was thinking about something else, that she needed only give out instructions. That Miles himself was somehow inconsequential. Probably, he'd concluded on the way out, it resulted from dealing with too many VIPs. Everybody else became a peasant. "Yes, Emma," he said. "What can I do for you?" "Miles, where are you located now?" "In front of you, coming up." "My schedule says you're headed for the pickup." "More or less. I'm just going down there to be available." "Good. I want you to stop and collect us." "Why?" "It'll only take a minute." "Why?" he asked again. "Are you serious? They're about to do the rescue, or not, and you ask why we want to be there?" He sighed. She was right, of course. "Okay, I'll dock in about 6 minutes." "Good. And, Miles, would you do something else for me?" He waited. "I want you to contact the other pilot, the one who's going to make the pickup. Tell him we'd like to do a broadcast as they come on board. Ask if he'll cooperate." "Why don't you do that yourself?" "Well, pilot to pilot. You know how it is. He'll be more receptive if it comes from you. A lot of these people out here resent us. They think we're in the way. Except when they need publicity for one reason or another. I just don't want to miss this." She was at emotional high tide. "It's going to be the news story of the decade, Miles." "Emma, did you know the shuttles can't dock with each other? You'll have to go outside to make the crossing." "I didn't know. But that's not a problem." "They're going to be busy. I don't think they'll want to make time for a news team." "Miles." She came down a bit from her high. "I'd like very much for this to happen." Frank, the pilot, looked up at Drummond. "John," he said, "I don't have any objection as long as they stay out of the way. How about you?" Drummond's immediate instinct was to deny permission out of hand, but he couldn't really give a reason why, except that he disliked Kenyon. Nevertheless, there was plenty of room in the shuttle, and he guessed it was prudent to get on the good side of the media. "Okay," he said. "Tell them what you just told me." Gravity had taken hold of the sack. The net gradually lengthened and began to tumble toward the troubled atmosphere. The collar was open and easy to see, and the people who'd rigged it had even managed to mark it with a system of lights. If there were no problems on board the lander, if the lander showed up at the time and place it was supposed to, the whole thing should be easy to pull off, almost anticlimactic. Frank disagreed.
The collar only looks big because we're right on top of it, and we're descending at the same rate it is. The lander's going to be approaching at a more or less constant altitude. The net goes down, and it comes up. The pilot's got to time things so she hits it at precisely the right moment. If she misses, that's the ball game.
They rode quietly. The physician, Embry, stared moodily out the window. Janet Hazelhurst was thumbing through the on-board library, apparently just turning pages. Drummond was sipping coffee, lost in his thoughts. 18 minutes to rendezvous, said the AI. We are on schedule. The net continued to unfurl as it dropped toward the clouds. Drummond saw no tangles. Frank slowed their descent.
This is as low as we want to go, he said.
Drummond nodded.
So far, so good, he told
Marcel. Another shuttle appeared and drew alongside.
The media have arrived, said Frank.
Drummond activated his E-suit and went into the airlock, from which he watched two people move clumsily out of the other spacecraft. They floated across the few meters separating the shuttles, and he took each by the hand and pulled them inside. Canyon wasn't as tall as Drummond had expected, but there was no missing that mellifluous voice. He introduced himself with quiet modesty.
"And this is Emma Constantine," he said, "my producer."
"We'll want to set up here," Emma told him, "if that's no problem." She indicated a section adjacent to the airlock. "We'd like to do a quick interview with you before the rescue."
"Okay," he said.
"August will be asking you how you plan to go about this, who will be going out with you."
"Wait a minute," Drummond said. "I'm not going out. Frank's going to do that."
"Oh." She turned away from Drummond, and her eyes suggested he had just vanished from human memory. Canyon smiled at him and shrugged.
Frank saw something he didn't like on his navigation screen. "Everybody into their seats," he said. "Buckle down."
Nobody had to tell Canyon twice. He dived for the nearest chair. Emma was a little slower.
"What's wrong?" asked Drummond.
"Debris field." As soon as his passengers were locked in, he began to accelerate. The AI was talking to Frank, but the pilot had switched the conversation over to his earphones, obviously intending to avoid alarming the passengers. That alarmed Drummond.
"Everybody sit tight," said the pilot. "Nothing to worry about."
They began to accelerate.
"They're behind us," he explained. "We're going to outrun them."
"How bad is it?" asked Drummond.
Frank looked at one of the screens. "It's a pretty big swarm. Coming fast. We wouldn't want to be there when it arrives."
Behind Drummond, Canyon was talking into a microphone. He caught snatches of it.
"Rescue vessel in trouble. Meteors. Harm's way."
Suddenly the microphone was thrust in his direction.
"Speaking now to John Drummond, who's done most of the planning for this effort. He's an astronomer by trade."
"A mathematician," Drummond said.
"A mathematician. And how would you describe our situation at the moment, Dr. Drummond?"
Drummond was impressed. He was speaking to an audience of probably several 100 million, or would be when the signal reached home. How to describe the situation? He began to talk about the dust and debris that accumulates in a gravitational field,
especially one around a body this massive.
Morgan's image was on one of the monitors. He glanced at it.
Something banged off the hull. Drummond tightened up inside and became immediately concerned that the several 100 million viewers would see that he was terrified. "Are we broadcasting pictures, too?" he asked.
Emma, seated off to one side, nodded. They were.
It seemed suddenly to be raining on the shuttle. A hard staccato rattled across the hull.
"Ladies and gentlemen," said Canyon softly, in a voice that underscored Drummond's fears, "you can hear what's happening."
"How big is it?" asked Marcel. "Big. Thousands of kilometers across. Frank's on the forward edge of it. But he's moving pretty quick, and should be clear in a few seconds. I've also sent a warning to Miles." "What about Zwick?"
Actually, he already knew the answer to that. His screens showed the swarm moving directly across the media ship's position. And, of course, unlike the shuttle, Zwick was unable to run. After Emma and Canyon had left Zwick,
The only people remaining on board were Tom Scolari, Cleo, Jack Kingsbury, and Chop. Scolari wasn't entirely comfortable being on a ship that was, in effect, nailed to a pole, with nobody else there. They knew that the shaft had been caught in the grip of Maliva 3's gravity well, and that it, and everything attached to it, was falling toward the surface. They'd been assured there was no danger. It was a controlled fall. The AI would, at the appropriate moment, fire the engines, as would the AIs on the other 3 ships, and they would haul Alpha out of the well along with the landing party. All very simple. Still, Scolari would have liked to see someone else on the ship, preferably someone wearing stripes on his sleeves, who would know if something had gone wrong, and who'd be competent to fix things. It was why superluminals, which could be operated from the beginning to the end of a journey without human help, retained captains. They were all in the common room. Cleo and Chop were munching on sandwiches, and Jack nursed a soft drink. Scolari would have preferred to be on the Star, where he'd have felt safer among the 1,500 tourists, where people were actually on duty to make sure everything was okay. They were reassuring one another when the AI broke in. "We have a swarm of dust and pebbles approaching at high speed," it said in its smoky female voice. "Please retire to an acceleration station at once." They looked nervously at one another. "Are we in danger?" asked Chop. "The danger is minimal," said the AI. "However, in accordance with standard safety procedures, please put on an E-suit." Acceleration stations consisted of bunks installed throughout the ship. There was a rack of 6 against one bulkhead in the common room. They collected E-harnesses and breathers from the emergency panel and strapped them on. Then they activated the fields. "It thinks a meteor might come through the hull," said Cleo, looking scared. Scolari put on his most reassuring manner. "It's just a precaution." Chop's eyes moved nervously around the interior. Kingsbury clapped a hand on Scolari's shoulder. "When this is done, lad, I'd like to buy everyone a drink." They climbed in, and the restraints settled over them. "Make mine Hebert's," he said. "I'll inform you," said the AI, "when the emergency has passed." There was, he told himself, really no reason to be alarmed. "I wonder how far away they are," said Chop. "The rocks?" A new voice spoke in his earphones. "This is Captain Clairvaux. Your AI has just informed me that you folks are alone on Zwick. Are you okay?" "Jack Kingsbury here. We're fine, Captain. I wonder if you can tell us what's happening?" Before he could answer, there was a hammer blow forward. The ship shuddered, and Scolari's earphones clicked. The sound of the carrier wave changed. "Captain," said Scolari, "are you still there?" There was another clang. It echoed through the chamber. The transmission died. An automated voice said, 14 minutes. "We've re-established communications with Wendy," Laurie told the bridge. "Zwick is still down." Marcel was studying the situation screen, which depicted the debris field as a blinking yellow glow. Some of the rocks were entering the atmosphere, but it appeared that the worst would be over in another couple of minutes. "Laurie," Marcel said, "do we have a picture of them anywhere? Of Zwick?" "No, only vehicle close enough is Miles, but he doesn't have an angle. I'll let you know as soon as we get something." The comm board lit up. "Captain Clairvaux?" It was Drummond. "Go ahead, Jean." "Bad news." Marcel held his breath. Drummond was still speaking, so it couldn't be too bad. "What is it?" "Transmitting visual." An auxiliary screen lit up, and Marcel found himself looking at the net. The bottom of the net. The sack. Except that the sack wasn't there anymore. Where the net should have flared out to provide a haven for the lander, where the collar should have lighted the way, everything simply hung down toward the clouds, limp and dead. "What happened?" "Don't know, Marcel. It must have been hit." He willed the image away. "Must have been a strike directly on the collar," said Drummond. "Or the supports. Everything collapsed." 13 minutes, said the voice. The AI warned Scolari and the others that Zwick was about to fire its engines. The process of slowing and eventually reversing Alpha's descent phase had begun. It also informed them that communications with the other vessels had been re-established. 35. Survival in a crisis is often a matter of sheer good fortune. The good fortune may consist of the timely arrival of a platoon of peacekeepers, of having a power source unexpectedly kick in, of sitting in the correct part of the aircraft. Most frequently, it is being with the right people. Gregory McAllister, Spiritual Guidance for Tent Makers. Hours to break up, estimated 10. Not an unbeatable problem. Marcel's image seemed to lose definition on screen. He was still talking, but Hutch was no longer hearing him. Can still maybe ease your way in. She stared straight ahead, through the windscreen, into the ashen sky that went on forever. Off to her right, a huge pall of smoke trailed upward. A volcano, they were telling her. Behind her, somebody moved, but no one spoke. Bad luck, but we'll just have to work around it. She clung to the yoke as though it could save her. Move it forward. Drop the flaps. The lander angled down. Nice, dependable physics. Still manage. She killed the sound, left him mouthing the words, staring at her with empty eyes. Curiously, she felt sorry for him. He had gone far beyond what anybody could have expected, and it had simply blown up at the last second. A meteor strike. How could they have been so unlucky? "What now?" asked McAllister. She could barely hear him. "My God," breathed Nightingale. "How about nosing our way in?" said Kelly. "We know there's an opening. All we have to do is find it." "Yeah." Nightingale reached forward and squeezed her shoulder. "It doesn't sound all that hard." She brought Marcel back. "You said the collar's collapsed, but it had lights. Can you still light it up?" "Negative," he said. "There's no response from it." "If we can find the collar, what's to stop us from just pushing our way in?" "Not a thing. It's not exactly what we'd planned, but you might be able to do it, if it's not too badly tangled. It's hard to tell what the precise conditions are." Might. If. "Hell, Marcel, the plans are by the board." She stared at her instruments. "I hate to put it to you in these terms, but we don't have any place to land." "I know. Am I still on course?" "Yes, Hutch, dead on." Unhappy choice of phrase. She saw him cringe, realizing what he'd said, wishing he could recall it. "There it is," said Kelly. It was a long, filmy garment, descending out of the sky. She watched it come down, saw the winds sucking at it, twisting it, pushing it first one way and then another. That surprised her, at this altitude, and she grasped finally how light the construction material really was. But the whole thing had collapsed. It wasn't just the ring. The support rails, which actually separated back from front and the sides from each other, and consequently made the sack, were down too. She could see them caught up in the linkage. One fell away as she watched. She tracked it down into the clouds below. There was no sack to ease into. "What are we going to do?" asked Nightingale, unable to keep the terror out of his voice. "What in God's name are we going to do?" She would at that moment have taken pleasure in throwing him out of the spacecraft. "You're coming in too fast," said Marcel. "Cut back 10 clicks. No, 12. Cut back 12. She eased off, and tried simultaneously to slow her heartbeat. 6 minutes, Marcel told her. It will still be in the descent phase. At the very end, just before it starts up again, you'll have not quite 90 seconds to get on board. And then the net will start back up. Can you give us a little more time? Unfortunately not. If we try to do that, we'll lose control of the shaft. Won't be able to pull it out at all. He looked as if he felt additional justification was necessary. Hutch, if we don't retract it on schedule, it'll go into the ocean. She studied the sequence Marcel had given her. At the moment, 2 of the 4 superluminals were using their main engines to brake the descent. Over the next few minutes, that application of power would slow Alpha, bringing it briefly to a halt. Then it would start up. She knew approximately where the opening should be, but she couldn't see it, could see only a jumbled mass of chain linkage. "Anybody see the collar? Marcel, is it facing us? Is it still on the east?" "I can't tell, Hutch. Your picture is better than ours. The atmosphere's been raising hell with the scopes." "I can't see anything," said Kelly. "It's a tangle." "What do you think?" asked Marcel. "Can you do it?" "It isn't going to work," said Kelly. "It's too screwed up. You won't be able to push into that." "I agree," said Hutch.
"Hutch,"
Mac's voice went high.
"we don't have anything else."
"Maybe we have." She took a deep breath. "Okay, everybody relax, and here's what we're going to do." Kelly's dark eyes met hers, and a message passed between them, a question. Hutch nodded. Kelly opened the storage cabinets and started pulling out air tanks. She handed one to Nightingale.
"What's this for?"
he asked, looking genuinely puzzled. "Everybody into your E-suit," said Hutch.
"Why?"
demanded Mac. Hutch's voice was level. "We're going to abandon ship." "Hutch," said Marcel, "slow down. Cut back 6 clicks." Hutch complied. Her adrenaline was pumping, and she was trying to rush things. "How many tethers do we have?" she asked Kelly. Kelly rummaged around in the cabinets. Hutch heard one of the E-suits activate. Nightingale's. 2, said Kelly. She gave them to Mac and Nightingale and showed them how to use the clips. "Just hook it on the web and it'll lock."
"Hutch," said Nightingale, "are you telling me we're going outside? We're going to jump?"
She nodded. "I can put you right next to the net, Randy. You can walk over."
"My God!"
he said. Hutch turned back to Marcel. "How thick are the links in the net?" "Narrow. Think of your index finger. Why do you ask?" "I wanted to be sure our tethering clips would work. We're going to bail out." "What? You can't do that, Hutch." "Why not? Listen, it's our best chance, and I don't have time to argue." Kelly cut 2 more pieces of cable and handed one to Hutch. Hutch pulled on her air tanks and activated her E-suit.
"Yours and Hutch's don't have clips,"
said Mac. "We'll do fine," Hutch told him. "Now listen, when we get there, I'm going to lay this thing directly alongside. We're going to match its rate of descent, so the only thing you're going to have to do is lean out and grab hold, and climb on." Nightingale had gone chalk-white. "It'll work, Randy. No reason it won't. Once you're across, clip yourself on, okay? It'll look scary, but you'll be safe. When you're there and tethered, you can relax and enjoy the ride." She wanted to tell Nightingale that they were going to be cutting things close, that there'd be no time to freeze in the airlock, but she restrained herself, knowing she might only cause the log jam she feared. Kelly looked steadily at her. "Why don't you let me take the controls?" Hutch shook her head. "Thanks," she said. "I got it." "I'll toss you for it." "It's okay."
"Wait a minute," said Nightingale. "What's going on?"
"There won't be anybody to hold it steady for her," said Kelly. "I'll get out," said Hutch. Kelly persisted. "Maybe we should go back to trying to find the collar." "Won't work. Forget it. I'll manage." They were in close. They came out of a cloud bank and saw sunlight. The net hung out of the sky, directly in front of them. Kelly was right, of course. The spike would hold the lander at a constant altitude, but the net was moving. Once Hutch let go of the controls, the net and the lander would separate very quickly. She could expect to get to the airlock and find the net 30 meters away. Well, there was no help for it. Damn. "What about the wind?" asked Nightingale. "No problem at this altitude." He was looking at her desperately. Poor son of a bitch was terrified. She tried to give him an encouraging smile, but there was no time to talk things over. She reduced the air pressure in the cabin to duplicate conditions outside. Then she opened the inner airlock hatch. "Mac," she said, "you first. Go when I tell you." McAllister nodded. "Thanks, Hutch," he said, and then he gazed wistfully at her. "Thanks for everything." He walked into the lock, and the outer hatch opened. "Never look down." The net was hopelessly snarled. "Wait till I tell you, Mac." She moved closer, felt the links brush the hull. Be careful, she didn't want to get tangled. "Okay, Mac, go." McAllister hesitated, and she caught her breath. Please, Lord, not another one. Then he was gone. Hutch pulled quickly away to give him room, to reduce the possibility of hitting him or the net with a spacecraft. Kelly was leaning out, looking off to one side. "He's okay," she said. "He's on." "Kelly, you're next. Wait for the signal." This way, if Nightingale panicked, he'd kill only himself. Kelly leaned close to her in passing. "Love you, Hutch," she said. Hutch nodded. "You too." Kelly got into the airlock. Nightingale was pulling more cable out of the locker. She wanted to ask what he was doing, but she was busy with other things. Hutch brought the lander back in close. "When I tell you," she said. Kelly waited, muscles tensed. "Now, do it!" Kelly stepped out into the sky. Hutch pulled away again. "Okay," Kelly's voice rang on the circuit. "I'm on board." 2 for 2. The net's rate of descent was slowing. Hutch matched it and moved in again. "Your turn, Randy," she said. He stood looking at her. "How are you going to get out?" "I'll get out." "How?" The net stopped, paused, and began to rise. Hutch adjusted the lander's buoyancy, pushed into the linkage. "Go," she said. He was standing immediately behind her. "Not without you." His voice sounded odd. "Randy, I can't hold it here forever." He leaned down, showed her the piece of cable he'd just taken from the cabinet, and began to loop it around her waist. "What are you doing?" she demanded. The cable was about 40 meters long. He hurried to the airlock, and she saw that he'd tied the other end around his own middle. "After I'm out," he said, "count to 1 and come." "Randy, this is crazy. If I don't get clear—" "We both go. Up or down together." The net was rising more quickly, accelerating, but she stayed with it. It clinked against the hull. Hutch might have untied the tether, but it gave her a chance. Hell, it gave her a good chance. "Okay, Randy," she said. "Go!" He disappeared into the airlock, and then he was gone. She veered off, giving him room, listening for him to tell her he was okay, but he was breathing too hard to speak, or maybe his vocal cords were frozen and the cable between them was snaking out of the cabin. "I hope you're hooked to something, buddy." She let go the yoke, leaped full tilt across the deck, and dived through the airlock, scooping the tether as she went so it wouldn't become tangled with the lander. The net was already out of reach, rising and drifting away. Nightingale would almost have preferred to stay in the cabin, with its comforting bulkheads and its seats, to go down with it rather than throw himself into the sky. There had been a moment when he was tying himself and Hutch together that he'd thought he was really looking for an excuse to avoid the jump. And maybe that's what it had been. Maybe he'd hoped she would refuse his help, and he could then have simply, magnanimously, stayed with her, shielded from that terrible hatch. But she'd trusted him, and that trust had fueled his determination not to humiliate himself again. The net had been within easy reach. He had simply taken it, gathered it into his arms, and dragged himself from the spacecraft. Then he was alone, and the lander was veering away, and he was hanging on, his eyes shut. The net was rippling and moving. Nightingale clung to it, stood on it, felt its folds all around him, made himself part of it. He got his eyes open. The lander looked very far away, and the line that connected him to Hutchins lengthened until he feared he would be torn from his perch. Where was she? Connect the tether. He had to let go with one hand to do that. Impossible. He concentrated on the links, on the smooth, burnished surface of the chain, on the way they were fastened, on getting secured to the net before Hutch came out of the airlock, on anything other than the open void that yawned all around him. He pried a hand loose, gathered up the tether, which dangled from his vest, and hooked it to a link, pulled on it, felt it lock down. The net was moving up, accelerating. He was getting heavier. Below him, Hutch came out of the lander, tumbling. He lost sight of her. Loose cable spilled into the sky, and he slid both arms into the links, grabbed hold of Hutch's line, which was tied securely around his middle, and braced himself. "I've got you," he told her. The jolt ripped the cable out of his hands and yanked hard at his midsection. It dragged the loop down past his belt line to his knees, tore his feet off the cable, and for a terrifying moment he thought they were both going to take the plunge. But his tether held. He grabbed frantically for her line and clung to it with one hand and to the net with the other. Someone was asking whether he was okay. Hutch's line was slipping away, and he gathered his nerve and let go of the net to get a better grip. He looked down at her, swinging gently back and forth above the cloud tops. He was afraid his own tether would part under the strain. "Hutch!" he cried. "You okay?" No answer. She'd become an anchor, a dead weight, and he couldn't hold on. Couldn't hold on! He squeezed his eyes shut, and his shoulders began to hurt. He tried to pull up, tried to figure out a way to fasten her to the net, but he couldn't let go with either hand, or he'd lose her. Kelly was asking for a goddamn status report. "Hanging by my fingernails," he told her. "Don't let go," said Mac. Good old Mac, always full of obvious advice. His arms and shoulders began to ache. "Hutch, help me." Stupid thing to say. She was swinging back and forth God knows how far below the bottom of the net, and she obviously couldn't help herself. Why didn't she answer? Was she dead? Killed in the fall? How far had she fallen, anyhow? He tried to calculate, to give his mind something else to concentrate on. "I can't hold her much longer!" he screamed at the circuit, at anyone who was listening. He was bent over, and she weighed too much, and he couldn't get her line up any higher. "Please help!" Marcel came on. "Randy, don't let go." "How much longer?" he demanded. "How much longer do I have to hang on?" "Until you're in orbit," he said. 14 minutes. His spirit sagged. Never happen. Not close. 14 minutes. I might as well drop her now. Hutch had gotten the breath knocked out of her when she fell. She'd heard the voices on her circuit, but they'd been distant and unintelligible, until that last. "Randy, don't let go." "How much longer?" She looked up at the line, arcing overhead for what seemed an interminable length, up to the net, up to Nightingale, twisted and hanging on. Reflexively, she thought about trying to climb it to get to safety, but it was a long way. She couldn't manage it under these circumstances, and she didn't want to put additional pressure on Nightingale. "I'm okay, Randy," she told him. "Hutch!" He sounded so desperate. "Can you climb up?" "I don't think so. Try." "Not a good idea," she said. "All right." He sounded so tired, so scared. "Don't let go, Randy." "I won't, Hutch. God help me, I won't." "It's because we're lifting you out," Marcel told him. "Hang on." "What do you think I'm trying to do?" He delivered a string of epithets, howling curses at tethers and landers and starship captains. "Randy," Marcel's voice cutting through his rage. "Yeah? God damn yes, what do you want?" "We're going to try something." Oh, God, he wanted to let go. 30 seconds, said Marcel. "Just hold her for 30 seconds more." His arms and back were on fire. "She's going to get heavier," Marcel continued, "but only for 30 seconds. Hang on that long and it'll be okay." "Why? What?" "On the 5 count. 1. "For God's sake, do it!" He waited, and abruptly the net jerked up. The line tore at him, tore the flesh off his hands, cut to bone. He whimpered, he screamed. He hated Hutchins, hated her, hated her. "Let go. Please, God, let go." The line curved away from him, disappearing under the net. "Won't." Voice in his head or on the circuit telling him to hang on. Any moment now. "We're almost there." "Won't. Won't pass out. Won't let go." Mac's voice, but the words unintelligible. "Not this time. Not this time." And suddenly the weight vanished. For a terrible moment he thought she was gone. But he floated free, weightless, 0G. He still held on. "Randy," Marcel now, "you have about 40 seconds. Tie her to the net. Tight, because it's coming back. The weight's coming back." His fingers ached. They refused to open. "Randy," Kelly now, "you okay?" "I'm here." "Do what they tell you."
"Half a minute, Randy. Get it done." Marcel sounded desperate.
There was no down any more. He drifted peacefully through the sky, waiting for the agony in his hands and shoulders to subside. "Randy," Hutch's voice sounded small and far away. "Do it, Randy."
Yes. He pulled slowly, painfully on her line, hauled it in, looped it through the net, and tied it. Knotted it. Square knot. Never come loose. Not in a million years. They were moving again, rising, the weight flowing back.
"It's okay," he said. "I've got her."
He hurt. Everything he had hurt.
But a joy, unlike anything he'd ever known before, washed through him.
36. Most of us sleepwalk through our lives. We take all its glories, its wine, food, love, and friendship, its sunsets and its stars, its poetry and fireplaces and laughter, for granted. We forget that experience is not, or should not be, a casual encounter, but rather an embrace. Consequently, for too many of us, when we come to the end, we wonder where the years have gone, and we suspect we have not lived. Gregory McAllister, Deepsix Diary.
"Hey!"
Mac sounded frantic. "What just happened?"
"They went to 0G, said Kelly, "to give Randy a chance to get himself together."
"How'd they do that?"
"You understand they were never trying to pull the net straight out of the atmosphere, right? You understand that?"
"Not really, but go ahead."
"They had to angle the extraction to get us into orbit. That neutralizes gravity and allows them to pick us up. They were probably turning into a parabola right from the start. What they must have done was to pick up the pace. Remember how heavy you got?"
"I have a vague recollection, yes."
"That gains time. Then they cut the engines in all 4 ships.
"What's that do?"
"The whole system begins to drop back. It puts us in free fall."
"Did we want that?"
0G, Mac. It makes everything weightless until they restart the engines, which of course they had to do pronto, but it gave Randy time to get Hutch aboard."
"I'll be damned."
"Probably that, too."
One of the shuttles moved in just ahead of the star and used a laser to cut through the Alpha shaft. This divided the system into 2 sections. The star and Zwick remained attached to the trailing portion, whose length was reduced to a more manageable 80 kilometers. The other 2 vessels remained connected to the balance, which was over 200 kilometers long, and which they could not hope to control. But other shuttles rendezvoused fore and aft to set Windy and Wildside free, leaving the separated pieces spinning off into the dark. The star and Zwick, carrying what remained of the shaft, the net, and its 4 passengers, continued maneuvering cautiously toward orbit. Hutch was still trailing behind the linkage.
"Randy," she was saying, "you did a hell of a job."
Nicholson came on the circuit to inquire after the welfare of his passenger, Mr. McAllister, and belatedly of the others. Whoever they might be, thought Kelly, the star was planning a celebration in their honor. Canyon showed up, en virtuo, to inform Kelly she was on live and to ask if she was all right.
"Pretty good,"
Kelly told him. He tried to conduct an interview, and she answered a few questions, then pleaded exhaustion.
"Mac would enjoy talking to you," she added.
When at last they achieved orbit, they didn't need anyone to let them know. Their weight simply melted away, this time for good. Marcel, sounding as cool and collected as he had through most of the crisis, congratulated them on their good fortune. "I thought," he said, "you might like to hear what's going on in the main dining room." They listened to the sound of cheers. The sky was black, not the smoky, debris-ridden sky of the dying world below, but the pure, diamond-studded sky that one sees from a superluminal. Nightingale, still cautiously hanging on to the net, gave her a nervous little wave, as if he didn't want to show too much emotion. She was drifting toward him.
"Hi, Hutch," he said. "I didn't freeze." No, you didn't, she thought. And she said, "You're outstanding, Randy." "Welcome to the accommodations, Hutch," said Kelly.
And Mac, "Nice to have you aboard. Next time you'll want to reserve a better seat."
Lights moved among the stars. "You all right?" asked Nightingale. He reached for her, and she felt a sharp pain in her left shoulder when she responded. But what the hell? "I'm fine," she said. "I'd never have dropped you." Nightingale's voice sounded strange. She nodded yes. She knew. "I'd never have let you go. Not ever." She took his head in her hands, gazed at him a long time, and kissed him. Deep and long, right through the Flickinger field. "There they are." Embry pointed at the screen, and Frank enhanced the picture. They were still far away, but she could make out Hutch, even amid the tangles. One of the others, Kelly probably, waved. Frank set course and reported to Marcel that he was about to pick up the survivors. Embry had already been on the circuit with them. "Be especially careful with Hutchins," she said. "I think she's got a problem." "Okay, Doc," said Frank. "We'll be careful." They closed on the net. "Get Hutchins first. Just pull up alongside her. I'll bring her in." "You need help?" asked Frank. "It wouldn't hurt." The situation demanded a human pilot, so Frank looked around for a volunteer. He'd gotten the impression, from bits and pieces of things said and from non-verbal clues, that Drummond didn't like the idea of going outside. Janet Hazelhurst caught his eyes and eased out of her chair. "Just tell me what to do," she said. Drummond tried to look as if he'd been about to offer, but had been too late. Hutch watched the lights coming. It was okay to relax. She closed her eyes and floated. The shuttle came alongside, and she could hear voices on the circuit. Somebody was cutting through the tether, taking her off the net. The pain in her shoulder got worse, now that she was safe. Hatches closed somewhere. More lights appeared, bright and then dim. Lowered voices. Pressure on the injured shoulder. Restraints. A sense of well-being flooding through her. Somebody was telling her it was over. She was okay, nothing to worry about. "Good," she said, not sure to whom she was speaking. "You look all right, Skipper." Skipper. She opened her eyes and tried to pierce the haze. "Embry. Hello, Embry. Nice to see you again." Randy was still there, off to the side, staying close. Then he became indistinct, as did Embry, the restraints, the voices, and the lights. From Nicholson's bridge, Marcel directed the fleet of shuttles. They deployed near the Star and Zwick and cut them free of the shaft. At Beekman's suggestion, they salvaged 6 samples, each 4 meters long. 5 were intended for research, and 1 would go on display at the Academy. At Nicholson's request, a smaller piece was picked up and earmarked for exhibition on the Star. Another shuttle approached the connecting plate and separated it from the net and from the stump of the Alpha shaft. It hovered momentarily while its occupants inspected the symbols engraved across its face. Then they cut it neatly into 2 pieces of equal size. Shortly thereafter, Wendy approached and took both pieces into her cargo hold. The remaining fragments of Alpha and the net floated away into the dark. Because time was pressing, no immediate attempt was made to return the captains to their respective ships. Miles, in fact, was retained as acting captain on Wendy. Hutch, of course, was in no condition to be sent back to Wildside. Guided from the bridge of the Star, the shuttles were taken into whichever bays were convenient, and, with little more than a day remaining before the collision, the fleet began to withdraw. By then, conditions on the planetary surface had become so turbulent that the orbiting vehicles were themselves at hazard. Marcel guessed that much of the data coming in from the probes had been lost after Wendy's communications went down. This assumption was confirmed by Miles. "They are not a happy group over here," he said. Beekman sympathized. "You can't really blame them. Some of them have been preparing 20 years for this mission, and they lost a substantial piece of it." He gazed steadily at the banks of screens, which displayed views of the impending collision, taken from an array of satellites. Marcel really didn't give a damn. He'd been through too much over the 2 weeks. He was tired and irritable, but they'd gotten Kelly and the others back, and that was all he cared about. Chung Harmon had died down there. One of Hutch's people had died, one of Nicholson's passengers, and one of his crew. One of Nicholson's pilots had died during the rescue. In the face of that, it was hard to work up too much regret that they had lost some details on the formation of high-pressure fronts during a planetary traffic accident. "We'll do better next time." Beekman pursed his lips and looked thoughtful. "There'll be no next time. Probably not in the lifespan of the species." Too bad, thought Marcel, but he didn't say anything. It seemed as if the entire atmosphere of Deepsix had become one massive electrical storm. Blizzards swept the equatorial area, and giant hurricanes roared across the Coragio and the Nirvana. A mountainous tide soared thousands of meters above nominal sea level. The range along the northern coast of Transitoria, which had held back the tides so long, vanished beneath the waters. The worlds moved inexorably toward each other, but it was a mismatch, thought Hutch, a pebble falling into a pond. She watched from her bed in the Stars dispensary. She'd required minor surgery for a torn muscle and a broken rib, and they didn't want her moving around for a bit. With his hands wrapped, Randy sat off to one side, wearing a shoulder brace. Mac was off somewhere giving an interview, and Kelly was down getting some goodies at the snack bar. Hutch's link chimed. Canyon's voice. "Hutch, I'll be down to see you later. Meantime, I thought you'd like to know we're a big hit back home. They're a couple days behind, of course. Last we heard, the whole world was listening while the tide broke through and got the whatchamacallits. They think you don't have a chance now. Wait till they see the finish. You guys will be celebrities when you get back." "Nice to hear," grumbled Nightingale. "Anyhow, our numbers are through the roof." "Sounds as if you'll do pretty well yourself, Augie," said Hutch.
"Well, I can't see that it'll hurt my career any."
His eyes literally flashed.
"Wait until they get to the lander."
"Yeah," said Nightingale. "That sure was a hoot." Canyon kept going.
"Incidentally, you folks have acquired a sobriquet back home."
"I'm not sure I want to hear what it is," Hutch said.
"The Maliva 4.
"By God," said Nightingale. "Who thought that up? Magnificent, August. My compliments to the cliché unit." When he was gone, she looked at Nightingale severely. "You were awfully hard on him. He means well." "Yep, but he'd have been happier if we'd fallen off the goddamn thing." "Why do you think that?" "Better story." Mac came into the room carrying flowers, which had been grown in the Star nurseries. He beamed down at Hutch and held them out to her.
"You look good enough to have for lunch," he said.
She accepted a kiss and smelled the bouquet. They were yellow roses. "Gorgeous. Thanks, Mac."
"For the Golden Girl?" He gazed at her. "What are they saying, the medical people?"
"They'll let me up tomorrow." She turned her attention back to Nightingale. "You," she said, "should ease up. Let people do their jobs, and don't be such a crank." "I enjoy being a crank." Roiling clouds of immense proportions billowed out of Maliva 3's atmosphere. Fireballs erupted and fell back, and erupted again. The entire black atmosphere seemed to be expanding, fountaining into the sky, a burning river beginning to flow toward the placid disk of the gas giant.
"Here it comes,"
said Mac. Nightingale nodded. "Everything that's loose anywhere on Deepsix is being ripped out now and sent elsewhere." His voice was quiet, resigned. Mac shifted in his chair.
"There's no point getting sentimental over a piece of real estate," he said.
Nightingale stared straight ahead. "I was thinking about the lights." "The lights?" Hutch's brow furrowed. "I don't think we told you." "Forgotten all the rushing around. At Bad News Bay. We saw something out in the water. Signaled back and forth." "A boat?" "Don't know what it was." Steam was pouring off Deepsix. Fire and lightning swirled across the vast expanse of its clouds. Kelly came back with donuts and coffee.
McAllister was still there a half-hour later when Marcel, Nicholson, and Beekman came by to see how she was doing. Hutch thought all three looked tired, happy, relieved. They shook hands all around. "We're glad to have you back," Marcel said. "Things looked a little doubtful there for a while."
"Did they really?" asked Mac. "I thought we had it under control all the way."
Nicholson beamed at him. "We're planning a little celebration tomorrow," he said. Hutch caught the flavor of the remark that dinner with the two captains was an event, and that they should all feel appropriately honored. But he was trying to do the right thing. And what the hell, it was a small enough failing.
"I'd be delighted to attend," said Mac.
"As would I." Hutch gave him a warm smile. Marcel introduced Beekman as the manager of the rescue operation. "Saved your life," he added. Hutch wasn't sure what he meant. "You mean all our lives?" "Yours, specifically, eh? Gunter came up with the zero-G maneuver." Tom Scolari called, and his image formed at the foot of her bed. He was wearing dark slacks and a white shirt open to his navel. "Sending somebody a message, it looked like."
"Glad you came through it okay," he said. "We were worried."
"Where are you now, Tom?"
"On Zwick."
"Good. Did you get interviewed?"
"I don't think there's anybody out here who hasn't had a chance to talk on you in. Listen."
His eyes found hers and glanced over at Mac.
"You guys put on one hell of a show."
"Thanks. We had a lot of help, not to mention your own. I understand you're a pretty good welder."
"I'll never be without work again."
"Next time you tell me not to do something," she added, "I'll try to take you more seriously." He grinned and blew her a kiss.
"I doubt it."
She woke up in the middle of the night and noticed they were no longer accelerating. It was, finally, over. Epilogue. Cataclysms too vast to be defined as quakes, through forests and mountain ranges skyward, as much as 20,000 meters, where they were caught between competing gravity wells and eventually swept off. Tidal effects literally ripped Maliva 3 apart. The swirl of gas and debris surrounding the world had become so thick that it blinded the opticals. The placid, snow-covered plains around the tower, the Baroque temple that had seemed almost Parisian, the lights at Bad News Bay, the memorial and the hexagon, all disintegrated in the general ruin. Wherever fractures or faults existed, the rock was shredded, torn free, and hurled upward. The planet bled lava. The mantle disintegrated, exposing the core. Energy release was so titanic that it could not be viewed directly. Scientists on board Wendy, finally able to concentrate on the event they'd come to see, cheered and began to think about future papers. Shortly before the collision, Maliva 3 exploded and burned like a small nova. Then the light dimmed, and it dissolved into a series of individual embers, curving through the night, falling finally into Morgan's cobalt gulfs, where they left bruises. Within hours, the shower of debris was gone from the sky, and only the bruises remained to mark the incident. Meantime, Morgan would continue on its way, barely affected by the encounter. Its orbit would not change appreciably. Its massive gravity would eventually scramble a few moons elsewhere in the system, but that was a couple of centuries away. Hutch had assumed the dinner was to be in honor of the Maliva 4. At first it seemed that way. They were introduced to the crowded main dining hall individually, applauded, and seated at the captain's table. Everyone wanted to shake their hands, wish them well, get their autographs. They were invited to make speeches, but we'd appreciate it if you kept your remarks to 5 minutes. When Nightingale ran over, Nicholson took to glancing ostentatiously at the time, and everyone got a picture taken with one or another of the rescuees. There were also pictures from the adventure itself, and hundreds of these were put forward to be signed. Some were of the astronomer's tower, which no one was any longer calling Burbage Point. Others were from the interviews on the ground conducted by August Canyon.
still others of the long, empty corridors in the hexagon atop Mount Blue. Here was Nightingale seated beside a campfire early in the trek, and Hutch hanging from the net, as seen through the telescopes on the rescue shuttle. There was Gregory McAllister, shaking hands with well-wishers on their arrival at the Star. Someone had gotten a portrait of Kelly, posed against a sky overwhelmed by Morgan's world. She looked beautiful and defiant, and it rapidly became the favorite of the evening. Eventually it would become the jacket for Deepsix Diary, McAllister's best-selling account of the episode. Despite all this, the evening belonged not to the four, but to their rescuers. The three captains, Marcel, Nicholson, and Miles Chastain, took round after round of applause. Beekman and his team were credited with working out the general strategy. John Drummond, who did much of the orbital calculations, took a bow, and the cheers for Janet Hazelhurst were deafening. The outsiders were invited to stand while the band played a few bars from a military anthem. The shuttle pilots were introduced, and Abel Kinder, who was credited with keeping the weather sufficiently calm until the rescue could be effected. Phil Zosimov, who developed the collar and the support rails that would have made things so much easier, had they, as he commented wryly, only had an opportunity to work. And there was finally a moment to remember those whose lives had been lost. Colt Weatherall, pilot of the Starlander, Klaus Bomar, the shuttle pilot, star passenger Casey Hayes, who, as McAllister pointed out, had died trying to salvage one of the landers, Chung Harmon of the science research team, and Tony Hamner, who would not have been there at all, said Hutch, except that she stayed with a friend. They set up a buffet. The ship's best wines were uncorked, and Captain Nicholson announced that Transgalactic would pick up the tab. Passengers and guests were responsible only for whatever gratuities they might choose to leave. Late in the evening, Hutch found herself alone on the dance floor with Marcel. When she'd arrived 14 standard days before, had it really been so recently? He'd been only a colleague, an occasional voice in the cockpit, a person she'd seen at a seminar or two. Now she thought of him as the gallant Frenchman. "I've got some news for you," the gallant Frenchman said. "We got the results back on the scan of the shaft. It's 3,000 years old." She was in his arms, in the exotic style of the time. Everybody's arms felt good, his and Mac's and Kelly's and Tom Scolari's and Randy Nightingale's, especially Randy Nightingale's, the man who would not let go. 3,000 years. So we were right. I'd say so. It was a rescue mission. The Hawks were doing what they could to get the non-technical people out of harm's way, or at least to give their species a chance to survive elsewhere. Where, I wonder? Marcel placed his lips against her cheek. Who knows? Maybe one day we'll find them. Hutch recalled the predator appearance of the Hawks. They did not look friendly. No, I thought not either. Her lips found his. Shows you how looks can deceive. There was, inevitably, a sim. Hutch was played by Ivy Kramer, an actress of truly magnificent proportions. Mac appeared in a cameo, not as himself, but as Beekman. The drama portrayed Eric Nicholson as the true hero of the rescue. This interpretation of events might have been influenced by the fact that the production company was owned by the same multinational as Transgalactic. It introduced persons on board the Star who tried actively to sabotage the effort, for murky reasons never quite made clear, and it depicted the crew of the Boardman striving heroically to retrieve their lost lander so they could come to the rescue. Hutch and Nightingale were tracked relentlessly through the hexagon by a shape-changing thing. There were books, other than Mac's. Action figures appeared and sold briskly. All 4 survivors were subjected to extensive interviews, and Kelly eventually became the official representative for Warburton, a company that manufactured sports equipment. E-cards featuring her with a set of golf clubs have since become a collector's item. An effort was made to get Nightingale to run for governor of Georgia, but he declined.
His one-time wife, the daughter of a retired academy director, made several unsuccessful attempts to renew their relationship. Mac continued to write scathing commentary on assorted hypocrisies in high places and low, without which hypocrisies, he cheerfully conceded, civilized life would be impossible. Hutch remained in the service of the academy. They all profited from the action toys, from the games, from various kinds of sports clothes, and also from the sale of a line of Deepsix 4. The name change to Deepsix had been urged by the Action Toy Company. Long-stem glassware, which inevitably featured a female figure dangling from a tether that disappeared into a cloud, an artistic embellishment, and the motto, Nunquam Dimiti, never let go. Never let go. It is now the official motto of at least 3 specialized military forces in Germany, China, and Brazil. They named a high school in New York Park South for Kelly, a mall in Toronto for Hutch, and a Lisbon Zoo for Nightingale. There is now a Colt Weatherall Memorial Library off Fulham Palace Road in London, and a Tony Hamner Science Museum in Hamburg. The Winnipeg Spaceflight School, in which Klaus Bomar used to teach, now has a wing named for him. Mac received no such accolades, although he claimed that the local bishop had wanted to put his name on the new Correlates Religious Studies Center in Des Moines. Awards were passed to almost everyone involved in the rescue. The most heavily recognized was Eric Nicholson, widely credited with persisting during the darkest hours of the effort. Beekman received the Conciliar Award for Science, usually reserved for those instances when humanitarian applications of a breakthrough can be shown. Marcel was given a formal commendation from the Academy, and became a figure of interest to the corporate world. Within a year he'd been offered, and had accepted, a director's post with Transgalactic. He's now a vice president, makes more money than he ever dreamed possible, and talks a lot about the good old days. When he's pressed, he admits to being bored. Kelly, Hutch, Randy, and Mac continue to get together whenever occasion permits. They are frequently joined by Marcel, and occasionally by Janet Hazelhurst, the world's most famous welder, and by one or another of their rescuers. Last year they took 11 members of the Outsiders to dinner at Iceman's in Philadelphia. Iceman's is more than simply the finest restaurant in the Delaware Valley. It's also on the ground floor. Afterword. A statement by Gregory McAllister, from Deepsix Diary. Let me stipulate that, while the questions raised concerning the failure of the Athena boardmen to come to the assistance of the vessels at Maliva 3 were legitimate, they were not initiated by me, as has been charged by officials at Cosmic Incorporated. In fact, they grew out of a reaction to the sim, which portrayed the boardman captain in heroic terms. This, in turn, sparked an investigation, originally for the implied purpose of handing out awards. My only connection with the proceedings arose from the fact that I happened to be one of the persons left to do as best we could when boardmen went missing in action. The problem for Cosmic quickly became one of potential liability, and they consequently reacted to the initial inquiry by doing what large corporations always do. First they stonewalled, and then, when they realized that wouldn't work, they found a mechanic at the wheel and blamed the incident on him, citing failure to inspect a faulty RX-17 black box that rendered the launcher unstable. They gave him a formal letter of reprimand, fired him, and released his name to the media. This was too much for Elliot Penkovich, the ship's captain, who called a press conference, admitted to lying about the incident, and blamed the entire unhappy episode on Ian Helm, Cosmic's new director of operations at the Kuraqua Terraforming Unit. Helm has denied everything, and Penkovich now faces prosecution. But company spokesmen have had a difficult time explaining just what Penkovich hoped to gain by failing to assist when it was clearly in his power to do so, or why he had agreed to come to the rescue, then apparently changed his mind. To get a clearer picture of what must actually have transpired, one has only to ask the basic question any policeman asks when faced with conflicting stories: who stood to profit? The pilot, to whom it made no difference whatever whether he went to Maliva 3 or to Caraqua? Or the company big shot anxious to get to his new position with a shipload of time-sensitive personnel and supplies? As I write this, Penkovich's trial is less than a week away. I am pleased to report that since the arrival on the case of Archie Stoddard, the lawyer hired by this publishing house and best known for securing substantial judgments against corporate scofflaws, rumors have begun to circulate that the so-called in-house investigation by Cosmic has taken on new life, and that Helm may be thrown to the wolves to head off the legal action that would clearly follow a finding of not guilty in the Penkovich case. End of Deepsix by Jack McDevitt. Jack, capital MC, capital Devitt. Read by Roy Avers in the studios of the American Printing House for the Blind, Louisville, Kentucky, for the Library of Congress, October 2001. Published by EOS, an imprint of HarperCollins Publishers. 10 East 53rd Street, New York, New York, 10022-5299. www.eosbooks.com. Further reproduction or distribution in other than a specialized format is prohibited.
End of book.